As the clouds parted, it allowed the moonlight to engulf the woods of Hai no Kuni. The tree crowns masked any presence as the green leaves shielded anything beneath it from the bright light emitting from the beautiful full moon. Beneath the crowns of the trees, if you looked closely enough, however, and tried to spot it, you could see two dark blurs, racing across the forest on the large branches of the many trees making up the forest of this country. Both wore the same black cloak with a hood covering their heads, but almost everything else was completely different. The one on the right was a teen with deep onyx eyes with long black hair made into a ponytail, except for the two bangs that framed his face, which was covered by a porcelain mask resembling a weasel. The one on the left was a teen just like this partner, but his appearance was quite different. He was quite a tall teen for his age, with medium-length spiky blonde hair and sparkling azure eyes. His face was also covered by one of these porcelain masks. The difference was just that instead of resembling a weasel, his mask resembled that of a raven. The one on the right raised his hand, signaling for a halt at the next branch, on which they landed on with ease. "You ready for this, Raven?" he asked, his tone calm and almost monotone sounding. "You know, it's only the two of us here, Itachi." The one on the left sighed as he moved his mask into the palm of his hand, showing his facial features. The one identified as Itachi removed his mask as well. "You do know that it is part of the ANBU code to always wear our masks and go by our code names in the field, even if it is just the two of us, right, Naruto-kun?" Itachi sighed and put his mask back in place. Naruto groaned at the mention of the rules and placed his mask back in place. Yeah, whatever, man. Just because it's the rules, doesn't mean I have to like them. It still means that you have to follow them, though," Itachi countered, and Naruto groaned in annoyance. "Afraid so, so let's get this over with anyway. What's the plan again?" Naruto asked as he crouched down to stare at the camp located in a clearing about 100 feet away from them. Itachi crouched down beside him and looked the camp over as his eyes turned red with 3 onyx tomos spinning in each. The Sharingan, also known as the Uchiha clan's precious bloodline limit. I spot 10 guards, which is quite low, especially since this is such a high-value target. Considering their low numbers, there are quite a few things that can be the cause," Itachi informed. "Yeah, like the assholes being stronger than mere guards, and more like shinobi in terms of strength," Naruto added on, to which Itachi nodded. "Correct, that is indeed a possibility, but on the flip side, our target might as well be going bankrupt, and this could be the only thugs he could afford," Itachi stated as he flipped a kunai into his hand. Naruto sighed as he reached in and grabbed a kunai that would look odd to most people. It was a tri-pronged kunai, with a red wooden handle instead of the classic metal one that the usual kunai supported. But as always, we'll never figure it out unless the missions go bad and are categorized as FUBAR. It's quite sad, really. Unless the situation calls for it, we can never really go all out, Naruto mumbled to himself. Itachi gave a quiet chuckle as he looked to his side to stare at his blonde friend. "If that truly was a problem for you, then you would never have joined the ANBU. I know, but still, we have to do everything so silent and quiet. It takes some of the fun out of it. Like right now, we'll never know these guys' true strength. They could either be Jounin level in strength with some impressive skills, or some low-life thugs for all we know," Naruto said as he rose back up from his crouched position. Itachi nodded, somewhat agreeing with him. Despite being a pacifist, there was some excitement to the unknown at times. But he also feared it. Being left in blind could be quite horrifying to some extent. The ANBU's job is to do things efficiently and quietly. It won't do us, or our village any good if we make this into some huge spectacle, Itachi informed the blonde, but Naruto just found Itachi's lecturing to be quite annoying. He knew this already. He had gone into the ANBU as a trainee as he had, and on the same squad at that they had both been through the ANBU's upstart protocol together, so why was it that Itachi always felt the need to lecture him? But still, you do realize that it's doubtful that they are a group of Jounin, suppressing their chakra levels all the way to bandits. So keep your bloodlust down, you're going to reveal us, and if you do, I'm leaving the paperwork to you. Why is it you always feel the need to lecture me about everything? We went through the ANBU program together in case you've forgotten it. Naruto shivered, calming himself down as Itachi went up from his crouched position. Itachi clapped Naruto's shoulder and chuckled, Because if you are anything like your mother, then you can get reckless if you don't agree with certain things. I'm just doing my job as your partner, and that in your case involves me making sure that you stick to the rules. And then he shined away. Naruto shook his head as he performed the shunshin as well. Itachi might be his best friend, but damn, the guy needed to chill sometimes. It wasn't like he had magically forgotten the importance of being ANBU, and what responsibilities that came with wearing these masks. In the camp, things were quiet. Naruto crouched down in a bush as he slowly sneaked forward behind the first guard. Judging from the man's chakra level, he was around the level of a thug. So unless the gods decided to punish them for whatever reason, the mission should be a piece of cake. The blonde flew up from behind the man and held him in a chokehold with his arm, cutting off any oxygen from reaching his lungs. The man struggled quite a bit with his legs spasming as the blonde dragged him to a bush, where his suffering ended with a quick twist and a broken neck. Itachi was having an easy time as well. One of the perks of having the Sharingan was that a simple look in the eyes was enough to immobilize someone through the use of genjutsu. So, with a simple glance, and dragging one out of the clearing to slit his throat in his dazed state, he plowed through his guard. The 8 remaining guards were handled within 2 minutes, and the duo nodded to each other before quietly sneaking into the tent of their target. Inside, an obese middle-aged man with short gray hair sat up in his bed, as he noticed that all the commotion from earlier was gone. "What's going on out there? I hope that none of you are sleeping on the job," he grunted while standing up. He pushed the tent front open and stared around the clearing. It was empty. There wasn't a single trace of any of his men that he had hired to keep him safe at all. It was silent, empty. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air without making a sound. To think I paid them for this. Where the hell did they even go? He raged as he stormed around to enter his tent. But he quickly spotted something that made his blood freeze. Within spitting distance stood a man clad in a black cloak and a mask. The only noticeable feature about him was the piercing blue eyes. "They're preparing for your arrival," the man stated simply, and before he could scream, he felt a jolt of pain and it got hard to breathe. He looked down with shaking movement, and stared at the blade that was piercing his chest as his face went pale and he collapsed forward. Naruto scoffed as he sidestepped so he wouldn't get hit by the disgusting man. "You know, you could have killed him and pushed him to the side instead. I don't really appreciate getting touched by such a pig." As the corpse finally fell to the ground, it revealed Itachi standing behind with a bloodied sword. "At least his blood is on my sword, and not yours. I'd say I took the worse end of the deal this time." Groaning, the blonde waved his hand in front of his partner. "Whatever, man, let's burn this place to the ground and return home. We've been hunting this drug lord kingpin wannabe the entire week, and I really feel like sleeping in my own bed for once." Naruto complained as he went inside the tent, followed by Itachi. Itachi gave a quiet HN as he looked at a crate that was placed beside the bedroll on the ground. For such a simple mission to take this long was quite unexpected. These guys weren't shinobi trained, but they still somehow managed to avoid us for 5 days. Naruto broke the crate open with a grunt, and said, "Well, that just proves that even weaklings without shinobi training can be exceptional in some ways." "I never said they couldn't or weren't," Itachi noted with a raised brow. I know. I'm just making conversation as we are about to blow up a crate filled with drugs that may or may not be explosive, without the tags." Naruto shrugged as if it was the simplest thing in the world and placed a couple of explosive tags on the inside of the crate. Itachi nodded. "I see. Finish this quickly. I'll be waiting at the spot where we were, before we engage the enemy." "Sounds good," Naruto said and heard the tent front rustle as Itachi left the inside of the tent. Naruto took his mask off and placed it on the inside of his cloak as he did this. He really disliked having to wear the ANBU mask, but it was an efficient way to disguise yourself in this line of work. The blonde looked inside the crate and noticed a piece of paper that looked like an IOU showcasing a large amount of money. Moving it out of the way, he found a stack of money at the bottom. Raising a brow, he reached down and grabbed the stack of money held together by a little cloth wrap. When he had retrieved the bundle of money, he saw another bundle and chuckled. "Man, this criminal line of work must really pay well. This amount of money is what I get for doing an S-rank mission with a last-minute notice of deployment." Naruto thought to himself as he put the bundles inside his cloak and went out of the tent. The moment he stepped outside, he took his mask and placed it on his face again before shining up beside Itachi. "Hey man, look what I found." He chuckled and pulled one of the bundles of money out from his cloak. "Why did you take that? We were instructed to blow up the properties of the target." Itachi sighed as he stared at the cheerful blonde. Naruto waved his finger in front of his face and stuck the money inside his cloak again. "Actually, our orders were to blow up the drugs." Itachi shook his head with a small smirk. "Why did you take it again? It's not like you need money, mess spoils of war." Naruto chuckled as the two leaped away from the scene as a massive explosion happened in the background. The journey back to their village, Konohagakure no Sato, had been fast and uneventful. Nothing had occurred, and the duo was able to retreat back to the Hokage's office by dawn without any trouble. The duo landed on the Hokage's floor and kneeled down. "Hokage-sama." They spoke simultaneously, and the old man turned around in his chair while puffing on a pipe. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, also known as the Professor due to various feats he had accomplished in the glory days of his prime. "At ease, you two, drop the masks," he ordered and lifted the pipe away from his mouth with a fond smile. The duo got up from their kneeling position on the floor, and moved the masks away from their faces, and settled for placing them at their hip for the time being. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama." Itachi then spoke. Hiruzen nodded and started to write on a piece of paper. "I trust everything went well, and the target dealing harmful drugs in Hai no Kuni has been eliminated, yes?" Naruto took this chance to speak. "Yes, the target has been eliminated, and the crate he was bringing with him was destroyed. Though, I decided to retrieve this from the crate," Naruto informed, and pulled the 2 bundles of money out of his cloak. Hiruzen nodded and took the 2 bundles and placed them in a drawer inside his desk. "Good job, you two. This money will be used for the good of the village. And of course, the 2 of you will receive a generous bonus for bringing these much-needed funds to us. You are dismissed until further notice." The duo nodded and shined out of the office, and landed on top of the Hokage Tower, in which the Hokage's office was obviously located. "I knew it was a good idea to bring the man's money with us," Naruto smirked as he leaned against the railing with his arms crossed. "If you really needed the money, then why didn't you just keep it?" Itachi chuckled as he leaned down and rested against the railing while looking over the village. "I'm going to pretend you didn't just ask that, mister, all for the rules, Uchiha. But to humor you, I didn't want to be branded a traitor for keeping information from Aji-san, and it's also going to please him knowing we bring stuff like this to him. Think of it as an investment in his trust and backup in any future matters," Naruto said with a smirk. Itachi raised a brow at him and snorted. "You're smarter than you look." "What was that?" Naruto said with a tick mark throbbing on his forehead. "Naruto," Itachi interrupted as he got up from his resting position and looked at the blonde. "HM?" Naruto grunted, not understanding what was going on. Itachi clapped him on the back and said, "My mother said she would like to invite you over for dinner after our mission was done. What she means is that ever since you got the duty of overlooking the various security seals within the village, while Jiraiya-sama is away, she is displeased with how little you grant us your presence." Naruto shivered at the thought. Mikoto could be really scary when she was angry with something, and he didn't even want to think about how scary she could be when she was mad about something. "Yeah, I know, it just isn't really comfortable being in your home sometimes." Naruto sighed and closed his eyes while taking a deep breath. Itachi's brow went further upon his forehead. "How come?" Naruto opened his eyes and gave a snort. "Don't tell me that the almighty Uchiha Itachi hasn't noticed how displeased his father is every time that I'm around. I don't know why, but I must have done something to upset him. I've noticed, but I don't think it has anything to do with you as a person," Itachi said in a monotone voice. Naruto's face adopted a confused look. "How can it not be my fault? It isn't like he acts like that when I'm out of his sight." "He does actually. I suspect it has something to do with him still having sour feelings left after the Yondaime Hokage selection where your father beat him to it. I've heard that Orochimaru was also displeased about the results," Itachi explained to the best of his abilities. Naruto snorted as he palmed his forehead. "So, I get to take the blame for something my father has done. Great, that makes me feel so much better," Naruto said sarcastically while Itachi shook his head. Anyhow, my mother still wishes to see you for dinner. It would be delightful if you'd come, she misses seeing you around, and so does Sasuke. Shursui might also be there if that makes anything better for you, Itachi said with a small smile. Naruto sighed and stared at the blue skies above him. I'll think about it, but I want to go home and continue studying my father's notes. I almost have it. Sometimes I really wonder if Ka-san taught me the sealing she could, so I'd be working closely with Tusan since he was always so busy at the office. Maybe she thought of it as a way to get me closer to him, because I was quite sad about never seeing him. Where does this come from? Itachi questioned. Naruto sighed again, and pushed off the railing he was leaning against. I don't know, it just comes out when I let my mind run loose. Dangerous mind you have then. Itachi meant as a joke, but Naruto just shrugged. Yeah, sometimes it gets the better of me. The sun was setting in the distance as Naruto made his way out of the TNI department with one Ibiki Marino in tow. Naruto rubbed his shoulder as he gave a short but relieved sigh. He was finally done for today and looked forward to a meal and some much-needed rest. I'm sorry for dragging you out of your home so late, but Inoichi thought that the security seals inside the interrogation cells might have been too outdated, but it seems like everything was alright, no? Ibiki asked with a grunt. Naruto turned around and looked at the man that had scars covering the majority of his face. Everything was quite alright, but the models are quite outdated compared to the one that has been placed at the ANBU holding cells. Ibiki nodded. I trust Hokage-sama will hear of this, and work on having some newer versions installed soon? He asked afterward. I'll bring it to his attention, yes. And I have little to no doubt that I'll be the one to set them up before the week is over, Naruto informed with a tired smile. That is pleasing news. I'll inform Inoichi of this. Good evening, Naruto-san, Ibiki said with a small bow, slightly reveling in Naruto's displeasure before he returned inside. Naruto groaned in annoyance. Of course, this just had to happen. He had been on his way home after shopping and training for the day when a fellow ANBU member had told him that the TNI department needed a look, something that had taken a good 3 hours to finish. So, this is where you're hiding? A voice called out from above him. Naruto looked up as he noticed a form falling from above, and he took a step back when a teen with short black hair landed in front of him. Shursui-sama? He asked with a small wave of a hand. Grunting, Naruto made his way down the stairs up to the TNI department, with Shursui following right after. Any reason you're interrupting my evening, Shursui? Well, Mikoto-sama feared that you might ditch dinner with Itachi and Co., so she sent me to make sure that you're coming. It starts in 10 minutes, by the way it took quite a while to hunt you down, Shursui informed him as they walked side by side through the streets of Konoha. I had work. Ibiki thought that some of the seals were broken in the TNI department, but they were just outdated. Naruto sighed as he walked up a few stairs to an apartment complex. Shursui rose a brow as he walked up behind the blonde. Why were you living here again? You have your family's estate. Memories, Naruto said simply, and opened the door to his apartment, and walked inside. Shursui walked in and closed the door after him, and watched Naruto for a few minutes as the blonde unsealed several scrolls filled with groceries and supplies, and then started to put them away in the fridge and cabinets after. You're coming, right? Mikoto-sama is going to skin me alive if I don't bring you back with me, Shursui asked hopefully. Naruto sighed as he put a tray of eggs in the bottom of his fridge. It isn't really that welcoming for me, there. Mikoto-bazan might like me, but Fugaku-san resents the very sight, sound, or smell of me. Aren't you over-exaggerating a little bit? Shursui asked with a raised brow. He told me to be quiet last time I was over for breakfast because I talked with Itachi. He meant that I disturbed his reading of the morning papers. Naruto rolled his eyes after saying that. Shursui chuckled and sat down on a chair. That old man could just read that stuff on the toilet while doing the number 2. Naruto gave a few quiet chuckles. If I had said that, I would probably be banished from the clan grounds, instantly. Mikoto-sama wouldn't have allowed that. She's really fond of you, you know? Especially your friendship with Itachi. That makes her really happy. She has secretly told me, in confidence, that she was afraid Itachi might have had a harder time making friends, because of his father's actions during his early childhood. But then you and I showed up to save the day, Shursui said while inspecting a net filled with oranges. Wouldn't that make her fond of you as well? Naruto asked as he grabbed the net from Shursui's hand, and filled a glass bowl with the oranges and placed it on the circular wooden dining table Shursui was sitting at. Shursui rested his head on the palm of his hand. Meh, she thinks that I'm kind of a bad influence at times. What did you do to make her think so highly of you anyway? Perhaps it's because I'm less irresponsible than you? Naruto said. And then there was a moment of silence before they both roared out laughing. Come on, man, if she knew what kind of books you're hiding in here, then she'd kill you and feed you to Fugaku-sama. Shursui roared out laughing. That quickly shut Naruto up, because he was too busy feeling terrified. She would really kill him if she knew of his bad habit. His brother figure, Hatake Kakashi, and his godfather, Jiraiya, had really corrupted him as he grew up. I should just burn those books. Naruto groaned and filled the bowl with some other leftover fruits from the week before that hadn't rotted away yet. Shursui faked a horrified look. No, you can't, those books are my precious. If you want to throw them away, you could always just give them to me. Rolling his eyes, Naruto turned to stare at Shursui. And you question why she thinks of you as a bad influence. Don't be rude. I'm not the one ditching the family dinners. Shursui winked. Naruto started throwing the empty fruit nets out in a trash can placed in a cabinet under the sink. A family dinner is for family. I don't really qualify as that. Come on, if you aren't family, then what are you? Shursui said in an annoyed tone. The Uchiha clan, well, with the exception of Fugaku, all thought of Naruto as a friend of the family by now. The blonde was quite often present with Itachi after all, either for missions or training, so they had gotten quite familiar with him. Naruto didn't bother to give a response as he went over and turned off the lights. You coming? He asked and walked toward the door. Shursui grinned ear to ear and rushed out of the front door. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Shursui smiled as he turned around only to get the front door smacked right in his face. And so he stood there, with a twitching eyebrow. He was about to knock on the door when it opened and Naruto walked out. I'm just kidding, no reason to look so pissed off. He smirked and locked the door and pocketed the key. That wasn't funny. Apologize, Shursui growled as he ran after the blonde, who had just slammed his front door in his face. Naruto gave a small smirk. No, apologize, Shursui then yelled as he ran up beside him, to send death glares Naruto's way. Naruto laughed with a mischievous look. I said no, you moron. Are you deaf? Apology. Wait, what? Moron? I'm not the one who slammed a door in my friend's face. And laughed about it like a Shursui screamed as he made a motion to pull up his sleeve, which was quite ironic considering his black shirt was sleeveless, and attempted to punch Naruto in the face, but the blonde just ducked under it. Naruto was about to retort, when he heard a voice beside them. What's all this commotion about? Naruto gave a fleeting glance at the two familiar faces now watching them with amused looks. One was a female, about a head shorter than him, with long purple hair, brown eyes, red lips, whilst finishing her attire with an ANBU uniform. She was his former teammate on his Genin team, but now a teammate of his ANBU squad. One Yuzuki Yugao. The second one was a male who sported a brown, shoulder-length hair that framed both his face and brown eyes. He wore his forehead protector like a bandana, along with the standard Jonin outfit, and as always, he has his trademark saban in his mouth. This was Shirane Ginmao, one former Jounin sensei of Uzumaki Narutodisa. Naruto gave a smirk as he dodged another punch from Shursui with ease. Oh, it's just Shursui being overdramatic. It must be his time of the month. Yugao gave a soft giggle as Shursui's eyes flared red. Overdramatic? Now listen here, you little shit. Argh. Instead of getting his threat across, he got his mouth full of dirt. Shursui's head flew up from the ground, and he stared at his feet, noticing that he had just been tripped by the blonde as he was about to go for an attack. You about done yet? Naruto asked, failing to pull a Kakashi, as a smirk was steadily crawling onto his face. Shursui got back on his feet, with smoke pouring out of his ears. You're so dead, just you wait for it, shithead. Yeah, don't throw empty threats around, Shursui. It's embarrassing, Naruto said with a grin, making his former Genin team chuckle at the bickering duo. I'll show you empty threats. Shursui growled, but before he could do anything, he was interrupted by a cough from Ginma. Not that it isn't funny watching you because, believe me, it is. Really. But I'd like to have a word with my former student here, before you try to kill him. Genma chuckled, making Shursui mumble something out of embarrassment. The young Uchiha scoffed, and crossed his arms over his chest. This isn't over, he mumbled while glaring at the blonde. It is though. Naruto winked, making Shursui's anger intensify even further. The blonde walked over and gave Genma a brief fist bump, as the older Jounin gave a smirk in return. How's life treating ya? Naruto shrugged. It's fine, I suppose, but I don't really have all evening to chat with you guys. The moron back there is dragging me to a family dinner at the Uchiha compound, and I'm sure Mikoto Bazin is going to kill me if I'm any more late than I already am. I see. Oh well, I won't hold you any longer then. Tell Itachi I said hi, and that it would be nice for the entire team to have a joint meal again soon. I'm paying if that helps anything. Genma offered with a weak smile. Yugao, however, gave a sadistic chuckle. Be careful about what you promise, sensei. Naruto might eat so much at the barbecue restaurant again that you go bankrupt for a week. And what if he gets drunk again? With the help of clones, you might be bankrupt for a month. That was one time. Naruto mumbled with a minor blush. Shursui, however, picked this time to roar out laughing. Haha, you're a fat shit, aren't you? With how cheap the barbecue spot is, how the hell did you manage to eat so much that the poor guy had no money left? If you don't shut up, I'll kill you before you can try to kill me, Naruto said, with his hair rising up, along with a deadly aura emitting from behind him. Shursui didn't pay any attention to that, and just wiped a tear away from his eye. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. That's it, I'm going to neuter you, and place a surprise in Fugaku's soup, Naruto muttered, and drew a kunai, making Shursui gulp in surprise. Hey, stop that, we are out in the public. That's quite embarrassing, you know. You're supposed to be an elite of the village, Naruto, but you aren't keeping your cool. I thought I taught you better. Genma lectured, making Naruto fall comically on the ground with a rain cloud pouring over his head. As Shursui was about to laugh his ass off, Genma stopped him. You aren't any better, Shursui. You are known throughout the nations because of your title as Shunshin no Shursui. I would have thought you would carry yourself with a little more respect than this. But you are acting like an infant. Now it was Shursui's time to fall down beside Naruto with a rain cloud over his head. We're sorry, they mumbled together. Yugao looked at a watch hanging on the side of one of the stores in the street and rose a brow. Weren't you guys already getting late for a dinner at the Uchiha's house? A moment of silence caught them, before Naruto and Shursui flew off from the ground. Mikoto-sama/Bazin is going to kill us, they screamed and ran so fast that not even the dirt and dust cloud following them could keep up. The remaining duo of teacher and student shook their heads. Those two were the worst kind of siblings. Two brothers always at each other's throat, a mere chemical mixture meant for chaos. The blonde and raven-haired duo ran so fast that they almost crashed into the door of the Uchiha's estate, but they somehow managed to stop themselves just a few feet in front of the main gate. Naruto's was doubled over with his hands on his knees while trying to catch his breath when Shursui heard the sound of rapidly closing in footsteps, of a certain someone coming their way. Quietly he moved behind Naruto, without the blonde noticing, and prepared a foot behind the blonde's legs. And as if it was a cue, the door sprung open and a small dark-haired child flew out with a large grin on his face. Naruto-san, he screamed the top of his lungs, and the blonde looked on his horror as he tried to take a step back, but felt himself falling back over. And just as he was starting to lose his footing, the horrifying entity, known as the Sasuke bullet, flew into his gut, making him fly back and crash into the ground with a loud thud. Naruto landed on his back, wheezing, as all air was punched out of his lungs, and he laid groaning on the ground with a still grinning child sat on his stomach. Shursui roared out laughing, as if it was the new trend, before proceeding to point at Naruto with teary eyes. That's for the fucking door, you dumb shit, he yelled, and kept on laughing so hard that he fell down on his knees and repeatedly slammed his fist into the ground. Naruto glared his way. You're so dead now, I swear I'm going to kill you slowly and brutally, Shursui, he wheezed out before his head fell back on the ground with a groan escaping his lips. Sasuke, who had initially been amused, while looking at the scene, started looking down at Naruto with a nervous sweat drop falling down his forehead. Naruto-san, are you alright? Never been better, the blonde wheezed out, making Shursui cry out, laughing even louder. What's wrong, pal? You look a little pale, Shursui cried, the tears flowing down his face as he found it hard to breathe due to laughing so much. Naruto decided that his revenge would come soon enough, so he gathered his strength and took a deep breath before moving Sasuke away from his stomach. A little warning next time would be good, Sasuke. The child looked a bit flustered as he scratched the back of his head while the blonde got off the ground. Naruto poked Sasuke on the shoulder and made a follow-me motion with his head as the two started to walk in through the front door. Shursui, who had gathered himself as well, walked a few feet behind the two, but just as he was about to enter the door, it was slammed into his face. Again, Shursui howled in pain and rolled backward down the few stairs while clutching his now bleeding nose. "Oh, you fucking didn't," he tried to yell, but the sound was muffled due to him pinching his nose to stop the blood from running out of his nose. Naruto chuckled with tears in his eyes as he turned around the hallway. But the sight before him made him want to run out of the house in an instant because what he saw sent shivers up his spine and made his legs quiver in fear. In front of him stood a stunning fair-skinned woman with long, straight black hair with bangs hanging on either side of her face to roughly frame her cheeks and black eyes. It wasn't that she was stunning that made him scared. Oh no, it was the blindingly happy smile that was on her face, and the cold aura of death cascading into a Hanya mask behind her. "Oh, it's so nice of you to join us tonight, Naruto-kun. Did you perhaps have any other plans for tonight?" she asked all too sweetly, as she moved closer, making Naruto's fear increase tenfold as he tried to move backward, but his back hit the wall while his teeth were chattering. "And no?" Naruto chuckled out nervously while looking at the dangerous woman in front of him. As if it was the password, the aura of death along with the Hanya mask disappeared in an instant, and Mikoto's smile turned natural. "Good." She giggled and moved back into the kitchen with Sasuke in tow. Sasuke looked between her and Naruto, as the blonde fell down alongside the door with a sigh of relief. "What was that about Kaa-chan?" What do you mean, Sasuke-chan?" Mikoto asked as she stirred the content of a pot on the stove. Sasuke hummed and looked at Naruto, who was still sitting on the floor. "Why was Naruto-san shaking so badly?" he asked, tilting his head inquisitively. "Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I just greeted him, and everything looked fine to me." "Right, Naruto-kun?" Mikoto asked, with the cold aura returning momentarily. Naruto nodded rapidly as he flew back to his feet, resolutely ignoring his cold sweat drops. "See?" Mikoto said with a smile, looking down at her youngest son, who just sweat dropped at her with an amused look. Taking his chance to escape this nightmare, Naruto took off his sandals and snuck into the dining room behind Mikoto's back, just to come eye to eye with one Uchiha Fugaku. Good evening, Fugaku-san. I'm sorry for being late." Naruto apologized, with a small bow. The man's cold eyes stared at him for a few seconds, making Naruto gulp as he feared that what he had predicted before coming here were becoming reality. But his worries seemed to be for naught. "It should be alright. My wife isn't done cooking anyway," Fugaku said, as his eyes returned to the papers he had laid on the table. Naruto's brows flew upon his forehead in surprise. Fugaku had just acted casual with him. What kind of witchcraft was this? "Is everything alright, Fugaku-san?" Naruto asked in a careful manner, as he tried to read the stoic Uchiha clan head's body language. Fugaku looked up with the same stoic face, and asked, "Why shouldn't it be?" "Don't know, I was just asking, to be friendly," Naruto explained, making Fugaku nod before his eyes wandered down to his papers again. Naruto shook his head in disbelief and excused himself to go find Itachi. That was odd. Back with Fugaku, the man merely stared with narrowed eyes toward the blonde's back. When dinner had finally been served, Naruto eagerly looked at the dishes in front of them in delight. He had a feeling that he knew why his favorite food was being served, but he wouldn't complain. Nope, not at all. They were all seated around the table now. Fugaku was placed at the end of the table at his usual spot, and Naruto sat with Itachi on his left, and Sasuke on the right, while the latter had his mother in front of him, and Shursui placed to her left. While the table was set with a variety of dishes, Naruto's favorite had to be the fish that had been marinated in miso soup, and for Sasuke's sake, there were several more child-friendly dishes as well, a lot of them involving tomatoes, which were the young Uchiha's favorite thing to eat. Dinner was a quiet affair. Everyone was just focusing on their meals until Fugaku decided to say something. "So, how'd your mission go?" Naruto kept himself from speaking, simply believing that the question was meant for Itachi to answer, which he did. The mission went without trouble. Naruto-kun and I dealt with it in under an hour. The time-consuming part was locating our objective. Itachi answered, making Fugaku nod with a satisfied look. He wasn't smiling, but he didn't look as stuck up as he usually did. I trust everything went fine on your end as well? Fugaku then asked, but the table was utterly silent. Naruto took some of the miso soup with a spoon when he suddenly realized that Fugaku's eyes were looking toward him of all people, so he laid down the spoon and looked around to notice everyone's eyes were on him, and he coughed into his hand and responded, yeah, no problem encountered here. Everything went fine, and nothing bad happened. Naruto answered while being a bit shocked, or rather, he was really shocked. Fugaku had never asked him a question like this before, so this was, indeed, a surprise. Very well then, Fugaku said with a short nod and returned back to eating. But the older man didn't miss the curious and questioning glances he received from his wife, sons, and Shursui. Naruto rose a brow and leaned to his left and whispered to Itachi, "Hey, is your dad acting weird or is it just me? It is quite surprising for him to act nice toward you, I'm afraid. But I have no idea what has caused it," Itachi said with a calculating gaze. Naruto scoffed and played a bit with his food. Perhaps Mikoto Bazin beat him with a belt or something. Itachi snorted at the image appearing in his head. I highly doubt it. I'm sure she'd love to, but the marks it would leave behind would surely cause questions around the compound. So you're saying that if it wasn't for the image it would give the clan, she would have done it? Naruto asked, surprised. Their marriage isn't what it has been, and even while saying that, I'm not sure it has ever been as delightful as Oka-san hoped it would be when they signed the contract. Itachi sighed and returned back to eating. Naruto's brows rose in surprise at that. Mikoto and Fugaku's marriage was a contract? That would certainly explain a lot of things, especially how someone as kind as her would be with someone as grumpy and rude as him. Naruto shook his head and returned back to eating, but before he'd take another bite he made a polite smile toward Mikoto and said, "The meal is delicious, thanks for inviting me." The older woman gave a soft hum, and smiled at him. "Why thank you, that's kind of you to say, you're always welcome to join us." "Right, Fugaku? Fugaku. Yes, what she said." The man coughed into his hand, making almost everyone at the table roll their eyes at him. Naruto shook his head, and returned to his conversation. "I'll keep that in mind, and I apologize for not being over much these days. I've had a lot going on these days, especially since I've been trying to learn one of my father's jutsu. Anyhow, with such delicious food on the table, you might start throwing me out of the house because I ate it all." "Flatterer, at least someone appreciates my efforts in the kitchen," Mikoto said with a big smile. Despite her happy smile, Naruto couldn't miss the glance sent toward the end of the table. Arranged marriage, huh? He pondered and started to see a lot of things he wasn't able to see before. Of course, he wasn't blind and had seen quite a few times when Fugaku and Mikoto didn't agree on things, and arguments had certainly been heated at as well. And it all made him wonder, why did this arranged marriage occur? And why did Mikoto agree to it? Was she the one who requested it? A lot of questions were filling his mind right now, and he was curious about the answers. Fugaku paused for a moment, before continuing on with his dinner, only taking a moment to blink, in disinterest. Dinner continued with idle banter, as it finally came to a close before Fugaku spoke up. "Itachi. Shursui. Tonight, there will be a clan meeting. Be sure you attend." After saying as much, and receiving 2 nods in return, he stood up, and took his leave, taking brisk, yet controlled steps, out of the room. Finally, everyone else stood up, with Naruto helping Mikoto with the dishes, mostly to appease her wrath, and got ready to leave. Once the dishes were away, Naruto and Shursui began to leave towards the front door, while the rest of the family saw them out. Sasuke was a simple case. He got a quick hug and had already run off to his room as he yelled by. Itachi shook his head at his little brother's antics. It was quite un-Uchiha-like, but it was a refreshing change. He didn't disapprove, nor did he approve. "Safe trip home, don't get into any trouble." "Geez, Itachi, how much trouble do you honestly believe we can get into on our way home, of all places?" Shursui snorted and crossed his arms across his chest. "Considering it's the 2 of you, and together, nothing in the village is 100% safe, Itachi smirked, making Shizui's brow twitch. You're just as annoying as Naruto, if not more so, Shisui smirked back, and Itachi just chuckled, as if that was possible. He retorted, I'm standing right here, you bunch of assholes. Naruto growled and elbowed Shisui in the gut. Shisui doubled over, and coughed out, why was I the only one getting hit? Because I don't trust Itachi to be caught off guard. Naruto shrugged. Touché. Shisui wheezed out. Itachi looked on amused as he put out his hand, which Naruto took. Good trip home, don't be a stranger. I won't. I'll see you at our next mission, which hopefully won't be too long before we're deployed again. I'm going to need a good stress relief after tomorrow, Naruto said, and Itachi nodded before he gave his excuses and left as well. Shisui noticed that Mikoto looked at Naruto like she wanted to talk with him, so he quickly bid her farewell and said his thanks for the food before he left, and while he was doing so, he signaled to Naruto that he would be waiting outside. Naruto just nodded in response, before turning back to look at the raven-haired woman. Thanks for inviting me, and for the food obviously. You're an amazing cook, tastes better than anything I could ever make by a long shot. He grinned. Mikoto gave a soft smile, flatterer, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. In a household filled with Uchiha, it's a nice change to hear it, anyhow. Anyhow, it was nice seeing you. I hope you take care, especially for tomorrow. I'll make sure to visit after you've left, as not to intrude. Mikoto said with sorrow-filled eyes. It wouldn't be an intrusion, but that's your choice. Thanks, and see you next time. Naruto responded with his back turned, and waving his hand. Of course, however, personal time is important, especially for tomorrow. She argued back, making Naruto shrug with half-lidded eyes. Anyhow, thanks for today, I enjoyed it very much, Naruto responded, but before he could leave, he was engulfed in a warm hug. As my son said, don't be a stranger. It's displeasing when you stay away, your company is delightful and required. She said with a small grin, making Naruto just scratch his head while being flustered. I'll try to come over more often. Ja-any. He waved, which she returned. Naruto walked outside and met Shisui standing up against a nearby lamppost. As the pair began to walk away, the taller of the two spoke up, So, do you want me to come with you tomorrow? Taking a deep breath, and a moment to center themselves, a response of, No, I can handle it myself, but thanks, was finally delivered. As the wind flowed through the area swaying his hair along with the leaves, his eyes never left the 3 flat stones in front of him. He was crouched down in a daze, his eyes glazed as if he wasn't there at all. People walked through the area, paying their respects before they left again. It almost seemed like he had been there the entire day to most people, which he had. He had been sitting in the same position since dawn, not moving a muscle. The 3 stones in front of him were what he had been focusing on before he lost himself to his train of thoughts. The first 2 stones had 2 names engraved. Names that had once meant a lot to him. They still did, perhaps even more so now. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato. He still remembered it as if it happened yesterday. An impressive feat, considering he had only been 5 when it had happened. The emotions he felt, the terror he experienced, it was burned into his memory. The last stone had an entirely different name engraved. It was a smaller stone, placed in the middle of the 2 other ones, Uzumaki Menma. That name. It saddened him the most. It was a person that died too early. A person. His life had been over before it began. He never managed to live or experience anything besides death. Menma Uzumaki, it was his little brother. It was a boy that should have meant the world to him around now. He mourned his loss, but he mourned the loss of never getting the chance to know him better. Maybe it made him cold that he didn't miss him that much, but it was hard to miss someone you never knew. He could only miss and grieve over what he wanted them to be, siblings. He had smiled the day that he had heard his mother proudly proclaim that she was pregnant again. He had wanted to grow up strong, to protect the unborn child inside her. He wanted to be strong, brave, and loving for the kid that would, at some point after 10 months, become his sibling. He had wanted to be able to teach him so much. His training had started early, and he had worked hard so that he could be somebody that his little sibling would be proud of. But he never managed to figure out if he would be proud of him. Because he died. Just like his parents. He wondered every day if they were watching him and if they were proud or ashamed of him. He mostly believed it was the latter, because, despite the love a parent always would have for their child, he had failed that night. They had died right there in front of him, gasping their last words out in from him, while he was unharmed. He had done nothing as they died, he had tried, but he had been too scared to move. If anything, his only actions had caused their death. He had only seen his little brother alive for a few minutes. He had failed to do the one thing that was required of him. If anything, he has caused the death of the very person that he was responsible for protecting. If only he hadn't screamed. Naruto shook his head, trying to avoid thinking about his nightmares as he looked up at the skies. It was around noon now. He had been here since dawn. Getting down on his knees, he noticed his muscles crying in discomfort. He had been crouched in an uncomfortable position for over 6 hours after all. He leaned forward and folded his hands on the ground while leaning his forehead down to rest it on top of his fingers. I'm sorry for my failure. There isn't even one day that goes by where I don't regret being the cause of your deaths. I'm sorry I wasn't the son or brother you needed in the end. Sitting back up, his gaze fell upon the bundle of flowers that he brought with him. The same bundle of flowers that he brought every year. A white rose and carnation. A crimson rose, surrounded by a purple and blue hyacinth. And lastly, 3 daisies for each of them. Wiping his tears away as he stared, once more, at the graves in front of him. I understand if you'll never forgive me, I wouldn't forgive myself either. Just promise me that you are together up there, taking care of each other. As he opened his mouth to say something else, he was interrupted by someone's voice beside him. You know, I'd kick your ass if it was my grave that you were sulking in front of. You'd be scaring all the hot girls away. Naruto absently looked up with a blank face. It was Shursui standing there. But the expression on his face was unusual. Despite him smiling, the smile was sad and filled with sympathy. Taking a deep breath, Naruto decided to prod him. What are you doing here, Shursui? I recall myself saying that I'd do this on my own, he asked in a monotonous voice. And you should know that I'm a better friend than that. You're hurting, man. What kind of friend would I be if I let you cry on your lonesome? I kept my distance for a while so you could have your personal time, but after a while, it was clearly obvious that you were just torturing yourself by staying. How many times must you be reminded that what happened was never, and never will be your fault? Shursui asked, with a stern gaze. Naruto's eyes glossed over as he returned to staring at the gravestones in front of him. Specifically his little brother's. But it was my fault. If I had just stayed away, or better yet, kept myself quiet, I failed them. Him. After a second, Naruto's eyes widened as he was sent flying to the ground with his cheeks stinging. Had the bastard just punched him? What the hell? Naruto snarled as he looked at Shursui, but was shocked to find an enraged expression on the teen's face. Before he could do anything, he was picked up by the collar. How can you say that you failed him? True, you might have made a mistake, but what could you have done? You were just 5 years old, man. You were just a kid. But you have been here, every single year on the anniversary of both his birth and his death, since it happened. You come here and tell tales and stories. You tell him about the world around his resting place, and you tell him about how much you would have loved to know him, teach him and love him as his brother. Do you honestly believe he could ever wish more from you? Shursui asked, his voice quiet now as he put the blonde down. Naruto gave a dry chuckle and looked at the graves. I just miss them so much. Shursui put a hand on top of his shoulder, and sighed. I miss my parents too, but there is nothing we could or can do to change what had happened. Now the only thing we can do is hope that they are together wherever they are, and make sure to visit them to let them know that we're okay and that they shouldn't worry about us. I guess you're right. Thanks, I think I needed a wake-up call. Naruto admitted and tried to rub the tear stains from his face. Shursui gave a sly smirk. Oh, no worries, I'll gladly punch you whenever I get the chance. You just had to ruin it, didn't you? Naruto asked in a deadpan, as his eyebrows began to twitch. I have no idea what you're talking about. A day later, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen dropped a folder on his desk with a heavy sigh. So this is the reason you want him to go on this mission? The old Hokage asked the man standing in front of him, who nodded. Yes, it would be beneficial to the village, but also to him. The man spoke calmly, without any emotion present in his voice. I'm not sure, Danzo. With today taken into consideration, it might not be the best time, Hiruzen spoke, while Danzo merely gave a snort. The old warhawk sat down in the chair in front of the Hokage's desk, and said, Trust me on this, Hiruzen, it's the best time for it. Taking his current emotions and the probable thoughts running through his head, he'll be more than motivated. I can't argue with that. But I would have liked if you had gone to me in the first place. Coming with this to me now is a bit late, and I would have been able to make some more preparations beforehand if I had known earlier. Hiruzen sighed and lit up his pipe. Danzo nodded. That is true, but I wouldn't have come to you with a mere rumor which would have left disappointment in both you and him if it had been proven false. Feeling like sighing again, Hiruzen flipped the folder open again and stared momentarily at the contents within before closing it. All right, I'll put him on this mission. Hopefully, they'll be able to make him happier than he is now. The boy is a shell of his former self. This should prove beneficial in his recovery. Danzo said. Recovery? Hiruzen then asked with a raised brow. Why, yes, the boy has lived through a lot of trauma already. He needs this to heal. I fear that not much else will do. Danzo then replied calmly. Very well then, you are dismissed, Danzo. I'll send for him immediately. Hiruzen finished, and Danzo left without saying anything else. Hiruzen called out, and a large, muscular man landed in front of him, wearing the ANBE uniform. Hokage-sama? The man addressed, and Hiruzen pulled his pipe away from his mouth. Go fetch Uzumaki Naruto for me. I have a mission of the utmost importance for him. Hiruzen ordered, and the man left with a brief nod. Naruto walked into the Hokage Tower with a stretch of his arms and back. It was early in the morning, just around the peak of dawn. He wondered why he had been summoned so soon. It hadn't even been 2 days yet since his return to the village from his last mission. Rubbing his eyes with a groan, he was kind of wishing that he had gone to bed earlier last night. But then again, he managed to make a ton of progress regarding all of the notes that his father had left behind. Despite feeling like a failure to his family, he wanted to at least make sure that the things that they were proud of weren't forgotten. Even if he didn't feel worthy to read them at times, but negative thoughts aside, he had learned a lot. He was finally feeling like he was getting closer to the goal, and was getting quite ecstatic about being done. It did, however, also leave a sad feeling inside of him because he didn't know what to do when he was done. He would have finished the project, and would then need a new one to spend his free time on. Well, there was also his novels and fishing he could turn to, but despite how much he enjoyed doing those things, it was the life of a shinobi that was his passion. He wanted to explore the world and learn the various jutsu and techniques found within it. He couldn't do that if he was buried in a book or sitting by a lake in the shade of a tree, regardless of how much he enjoyed doing just that. Shaking his head to clear him of all these thoughts, Naruto yawned loudly as he arrived in the waiting room, making the receptionist giggle at him with a hand in front of her mouth, something that caused the blonde to blush in slight embarrassment. Sorry. He grinned sheepishly, realizing he had just done that without noticing that she was there. Where had his shinobi skills run off to? Oh, no reason to apologize. He is waiting for you, please enter. She responded with a smile, making Naruto just cough into his hand before turning around to avoid any more embarrassing interactions. Trying to rub the sleepiness out of his eyes again, Naruto opened the door in front of him and entered swiftly, before closing it behind him. You wanted to see me? Naruto stated more than asked, to which the Sandaime nodded. Why, yes, there is something that has come to my attention, something that I want you to take care of. It is a mission, and the length may vary quite a bit. It can be anything from a month to 3 because it is mostly a spying mission, Hiruzen said, making Naruto's brow raise. Despite being ANBU, it wasn't often that he of all people was sent to spy on someone. What's the details? Let me know, and I'll go get in my uniform, Naruto said, making Hiruzen shake his head. This isn't an ANBU mission, it is a political mission in which you will act as an ambassador. This might be confusing, I know, but let me explain, Hiruzen said, making Naruto just nod his head in silence. There is a family of 2 in Kusagakure, which is currently being treated horribly from the people of Kusa. The family consists of a mother and daughter, where the mother is said to be on the verge of starving, constantly taken away from home against her will only to return exhausted and bleeding later in the night, which in return makes the child grow up alone in a house that barely functions. Hiruzen stated, reading just a few out of the many points from the folder that Danzo had presented him. I can understand that you want something done, and I will, but how is this of any concern to Konoha? Naruto asked curiously. Hiruzen sighed, because the two people might as well be from a clan that is almost dying out, one which two of our former Kages were quite close to. I see, so to save this clan from extinction, I'll have to do what exactly? Naruto asked. I want you to spy on them and gather evidence concerning their treatment. When you have enough evidence gathered, Kusa will be forced to hand these two over. Despite having evidence here, it was gathered by the people under Danzo, and I'm sure that you can remember our talk about them. Hiruzen said, and Naruto just nodded. Yeah, Annie? He responded. Exactly, my boy. Now, because the Foundation is a shadow organization, we can't use this information because of the chance that it might cause Danzo's organization to become public. Despite how much I'm against them, I can't disagree with how useful they can be. This, for example, would never have come to my attention without their help. Hiruzen admitted. Naruto sighed, and asked, anything you can tell me about the people I'm supposed to watch? Hiruzen this time smirked. Oh, you'll know enough from the moment you lay eyes on them. And I'm sure it will also grant you more than enough motivation to see this mission a success instead of a failure. I trust that you'll take care of this? Hiruzen smiled and handed the mission scroll to Naruto. Despite being confused, Naruto did a short nod of agreement. Yeah, I'll do it, no problem. Do I have permission to speak on your behalf on this mission? Of course, you've never given me a reason to doubt your political skills before. Despite the many times that you've found yourself in one so far in your short life. Hiruzen stated in a manner that seemed proud. Naruto smiled. All right, I'll leave in an hour. Naruto bowed and turned around to leave. Naruto, Hiruzen called, making the blonde turn his body halfway to look at the old man. Let's do a training session when you get back. I want to see how good you've gotten. You got it. I'll blow that hat off your head. No worries. Naruto smirked and left in a Shenshin. Despite being told that it wasn't an ANBU mission, Naruto still clad himself in his ANBU uniform with the exception of the mask. Since the uniform was purchasable in almost every shinobi store, it didn't matter much if he wore it on this mission. The only thing making an ANBU official was his mask and tattooed emblem. Pushing his sword into its sheath placed on the ANBU vest's back, Naruto reached for his mask, but then remembered that he didn't have to wear it for this mission. So he made a short, mental, victory dance, before grabbing a dark gray cloak with a hood and swinging it across his shoulders and buttoning its collar. His reason for wearing this was simple. In the off chance that he was found out during the spy session of his mission, he could somewhat escape without having to reveal his identity. Normally, some people could show their face and still make it away, but considering how recognizable his face was, it was very unlikely that nobody would put two and two together and figure out who he was. Looking into his fridge, Naruto frowned heavily. I just bought all this food, and now I have to throw it out when I return. I should make a seal to make my food stay fresh for even longer. Naruto grunted, and closed his fridge as he grabbed a notepad on the dining table. The idea he had wasn't half bad, so he settled for writing it down for now, and decided to work on it sometime after he got home again. He already had a foundation to work with, thanks to the standard preservation seal. Hopefully, this wouldn't take 3 months. Mikoto would kill him for staying away from them for that long. There's only so much leeway that his love for sealing will give him, and being distracted with a project for multiple months is well past that point, according to Mikoto Bazin. Maybe he should visit the compound and tell her in person. That way it couldn't get too bad since she would know what he was up to, after all. Then again, that would probably lead to her finding a way to distract him, since this seal isn't as important. She'd probably tell him to just eat over at the compound and forget the, clearly, unnecessary seal. Chuckling at the thought, Naruto closed the fridge and went out the front door, followed by shutting and locking it behind him. Walking down the stairs, he sighed and took a sharp turn toward the Uchiha compound in the distance. He wanted to at least tell them about his missions in person so that they wouldn't have to think that he was avoiding them or something that outrageous. Leaping over the market district, Naruto landed in front of the gates leading into the Uchiha compound. But he was raising a brow when an arm moved in front of him. Looking to his left, he stared at the gate guard that blocking his entrance to the compound. "Is there a problem, Daiki?" Naruto asked calmly, as the large man going by the name of Daiki stared down at him with a colder glance than what he was used to. Because of Naruto's frequent visits, he had gotten what most people would call a free pass into the Uchiha clan's compound. He had never been stopped like this, so this was quite strange indeed. "State your name and reasons for entering," Daiki responded in a monotone voice, making Naruto's brows raise further upon his forehead in great surprise. "As you know, my name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, in case that somehow also slipped your mind. You might want to get a doctor's appointment to check that head of yours if you somehow have forgotten it after all the years I've come here. And I'm here to tell Mikoto Bazin that I'm leaving for a long-term mission. So can I please enter now?" Naruto sighed, looking at the man as if he had lost his head. Daiki snorted at the cocky comment, and said, "Show Mikoto-sama some respect, and we might consider letting you in to talk with her." "Okay, now this was some bullshit. Oh great Daiki-sama, please let me enter to speak with Mikoto Haim." Before Naruto knew it or Daiki could burst out in anger, the blonde was pushed through the gate from behind. "Stand down, fellas, Blondie is with me." Naruto immediately recognized the voice, and stared at his daily pain in the ass. Shursui jogged up beside him with an amused gaze. "What was that about?" "You tell me, I just wanted to enter so I could speak with you guys." "But Daiki is being an even greater asshole than normal," Naruto said with a calculating look. "Was every Uchiha acting odd these days?" Shursui snorted and intervened his fingers behind his head as he walked. "Well, he might have a stomach ache. He ate quite an exorbitant amount of food at the clan meeting yesterday. Serves him right then, he's being an asshole." "Touché." The two walked in silence until they reached the main estate, when Shursui asked, "Yo, what did you want to tell us by the way?" Naruto looked to his side and shrugged. "I have an extended political mission, that's all I can say for now. I might be gone for a month, maybe 3 months. It could be more or less, that depends on how long it takes for this matter to be solved. Considering it's a political matter, and you're a representative from Konoha, it shouldn't take too long. Konoha has a lot of pull in political matters, it should be a walk in the park." Shursui reassured and clapped the blonde on the shoulder. "Let's hope that's true because I'm going to be bored out of my mind otherwise." Naruto groaned with an annoyed expression, with his lips pressed together to form a line. Shaking his head, Shursui reached for the doorknob, but stopped and smirked as he looked at Naruto. "Wanna bet on how far she is going to throw you?" Naruto's eyebrow ticked at that. Why would she throw me at all? Shursui shrugged with an innocent look. "Oh, maybe because you just got back and are already leaving for maybe 3 months? Naruto gulped. "Shit. Wait a minute, then I need to." But Shursui acted like a deaf person, and all but kicked the door open. "Mikoto-sama, I'm here, and I brought Naruto with me." "You did that on purpose?" Naruto grunted as the color slowly drained from his face, and Shursui just winked at him. Stepping inside, Naruto and Shursui took their sandals off and spotted the raven-haired woman stepping around the corner in a cooking apron. "Good, then I'll set a plate for one more for lunch." She smiled sweetly. Shursui then turned and smirked at a sweating Naruto, who was adjusting the collar of his cloak uncomfortably. I can't stay. I'm just here to let you know that I'm going to leave on another mission today." Mikoto frowned heavily at that. "But you just got back?" "I'm afraid I have to, it's a political mission. I was selected for this mission," Naruto answered with a sigh. "Shouldn't Itachi be with you then?" Mikoto asked, confused, and Naruto just shook his head. "Nah, it isn't NBU," he replied, making her take a deep breath before sighing heavily. "I guess it can't be helped then. When will you be back then?" she asked, hoping that it wouldn't be that long. Naruto gulped and scratched the back of his head. Aji-san told me that the length can vary. It can take all the way from a month to 3 months. 3 months? She yelled while getting all up in his face. "Yeah, it's not that bad." Naruto nodded in response. Stepping back, Mikoto crossed her arms and stared at the blonde teen. Not that bad, Naruto. You just got home, you need to take a break." I will. Just when I get home. He chuckled dryly. Mikoto gave an annoyed sigh, and dropped her arms back down as she walked into the kitchen. Ugh. You men are hopeless creatures. Shui raised a brow at that. Hold on. How is now on all of us men because Blondie can't figure out how to take a break? Because both him, Itachi, and you never ever take a break. You three are constantly either training, going on missions, or doing something else taxing. When was the last time you just sat down and read a book or took a simple walk? She asked skeptically. But that's boring. Shui groaned out with a roll of his eyes. You just proved my point. The woman snorted and walked into the dining room with today's lunch. Shui gaped a little at that, trying to find a comeback when he was suddenly clapped on the back by Naruto. Well done, moron. Who the hell are you calling a moron, you idiot? Shui yelled, but his sudden retort had a completely different effect than what he had intended because Naruto had already disappeared from behind him. So Shui had just yelled at himself through the mirror that was placed in the hallway. Naruto in the meantime had entered the dining room and gave a short but respectful bow toward Fugaku, who was seated at the end of the table. Fugaku-san, he greeted, and the man nodded in return. Naruto-san, he responded back and waited for further words coming from the blonde. The look on his face told him that there was something that he wanted to say. After all, could I please speak with Itachi in private for a minute? I won't take too long. He should be seated with you within the next 5 minutes. Naruto requested, and the clan had just waved him off. Itachi is in the backyard with Sasuke. Please hurry, as I intend to enjoy lunch with both my sons before it's cold, Fugaku said. Naruto nodded and walked out through the glass sliding door leading toward the backyard, which was already open. While still trying to figure out what he had done for Fugaku to act nicer than he had been able to before. Shaking his head free of those thoughts, Naruto gave a short wave as the raven-haired brother duo spotted him. So, this is where you're hiding, Itachi snorted, and rose a brow at him. What's with the cloak? I got a new mission. I'm leaving in just about 10 minutes. I came by to say it in person, thought it was the least I could do. Naruto informed, and Itachi's brow remained on his forehead. Don't you mean we got a mission? And if that's the case, I'm honestly baffled since I haven't received a word about it. Itachi responded with confusion evidently dripping from his monotone words. Naruto shook his head with a small smirk. Afraid not, it is a political matter, and for some odd reason I've been picked for it. I must say I'm surprised as well. You're the last person I would pick for a delicate political matter, Itachi said with a small smirk. Naruto's sweat dropped at that. Geez, thanks for the trust. Itachi shook his head. On a serious note, I'm sure you'll be fine. How long will you be away from the village? Most likely between 1 and 3 months, Naruto said back. And my mother is okay with that? Itachi asked in shock. Naruto chuckled bitterly. I wouldn't say that. Oh, the silent treatment? Itachi then questioned. It's more like she left after she heard all that she needed to hear, Naruto said and shrugged. Itachi gave a bitter laugh at that, and placed a hand on his hip, while patting Naruto's shoulder with his remaining hand. I suggest you come back with a souvenir. Why? Naruto asked, his brows flying upon his forehead. Let me just say it in a simple way. This is the first phase of my mother starting to give you the silent treatment. So unless you want to live through phase 2 and 3 of her being mad at you, I suggest getting her a gift, as that might be an option for getting her into a good mood again. Itachi finished, and Naruto mentally noted this down as the largest amount of words he had ever heard Itachi say in one go. Alright, I'll keep that in mind while I'm there. Naruto nodded and crouched down to look at Sasuke. And I trust you'll keep your family safe while I'm away? Naruto winked, making Sasuke nod with a big smile. Sure, somebody's got to do it, Sasuke said, making the 2 older teens chuckle a bit. I'll leave it to you then. See you guys. Naruto called as he turned around and started to leave while waving his hand. Don't start the next great war, he then heard Shui yell from the porch. I'm not the one yelling at his own mirror reflection, Naruto yelled back and vanished in a shunsh. In the instant he saw the enormous tick mark on Shusui's forehead appear, one that would predate a large outburst. With Itachi, several hours later, the raven-haired teen kept a blank face as he kneeled down in the middle of the room. He kept his eyes locked on the floor as he heard the Hokage speak. All right, I've informed the people here about the crucial information that you needed to share in greater detail, Hiruzen said, and Itachi raised his head to look at the people that Hiruzen had selected as his advisors. More specifically, it was his old teammates. This claim is quite outrageous. Are you absolutely sure that the Uchiha clan is committed to this course of action? Koharu asked, looking down at Itachi from her seat. Itachi nodded briefly. Hi, the Uchiha clan is very devoted to this cause already. It required no more than the first and second meeting to confirm this. While they had had a meeting the night where Naruto was there, they had also had one in the morning. This can prove bad for us and the village. What course of action should we take, Hiruzen? Hamura asked as he adjusted his glasses. Hiruzen sighed and tried to respond, but Koharu beat him to it. Isn't it obvious? If they are going to start a revolution and usurp our power, we should have no choice but to judge the Uchiha as traitors of Konoha. Hiruzen intervened and said, Please wait, Koharu, don't rush to such a decision just yet. However, Hiruzen, from what I can understand already, the Uchiha clan will not be dissuaded, and since that is, in fact, the case, we have to take measures to avoid mayhem. That includes innocent children too. Danzo said, looking at Hiruzen with a narrowed eye. Don't say such things in front of Itachi. Besides, a battle against the Uchiha would be far from an easy task. We must plan our strategy very carefully. Hiruzen reminded, but Itachi was as blank as it had been when he had entered the room. We're in a race against time here. We are to strike them preemptively before they can make their first move. If we both join forces and use our respective Black Ops to launch a surprise attack on the Uchiha from behind, we'll end this fast. Danzo stated casually, making Hiruzen grimace. The Uchiha are comrades in arms. We need to watch them for a while longer than just hearing about 2 meetings, Danzo. They might withdraw, and we can avoid unnecessary bloodshed. And anyhow, I would like to use words first before violence. I'll come up with a strategy. Hiruzen finished with Danzo and turned toward Itachi. Itachi, it doesn't have to be for long, but please buy me as much time as you can. He finished, and Itachi nodded. For the sake of the village, as well as the Uchiha, I will go beyond my limits. Naruto sighed quietly as he finally reached his destination. It had been around a day. He had traveled at the fastest speeds that he could without getting too exhausted. Landing on a branch, Naruto crouched down and looked over the grass fields of Kusugakure no Sato. After a moment, he reached into his cloak, grabbing a picture and holding it up to compare it with his surroundings. And there were already bad signs that made him frown. The house he was supposed to watch, he'd guess, was located over 500 yards away from Kusa's main wooden wall surrounding their village. The house itself was practically in shambles. The only lighting in the house was candles. There were no signs of lamps or anything inside the house, at least from what he could see from his position. There was a well beside the house as well, suggesting that their water was coming from there and not the village's pipelines. The next thing he noticed was the shitty condition that the house was in. It was built with boulders and cement, definitely not the work of a professional. The roof was constructed from dried straws, with no hint of insulation underneath. The windows were cracked, with some even being broken. How can they live like this? Are they really that poor? Naruto wondered and moved down to a branch closer to the ground to be able to see everything with a better view. From his new position, he could spot the 5 poorly hidden shinobi that were watching the house. Judging from their masks and uniform, they were from Kusa's ANBU. He snorted at that. If this was their best attempt to hide, they weren't even worth calling ANBU. Narrowing his eyes, he started to wonder. Why would they watch this old house that was about to collapse? Did they know about the clan and status of the people within? If they did, it made no sense. How could they even allow themselves to let these poor souls live in this dangerous house? He didn't get it and needed answers. Giving a silent groan, he defeated the urge to go down and poke the ANBU closest to him on the shoulder, and then throw a fist in his face when he got his attention. He was a spy on this mission, at least for now. But this situation, despite how horrible it was for the people he was supposed to watch, was good for him. The house was located outside of Kusa's walls, so when he presented the evidence, he couldn't get held back by Kusa. If it had been inside their walls, they might have been able to accuse him of being a spy, but the house's position was perfect. It was simply located in the country. They couldn't even charge him for trespassing. Shaking his head, he reached into his shuriken pouch and grabbed a camera that he had brought along. He momentarily wondered about how it wasn't scratched at all by his shuriken, but quickly shook his head again to clear his mind from these odd distractions. He quietly started to take pictures of the house and its surroundings. The house's structure, lack of insulation, the cracked and broken windows, the lack of light and water coming from the village, and to connect it all to Kusa, he took pictures of all the hidden ANBU that he could, and even managed to get a picture of one facing toward his direction, next to the house. Thanks to that, it was possible to see the emblem of Kusa's shinobi scratched onto the top of his mask, as well as them being placed around the house of question. He now basically had everything he needed except for a few things. He had detailed pictures of a bunch of the things wrong with the place that they lived at, and also an overall picture to link it to Kusa. Now all he needed was to wait for the more extreme kind of abuse, which could take a while. Naruto gave a yawn a few hours after. He had been sitting still on the branch for quite a while, and the ANBU from Kusa hadn't moved either. He was about to close his eyes for a nap when he heard the sound of a loud creaking door and looked down at the house. Taking his camera up to his face again, he waited for the person to step outside the door so he could get a picture. But as his eyes spotted the person's features and face, he almost dropped the camera. His body was shaking, his lips quivering as his eyes found it hard to focus on anything else but her. As his breathing got heavier and faster, he placed a hand over his heart and thought to himself with a whimper, "No. She's supposed to be dead. Keikawa-chan?" Naruto stuttered, his eyes fixated on the red-haired woman walking out with a basket filled with what he would guess was laundry. Holding up his hand to shield his vision from the sunlight, his eyes kept following her until he finally noticed it. Her hair was darker than Kushina's bright red, her eyes were red, and this woman's hair had a little more spike to it. Naruto's breathing got slower and slower as he stared at this individual. He smiled bitterly, as a lone tear fell from his eye. It wasn't her. This had to be the reason that Hiruzen had wanted him to do this. It was because the clan that was being mistreated was the Uzumaki clan. Kneeling on the branch, his smile turned into a frown. His mind had tricked him, and given him false hope. He had almost believed that Kushina wasn't dead, and standing right in front of him. He had been ready to run to her, embrace her in a hug and tell her how sorry he was. But he had been robbed of all of that. The person in front of him wasn't his mom, no, but it was still a member of his clan. So despite everything, they were still family down the line. Family. The word made Naruto narrow his eyes as he glared at the back of one of the ANBU watching her. How dare they treat his family with such disrespect? Letting them live in this house that was ready to collapse, invading their privacy, and everything else he had yet to see. While fighting the urge to commit a full-on slaughter of the ANBU watching her, he noticed something that made his worry and confusion come back in full. On her arm were several teeth marks. It covered her entire arm, all the way from the end of her short-sleeved shirt and down to the start of her wrist. Some of the markings were even overlapping. Grabbing his camera again, he took a picture of it and was about to place it back in his shuriken pouch, when he looked at the clothes she was wearing. Well, if you could call what she was wearing clothes. The things she wore, Naruto would call white and red rags. Taking another picture of that, Naruto heard the door creak again. Raising a brow, he looked at the door and realized he had momentarily forgotten one important thing. It was a mom and a daughter that he was supposed to watch. So as the door opened, Naruto watched with great curiosity as a small child, no older than Sasuke, stepping outside of the house. He smiled a bit, because of the huge smile she wore as she ran up to her mom. He chuckled a bit at the sight. Her mother was trying to do laundry in the basket that she had pulled up from the well, but the child was running around and distracting her. So, she was an energy bomb, a typical Uzumaki. Taking a picture of the duo, Naruto finally stuffed the camera back into his pouch and decided just to watch for a while. He needed to keep his distance, for now, no matter how much he wanted to go down and greet them. But with the ANBU watching, he couldn't take the chance. He sighed a bit. He also wanted to just go down there and take them with him to the leaf. But he didn't have enough evidence yet. What he had gathered was just evidence of being poor, not the evidence on the abusive treatment he needed. The only thing suspicious was the ANBU watching. What made them so special, aside from being Uzumaki, that required an entire squad of ANBU there? He would have to find out. But they couldn't be there forever. There had to be an opening when they were being replaced by another squad. Maybe by then, he could go down there and greet them? He grunted at that. It might not be the best idea to do. He could also just place some supplies on their doorstep, knock the door, and then shun away. With how starved they looked, it couldn't hurt. So he made his decision, and sat back against the trunk of the tree but kept his eyes glued onto the duel while keeping his guard up. It wouldn't be so good if the ANBU managed to spot him and get to him. Would it? As midnight came around, Naruto opened his eyes with clear irritation. Pained screams from wounded soldiers had kept him awake the entire night. He had finally fallen asleep around a few hours ago, and now in the middle of the night, he was once again awake because some weak plastic soldier was too much of a wimp. If that sissy asshole doesn't shut the hell up soon, I'm going to blow up the hospital, Naruto muttered to himself with a twitching eyebrow. Yawning a bit, as he felt nature calling, Naruto swung himself off the branch he had been napping on and landed on the ground without a sound. Alright, I'll just leave for 2 minutes, and have a clone watch them in my place and then… What's that? Naruto thought to himself as he saw 3 jounin coming from the village, and toward the Uzumaki's house. What could they be doing here in the middle of the night? Naruto whispered to himself and got ready to capture any potential evidence he needed. The jounin at the front upon reaching the house proceeded to kick the door open. The remaining 2 proceeded to enter the house, and not even 5 minutes later, the same red-haired woman from earlier was pushed out of her own house. What the hell are they doing to her? Naruto growled with narrowed eyes. He wanted to commit a massacre right now, but that wouldn't help anyone. Kaa-chan. The cry of a child brought him back to reality, and he shook his head and proceeded to get the remaining evidence he needed. He watched as the small girl he had been observing with her mother earlier ran out of the house with tears in her eyes. The girl didn't manage to get within 10 feet of her mom before she was ruthlessly slapped to the ground. Get back into your house, you little shit. This whore has work to do. One of them snorted. As her mother saw this, she forced herself out of the grip the 2 other jounin had on her, and rushed to her crying kid on the ground. But before she had any time to comfort her, she was grabbed and pulled by the hair, and thrown back to the 2 jounin again. That 2 grabbed her by the hair, and held her in place. You know the deal. Unless you want to see your daughter as the primary womb for your clan, you're going to cooperate with no objection. That was the deal from Ryujin-sama. The one that had slapped her daughter said. Naruto grabbed the hilt of his sword angrily, but grit his teeth and let go with heavy motions, taking a few deep breaths, before stating to himself, alright, mission first, then I beat the shit out of them. I do need to know how much to make them suffer. After all, it wouldn't do to go too easy on them. Naruto growled to himself while feeling the intensity of his rapidly building bloodlust. When the situation had proceeded to one of the 3 jounin locking the young girl inside the house, and all 3 of them walking away with the mother, Naruto decided it was almost time. Only one thing to figure out now. What were they doing with her? Before doing anything else, he quickly made a clone, giving it the very important task of dispatching the umbu and looking after the little girl, as he narrowed his eyes towards the jounin who were making their way towards the village proper. One way or another, his mission was ending today. Quickly, he began to follow the small group as they made their way into the village, and towards the annoyingly loud hospital, noting how the mother looked more and more resigned to her fate the closer they got before they finally arrived. Upon arrival, the jounin that was dragging her then proceeded to physically throw her into one of the rooms, where from what he could see, dozens of injured shinobi began to line up. Making sure to completely remove his presence, he moved close enough to view what was happening, and he found himself thanking Itachi. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have had enough patience to continue. Anger bubbled within, as his family member was used as a chew toy for the various shinobi that had lined themselves outside. And from what he could sense, every bite from the injured consumed a notable amount of chakra from her. Slowly, if only to keep his anger at bay, he raised the camera, making sure to take enough pictures of the cannibals, but that brought a new question to mind. There were a significant number of injured, but Kusa wasn't at war. What was going on? Once he had enough evidence, he quietly made his way into the hospital, specifically looking for the hospital records. There had to be something going on, for Kusa to have more injured shinobi than even Konoha did on a busy day. And given how they had her treat the ninja, it was likely a common occurrence. If his fears were right, then this should be the nail in the coffin to deal with Kusa and ultimately protect his newfound family. Surprisingly enough, despite the dozens of shinobi that were present at the hospital, security was scarce, scarily so. Almost like this was a common occurrence, and that nothing substantial was going on. Hell, the few mednines that he found were lazing about, almost like they lacked any patients to treat. Finally, after traversing through the hospital for a few minutes, he had found the room which held the medical records. There was only a single staff member around, and they were making their way towards the break room. This didn't make sense. If there were so many patients to treat, shouldn't they be making records of the various problems that the patients have and why they came in? Stealing his resolve, just in case his fears were indeed true, he opened the cabinet that held the records for today, and he was left dumbfounded. 53 files were recorded, all within an hour of his target's arrival. And 53 cases of training-related injuries. Not a single injury was from a mission, or anything critical. No. If anything, most of these injuries were obtained, with the knowledge that they would be injured in the first place. From purposefully poisoning themselves beyond how much they can normally handle, to training in semi-lethal sparring matches. This just didn't make sense, gritting his teeth with a snarl escaping his lips, as he roughly opened his cloak, pushing the documents inside as he quickly crossed his fingers, making a clone that quickly disguised itself to go look after the Uzumaki mother while he made his way out of the hospital undetected. Making his way to the office of the leader in Kusugakure, Naruto's appearance got a large number of curious stares due to his almost obvious lineage, and the Konoha forehead protector that was hanging from his belt. Standing at the front of the quite small building, compared to the Hokage Tower, that the leader apparently worked in, Naruto walked up to two guards that immediately stopped him. "I am here on behalf of Konohagakure, and got a message for your leader that cannot wait. You're here with no words from your Hokage. You are trespassing on Kusa ground, pal." The first guard sneered, making Naruto's expression turn into a large scowl. "Either you tell him that I'm here, or I'll simply walk in there myself. You should be willing to let an ambassador from the greatest nation enter. Consequences could come if you don't," Naruto threatened, sending a glare at the guard. "Little brat, TSK, fine." The man grunted, obviously not okay with this kind of treatment. "That's what I thought." Naruto clicked his tongue as he walked past the two guards, noticing they followed him all the way up to the door. The leader supposedly was behind. Opening the door without as much as knocking, Naruto waltzed right into the office, staring at the middle-aged man that lifted his head from some paperwork laying across his wooden desk. The man narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "And who are you supposed to be? How did you get past security?" Pulling all the files and evidence he had gathered, Naruto slammed them on the man's desk, as the two guards behind him moved dangerously close. "You are housing two members of the Uzumaki clan in this village, and I on behalf of Konoha was sent here to investigate rumors about their mistreatment," Naruto responded, getting straight to the point. "This is an absurd claim. Guards, arrest this man immediately. He is trespassing on this village's soil, and making dangerous political assumptions. Konoha will have to pay dearly for such treatment of our village," the man said in a low, dangerous voice, and the two guards moved in to grab a hold of the blonde. Channeling a bit of his chakra, causing the tension in the air to get thick and heavy, Naruto glared out of the corner of his eyes at the guards, that seemingly stopped in place as he displayed a dangerous warning: mistreatment, inhuman living situation, medical experimentation, forceful abduction from home by your shinobi. This woman is in a life-threatening danger in this village, along with her daughter," Naruto finished, turning his head to face the man again. The man showed off his gritted teeth as he looked over the obvious evidence laying across his desk, while looking dangerously at the two guards behind this intruder that was stuck in their place. "So I, Uzumaki Naruto, with the authority of Konoha, take these two into my custody and under my protection. If you have any further disclaim of this evidence being true, and any more words you feel that needs to be said, feel free to take it with Hiruzen-sama," Naruto said simply, eyeing the man as he grabbed the edges of his desk, seemingly cracking the wood under his fingers. Konoha has no right waltzing into this village making such assumptions. This is trespassing and could be seen as an act of terror or worse, war. Was the response Naruto got out of this. So, you'll deny the obvious and decide to play the political game with Konoha, I see. Can you really afford to make such dangerous acts toward the greatest of the 5 nations, the ally of Tsunegekyo no Sato? That's also one of the great nations? Naruto asked calmly, his eyes still cold as ice. Ryujin-sama, let's call backup and put this freak behind bars. One of the guards that had gotten out of shock said, latching onto the blonde's arm, as he stared dangerously at the blonde. Let go of the ambassador, and go send word for the 2 Uzumaki. Ryujin responded in a low tone, his hair hanging in front of his eyes, covering them as he stared downward at the desk. The guards blinked in shock, but Ryujin-sama, he's an intruder. You got an order, the man said in a low but sharp tone, making the 2 guards flinch before moving out of the room while glaring at the blonde shinobi. What's your source of information? The man asked as he and Naruto were alone in the room. Naruto frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Unimportant. That's a big lie. You cannot waltz into here and make a mere assumption without any credible source of information, Ryujin responded coldly. I have no more words to say in this case. My mouth is sealed by Konoha. Any further conversation will be done between you and Hiruzen-sama, Naruto responded simply. Ryujin chuckled, lifting his head to stare into Naruto's eyes. Heh, so just as I suspected, you are just one of Konoha's lapdogs, barking without biting on their command. You should be careful speaking about Konoha like that in my company. Your situation will be worse in any political matter now. We house the Yamanaka clan, a clan able to dig these memories out in any matter that may come. Do you think it will suit you well for this to be taken into consideration during the process? Naruto responded easily. You got a lot of nerve. Ryujin sneered, his teeth grit tightly together as his fist clenched with anger, turning his knuckles white. But before anything else could be said, the door behind them opened with low creaking noises. Turning his head around, Naruto's heart clenched painfully in his chest as he watched the tired and exhausted Uzumaki mother with black marks under her eyes walked in slowly, holding her daughter's hand as the small girl hid behind her mother's leg. Ryujin-sama, you called for us? The mother stuttered in barely a whisper, fiddling uncomfortably on her feet. Sighing with an annoyed expression, the leader of Kusa snarled out, Yes, Akari. You got a visitor. Deciding that as his cue to speak, Naruto turned around with a small smile. Hey there, Akari-san, I'm an ambassador from Konohagakure no Sato, a former ally of your fallen country. I'm here to take you into Konoha's custody. But why? Have we done a crime against you? She asked, confused, squeezing her daughter's hand as the young girl looked at this blonde man's appearance with curiosity. Chuckling, Naruto crouched down, completely ignoring the leader of Kusa and his 2 guards that had also returned, as he looked at the girl hiding behind her mother's leg. No, nothing of the sorts. We got knowledge of you being mistreated here, and with you being Uzumaki we cannot allow that. Former allies or not, you've always been a people close to us, so I'm here to take you somewhere safer. Shinobi-san, we are citizens of Kusa. Yes, I'm well aware of that fact. But with the mistreatment, Ryujin-san has no choice but to allow me to you to Konoha, unless he wants to be utterly demolished in a political matter that won't be good on any parts, Naruto explained, making the mother look at him with surprise and disbelief. Ka-chan? Who is this man? Her daughter suddenly asked, seemingly not having listened in on the conversation. This is... Naruto facepalmed and shook his head as he walked over and extended his hand. How rude of me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, shinobi and ambassador of Konoha. As Akari was just about to shake this young man's hand, her movement froze as she heard his name. Staring at this blonde boy in disbelief, she opened her mouth. Uzumaki? Yes, I am. I know the hair color might be confusing and all, but my father was blonde. But my mother was indeed of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto explained kindly, his gaze shifting back to the woman's daughter. And who do we have here? He asked softly, crouching down to extend his hand toward the girl. Looking up at her mother, she asked permission to introduce herself to this man without saying a word, but her gaze was more than enough for Akari to understand. Go ahead, sweetie. Akari encouraged with a smile, her head still filled with utter surprise at realizing they weren't the last of her people. Nodding slowly, the child extending her much smaller hand to the blonde as they shook. Hello, mister. I'm Uzumaki Karen. Karen, eh? That's a pretty name. Naruto responded, smiling kind and politely. Blushing a bit out of embarrassment, Karen took her hand back and clutched to her mother's leg. This has gone on long enough. You were here to take these people with you, so if that was all, get out of my sight, Ryujin roared out, slamming his fist onto the table, startling Akari and scaring Karen. You should mind your tone, there is a child in the room. Naruto snarled back, his eyes glowing with danger. I told you to get out. With pleasure. So, if the two of you want to come with me to Konoha, all you got to do is say the words. Naruto said, shifting his gaze, turning back to the Uzumaki duo. Looking at her daughter, Akari noticed that the child was still looking at this blonde boy with great interest before she eventually nodded. Please take care of us, Naruto-san. Very well then, we shall be on our way then. Got anything that you want to take with you back to Konoha? Naruto asked. Nodding her head, Akari scooped her daughter up into her arms. Everything we have here is not of the best quality exactly, but it's all we got, and we have no money to buy anything new. I live in a very big house. My father was the Yondaime Hokage after all, so we got space. If you want to come to live with me, I wouldn't mind having my family close after so long of being alone, Naruto responded politely. Widening her eyes with sorrow and hurt, Akari gazed at the young blonde. Alone? Where are your parents? I know the Yondaime Hokage died, but what about your mother? Died along with dear old Tsusan, I'm afraid, but it's okay. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his golden locks. Nodding her head, unable to find anything to say, Akashi smiled softly. If it isn't too much trouble, we'd like to stay there until we can afford our own place. I'll help you as much as I can around the house and pay you as soon as I can. Excellent, you can stay for as long as you want. I got tons of space and I'm usually not home too much anyhow, so you'll have plenty of privacy. But no need for payment, your family. And this is exactly what family is for. Naruto smiled, walking over toward the door, motioning for the two to follow him. As the united family members left the office, the Uzumaki mother tearing slightly up, and the lands of Kusa, the three Uzumaki calmly traveled toward the border between Kusa and Hai no Kuni. The trip had been filled with small talk. Or it was rather Naruto constantly asking curious questions regarding Uzushio and the Uzumaki culture. Hours were slowly passing by as they made their way out of this hostile country. The journey was slow, and so far uneventful. They managed to get close to the border with no surprises. Yet, Akari was more than happy to answer all the things she could. As they were in the middle of a conversation about how the Uzumaki had gotten such knowledge and interest in seals, they were suddenly interrupted by the third Uzumaki, the youngest member of the party. Karen, feeling a pull at the edge of his cloak, Naruto blinked and leaned forward to curiously stare at the young glasses-wearing girl that looked up at him with such an intense expression on her face. Are you my Aniki now? Naruto blinked a bit before his eyes widened and almost fell over. That word had a lot of meaning, especially to him and his past. It was unexpected that she would call him that, hence his sudden reaction of quietness and flabbergasted shock. Karen Akari started with her eyes widening dangerously. A small blush on her cheeks from embarrassment due to her child's unpredictability. After somewhat recovering, Naruto shrugged and chuckled much to Akari's confusion. I guess I am. He responded calmly with a small smile, his finger busy scratching his cheek sheepishly as he looked slightly uncomfortable. The entire scene made Akari unable to hide a few giggles slipping loose of her lips as she watched the scene unfold. Look, Ka-chan, I got an Aniki too now, Karen yelled with the usual excitement of a child. It was quite amazing, really. The kid seemed to adapt to his presence quickly, but Akari, on the other hand, despite being polite and friendly, was also obviously wary of him and on guard the entire time they had been walking. Akari shook her head at the child's naivety and selfishness. As she opened her mouth to speak, she abruptly stopped herself as something felt wrong. Naruto-san, something is coming from the direction of the village, she whispered, her voice breaking and her body shivering with horror. They had to be coming here to take her back. Why else would they have so many numbers with them? Naruto's eyes widened before narrowing dangerously. The entire atmosphere around them changed and the blonde stepped up in front of them as he looked in the direction of the village. Akari-san. He calmly spoke as he started to feel the increasing number of chakra signatures heading their way at high speeds. Why, yes? She stuttered and pulled her child to her, looking at the back of the lone male Uzumaki present. Sighing, Naruto reached up and grabbed the hilt of his blade sticking up from under his cloak and grasped it tightly. Take Karen and run to the east. If you keep going east, you'll get closer and closer to Hai no Kuni. Should I be unable to join you before you get to the border, tell them you're with Uzumaki Naruto returning from S-rank political matters in Kusa. You shall be kept there in safe surroundings until your statements are either confirmed by myself or Hokage-sama. What about you? There's a lot of people coming this way. Akari whispered the last part hurriedly, her arms clutching around Karen as the child looked beyond terrified. As if she too was realizing the danger ahead, Naruto shook his head in sighs. To her it might seem like many, but to him, it wasn't quite that horrifying. Didn't stop him from getting pissed tough. I'll be right behind you. Just run to the east. Quickly. East? Akari in the heat of the moment was unable to find her sense of direction, looking around slowly. Naruto facepalmed slightly, and pointed into the sky. See the sun? It's going down, which means you run like hell in that direction, he yelled at the top of his lungs and threw his hand toward the direction he meant, while Akari felt like punching herself in the face. Nodding gratefully at him, she scooped her kid up in her arms and started running as fast as her weak and bruised body could carry her. Naruto sighed and turned around again. He was about to reach back up for his sword when a presence leaped out of the woods and landed a few yards away from him. The person that had appeared made him scowl. Ryujin Dano, what do I owe the pleasure? Naruto grunted sarcastically as the middle-aged man stood up with his black locks swaying around in the air. While spitting on the ground between them, Ryujin reached down and placed a hand on a sword he was now carrying by his hip. Cut the crap, brat. Where's the Uzumaki? He demanded while grasping his hand firmly around the handle. He started pulling the blade out of its sheath, revealing a double-edged longsword. This is a bad idea. Naruto sighed and looked around at the woods while keeping his guard up. Around 5 more men were hiding in the trees and bushes around them. Judging from the chakra level they were displaying at the current moment, he'd say they were about Chunin level in strength. Agreed, so hand the Uzumaki over and I'll make sure you'll get painlessly executed. Ryujin agreed with a shrug as he held his sword down along his side. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at that before his gaze turned completely serious with his eyes narrowed dangerously. His sharp blue piercing gaze digging into the mind and soul of the Kusa leader as he smirked devilishly, and almost sadistically. No, what I mean is, the blood of your men will be on your hands, not mine. Ryujin's eyes widened slightly as the words left the blonde's mouth. As he was about to shout out an order for the attack, Naruto had vanished from view. Appearing midair while turning upside down with his head facing toward the ground, Naruto spun around while flipping kunai in between his fingers. Closing his eyes, Naruto allowed his senses to take over as he took a deep breath. There are 5 opponents, and I have 10 kunai. They are hiding, but it doesn't matter. Naruto snapped his eyes open with a grin at that. Twisting and turning around, he started throwing the kunai through the air all around him. As the audible sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the forest, the first kunai Naruto had thrown was hit by the last ones he threw. Landing in a crouched position on the ground, Naruto mentally counted down from 10. As he got to 1, 3 forms fell out of the trees and onto the ground, and the last 2 bodies of Ryujin's shinobi fell face forward out of the bushes with a kunai in their respective neck. Seems like I overestimated them. I thought they were Chunin level in strength, but without the ability to even dodge or deflect a kunai, I've changed my mind and now I'm more thinking academy student. Naruto smirked as the leader of Kusa gritted his teeth so tightly together that it felt like they would crack. You'll pay for that, the man shouted in absolute blinding anger. Naruto scoffed at that and pointed a finger toward him. You were the one who attacked me. Their blood is on your hands, not mine. You stole my property, was the response he got, which made Naruto's usually bright blue eyes darken in color. Scowling angrily, Naruto yelled, They are not your property, they are living people with emotions and feelings, not some emotionless property of your belonging. That's rich coming from you, you're a shinobi, you're a weapon, a tool for your Kage, Ryujin retorted. Snorting at that answer, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. I chose that. I decided I wanted to be a shinobi. I decided I wanted to be of use to my village and nation. They didn't decide to become residents of a martyr. Akari didn't choose to become a chew toy. You decided that in exchange for letting her survive. I've had enough of you. The leader of Kusa shook his head as he swirled his blade around in his grasp before charging forward. Rearing his blade back, he sliced toward the blonde that leaped back and pulled his blade out and swirled around in place, clashing his blade into Ryujin's. And you? Naruto hissed before pushing his blade into Ryujin's, creating a small space for him to charge into an offense. Their blades clashed and slammed together over and over. Sparks of the metals fighting each other flew around them as Naruto went low and swept at Ryujin's legs with his feet. The man noticed in time and backflipped out of the way while pushing his sword back into his sheath. Ryujin landed a few yards back and flipped through hand seals. The blonde was young but quite formidable with a sword. Even in the offense, he had a great defense. Even if he was confident he would win, he didn't have the time to clash with the brat. His property was getting away. Hidden grass secret technique. Grass serpent, Ryujin called out as he slammed his palms together. The grass around him grew rapidly in size before swirling around each other to form a large serpent with fangs and yellow glowing eyes. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight, mentally noting how much this technique seemed to remind him of what he had heard of the Shodaime Hokage's Mokuton. Cursing at himself for not having learned enough Katan ninjutsu to fight this, Naruto flipped through the hand seals to the only fire attack Itachi had managed to teach him so far. Fire is not my primary element, but I hope it'll suffice, the blonde groaned as he flipped into the air while spinning around. As he finished his last seal, ending on the tiger seal, he sweated as he saw the serpent flying up at him. Begging mentally for this to be enough, he took a deep breath, his chest swelling before he opened his mouth and mentally called, "Fire release." Great fireball jutsu, exhaling a large stream of fire that formed into a huge burning globe of fire that crashed right into the heads of the serpent nearing his airborne body. The orb of fire crashed into the grass and immediately started to fight the hostile technique. Burning away at the grass, the embers and ashes of the grass started to fly around him. Much to his pleasure, his technique won the battle and continued down toward the leader of Kusa that had to leap into the air to dodge the blazing globe. Deciding now was a good time to use something from more familiar to him, Naruto flipped through hand seals again as he threw his palms forward. Lightning release, false darkness gritting his teeth as he channeled his chakra into lightning that traveled across his palms. He shot it from his palms in shapes of dark blue spears roaring toward Ryujin. Growling at the boy that was managing to push him, Ryujin thrust his palm toward a tree as his hand shot a long rope of intervened grass out of his palm toward to pull him out of harm's way. Such a damn peasant, Ryujin roared in anger and frustration, pulling out what seemed to be endless kunai and shuriken he threw in the blonde's direction. Naruto scoffed at the sight and pulled his blade out again and started to easily deflect the incoming projectiles. As the last kunai was near him, he calculated its flight route and stabbed the tip of his sword into the hole at the bottom of the handle and swirled around before he hurling the kunai back at the enemy. Ryujin was slightly taken back by the move and felt his shoulder slit open by the kunai grazing through his clothes and skin. Grasping the cut tightly with his palm, his veins throbbed as he growled angrily. Landing on the ground again, Naruto channeled lightning around his body to increase his strength and momentum drastically. Launching himself off the ground, he flew forward and first threw his sword at Ryujin, who desperately grasped his own and dragged it out of the sheath to block the blade with sparks flying around the clashing metals. Having created his intended opening, Naruto flew in close and grabbed the man's wrist to lock the blade in place, kneeing him in the gut and doubling him over. Then, Naruto quickly reared his fist into position to send a devastating uppercut into the man's chin, punching up into the man's face as hard as he could. Using this moment to pull the sword out of the man's grasp, Naruto grabbed his own airborne blade and went for a dual-wielded cut down that Ryujin, despite his disorientation, managed to leap away from with blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Deciding enough was enough, Ryujin flipped his hands into a half-ram's seal and mentally called out, "Hidden grass secret technique." Poison cloud mist. With his cheeks swelling, he expelled a dark green mist flying at blinding speeds out of his mouth toward Naruto, whose eyes widened as he brought his arms wielding the two blades to shield his face. Coughing wildly, Naruto leaped as fast as he could backward and out of the smoke cloud, coughing into his sleeve as he felt his vision start to blur. and his muscles starting to go numb. Shit, a cloud of poison mist just as toxic as the purple python's venom. You shouldn't even be standing, but I guess that it wasn't just the two females that were formidable. Uzumaki Ryujin roared as he seemingly appeared out of nowhere and punched the blonde in the side of his face, sending him crashing into the ground and rolling across the forest floor. I couldn't even see him. Naruto cursed, mentally thanking his lineage and tenant for already fighting the poison before it became too much for him to even stand. Noticing movement to his right, Naruto lifted his palm to block an incoming fist but gaped with salvia flying from his mouth as a kick was planted firmly in his gut. Unable to fly back from the grip on his fist, Naruto lifted his head to growl but was instead punched on top of his head and sent flying face first into the ground. Ryujin took this chance to grab a kunai and thrust down toward the blonde's neck, but the sound of metal getting drawn made Naruto's eyes widen. Flying to his knees, Naruto grabbed the man's wrist and used all the strength he could gather in his poisoned state to kick the side of the man's knee, bringing him down kneeling so he could punch him right in the nose, sending him falling backward with a yelp. "You damn brat!" Ryujin roared and flew up to punch Naruto's face as hard as he could, sending the blonde's head flying backward with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Not stopping there, Ryujin grabbed the blonde's hair and tried to stab him in the throat with the kunai from before. Naruto looked on with widened eyes as he brought up his hand to block it again, but the action was slightly too late. Instead of blocking the wrist, he blocked the blade with his palm, the blade stabbing right through it. "Are you the dumbest person alive?" Ryujin taunted while Naruto just smirked tiredly while groaning in pain. Lightning release. Grasping his fingers as hard as he could around the kunai and Ryujin's hand, he groggily formed a hand seal with his free hand and started to emit as much lightning he could from his pierced hand. Electromagnetic murder. The metal instantly directed it into Ryujin's hand and arm as Naruto held him in place as he proceeded to fry the man's flesh. As he started to feel the effect of the poisons getting weaker and weaker until the point he barely noticed it, he mentally scowled and thanked the Kyuubi for breaking down the poison this fast. Pulling his palm backward to release it from the kunai, Naruto hissed in pain as blood ran down his hand and arm from his wrist. Ryujin, who was too busy cradling his arm in pain, didn't get time to notice Naruto swirling up to his feet and kicking him straight in the face, sending him propelling back into a tree. Panting heavily, Naruto waltzed over and grabbed his sword and placed it in its sheath before grabbing the hilt of Ryujin's sword that he had snatched from his grasp earlier. He could still feel the effect of the poisons in his systems, his vision and senses were getting better, but he still had a hard time feeling his legs. Bringing up the sword he had stolen, he panted harshly while starting to slowly walk over toward Ryujin, whose arm was still smoking from the burns that had burned his sleeve to a crisp along with his skin. Spotting Naruto coming closer, he grabbed a kunai and charged forward, clashing his blade into the sword of the still poisoned Uzumaki, who deflected it with the long sword. Slamming the kunai out of the man's grasp, Naruto kicked him the gut and grabbed his hair before placing the tip of the blade at the man's throat. "It's over." Ryujin looked on in horror as he felt the defeat. He had been bested by a brat. A Konoha lapdog. How could it have come to this? He didn't get more time to speculate before he was hit in the neck by the hilt of his own sword, instantly knocking him out cold. Naruto panted heavily and looked at the blade. Chuckling tiredly, he sighed, "Spoils of war." He chuckled and reached down to grasp the sheath Ryujin had been wearing, placing it around his waist to carry the sword by his hip before fishing a roll of bandages out of his shuriken pouch. As he started to wrap his arm up, his sweat dropped a bit. I guess Itachi was right. Going easy on your opponent is a bad thing. I almost lost. Kaa-chan? My feet hurt. The young redhead whined softly up at her mom as the two Uzumaki ran side by side over one of the last bridges there were before they'd get to the Konoha outpost, their hands tightly clasped together. Akari panted hard as she reached down to pull her kid up into her weakening grasp again. She hadn't felt the presence of the incoming enemy in a while, but at the same time, she hadn't felt Naruto's either. "We're almost there." Akari panted and panted hard as she stopped at the end of the bridge to catch her breath. She couldn't sense any danger, so she put her daughter down again to rest. Her face was getting pale, and her clothes drenched in sweat. "Keika-chan? Are you okay?" Karen asked worriedly as Akari smiled weakly and held onto the railing of the bridge, her vision starting to go slightly blurry. Nodding tiredly, Akari's knees started to shake as she whispered through panting breaths, "Why yes dear, Ka-chan is okay." She barely got to finish before her eyes went dark, and she slumped down against the bridge. Ka-chan. Karen screamed horrified and slumped down beside her mom, shaking her limp form wildly with a terrified expression covering her face, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes before running down her cheeks. Naruto, who had been running all he could to catch up with the two, got to the bridge about 10 minutes later. Racing over the bridge as he ran as fast as he could, his legs still feeling wobbly from the poison, he almost fell as he noticed Akari's form collapsed on the bridge with her daughter over her. Crouching down, the blonde panted heavily and got down beside Karen and asked hurriedly with wide eyes, "Karen, what happened?" He almost shouted as the small girl snapped her head up to look up at him as she hugged her mom's arm. "Aniki? Ka-chan just fell over. She said she was okay." The girl sobbed as she clung to her. Naruto mentally felt relieved. There hadn't been an attack. Now wasn't the time to rest though. Leaning over her, he quickly placed the fingers at her throat and exhaled slowly and relieved that there still was a pulse. "Your mother is alive, but this doesn't look like normal fatigue. I'm no medic, but the marks on her arms are having an odd color too." Naruto whispered gently and held the woman's arm in his grasp. The bite marks were changing into a more purple or blue color. Will she be okay?" Karen stuttered and looked up at him with teary eyes. Naruto bit his lips slightly and looked a bit guilty. He honestly didn't know. He didn't even dare to move her in this state. He couldn't tell if it was safe to move with her all the way to Konoha. And could Konoha even help with this? It wasn't a normal sick state. It looked like some intense chakra poisoning. Lifting Akari into his arms, Naruto walked with her and Karen in tow under a tree to place her down in the shadows. Pulling his cloak off to reveal his sword sheath that had been covered, he rolled the piece of clothing together to form a makeshift pillow to place under her head. Reaching into his shuriken pouch, he pulled out some bandages and drenched them in some cold water and placed on her forehead. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Naruto looked on at the still-out mother with her daughter quietly running her small hand through her hair. Sighing softly to himself, Naruto walked out behind a tree and bit his thumb, placing his hand on the ground as he quietly mumbled, summoning jutsu. A small cloud of smoke popped into existence, and as it cleared, a small orange toad appeared before him. "Yo bro, what's poppin'? Tone it down, Gamakichi. This is not the time for cheerfulness." Naruto sighed, making the small toad raise a brow at him amused. "That's oddly dull of you." Naruto shook his head and sighed again while handing the toad a small note. "Sorry for being so abrupt this time, but there is a life on the line here. Give this to the Hokage and tell him I'm requesting the location of her." "Who is her?" Gamakichi asked, confused. Naruto shushed him and waved his hand. "Aji-san will know who I'm talking about. Please, just be on your way." Fine, but there better be snacks the next time." Dusk finally arrived as the woods darkened around them. Naruto had moved them to a more secure location and started a fire, along with creating about 20 clones to create a perimeter of security as they hid about the forest. They would have to get out of there soon. It was only a matter of time before Ryujin would have the woods swept for their presence, and he needed her location to treat Akari. While Naruto loved his village, the medical scene had taken a turn for the worse after the slug Sannin, Senju Tsunade, had left the village in sorrow. Opening his eyes that he had been resting for a few minutes, he looked down beside him to see Akari still out cold, looking somewhat better but still in a bad shape. Her fever was going down, but the bite marks on her arms kept getting a worse and worse appearance. Looking down beside her, he smiled softly at the sight of Karen tucking her small form up against her mother's side, under her arm. Hearing a soft sound from the bushes and beside them, the blonde looked over with a raised brow to see Gamakichi, who had finally returned. Standing up on his feet, Naruto quietly walked in between the bushes and crouched down in front of the toad. "What do you have for me, buddy?" he asked in a quiet tone to make sure he didn't wake the others up by accident. Gamakichi held up a sealed scroll with a proud grin. "Location delivered as requested, bro." He responded as Naruto nodded gratefully and grabbed the scroll. Upon unsealing and rolling it out, he mentally sighed in relief. The location was near Kuni, the lands of hot springs, tourist attractions, and gambling. No wonder she was over there. The nightlife was probably quite entertaining. Kuni was about as far away as Konoha was from this location, and while she wasn't out of the country, she was in one of the few cities that had a lot of influences from its neighbor. Was that all, bro? Gamakichi yawned, making Naruto chuckle as he nodded gratefully toward his summon. Yes, Gamakichi, thanks for the help. Naruto thanked him, but the toad just waved him off before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, returning back home. Waltzing back into camp, Naruto sighed softly. He didn't want to stay in hostile territory longer than he needed to, but Akari was sick and every minute could be important. He had already waited longer than he wanted to. Crouching down, Naruto pulled the blade off his back and sealed it into a scroll that he tucked away into his shuriken pouch. He'd have to carry them both, and the sword would be in the way. Gently shaking Karen's shoulder, he smiled apologetically at her as he held a finger up to his mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Karen yawned as she sat up tiredly, looking confused up at the blonde Uzumaki who was putting the fire out. Aniki, it's still dark. I know, I'm sorry. I've gotten the location I need, and I don't want to waste any more time. We'll travel by night. Naruto explained softly and turned around with his back toward her, signaling for her to get on. Karen blushed slightly and looked a bit uncertain. After taking a deep breath, she swung her smaller arms around the blonde's neck and climbed onto his back, holding her body in place by wrapping her legs around onto his stomach. Comfortable? Naruto asked quietly as he crouched down beside Akari and started to seal away his cloak that he had been letting her borrow as a pillow. No. Karen pouted at him. Yeah, I know. Naruto chuckled a bit amused before scooping Akari up in his arms again. The woman was so light that it really made him quite uncomfortable. She needed a proper meal soon. Time was ticking, they had to leave now. Hang on tight, Karen, it's going to be a long trip, Naruto warned before jumping off the ground and into the woods, using the branches of the trees to increase his momentum as they disappeared into the night, the clones he had created traveling along with them in the shadows, guarding them against any attack that could come. As the sunrise started to show, Naruto started to slow down as the noise of a city started to get closer to his ears. Landing on the last branch of the forest, he started to look over his destination. A gambling hub for travelers going to and from between the High-no-Kuni and Yu-no-Kuni. The village was indeed a nice sight. It was filled with high-class luxury gambling halls and hotels. Placing Akari down for a second on the branch, he heard Karen yawn softly on his shoulder with her eyes opening and closing from sleepiness. Reaching into his pocket, he looked at the address that the Hokage had gotten him. Luckily for him, he had been here before on a mission and had stayed at the exact same address to, practice his luck at gambling while he had some time to kill. Sighing, he pocketed the note again and lifted the woman up again before using the shunshin to get there faster whilst avoiding prying eyes. Landing at the front entrance, Naruto sneaked in past the lady at the front desk and started to slowly make his way up the stairs. Luckily for him, there was no one in the hallway to give him funny looks. Slowly walking down the hallway, looking at all the numbers on the doors, he got to the end and finally got the number he was looking for. B213, he whispered and crouched down to let Karen get off his back, which she hurriedly did. Yawning loudly, she stretched with a sleepy look, black bags under her eyes as she could barely keep herself awake. Can you knock for me? Naruto asked with a smile, to which Karen just nodded without saying a word before knocking a few times on the door, as they heard shifting on the other side of the door. A loud yell of frustration was heard from within the room, making Karen seek out a hiding spot behind Naruto's legs. Naruto's sweat dropped at that and watched the door with interest. I swear to God I'll skin alive whoever dares wake me up so early in the morning, came a loud roar from within, as the door was flung open to reveal a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair. She was an above-average height, and had noticeably large eyes. She stopped at the door's opening for a moment, and narrowed her eyes before smirking with a small grin. Without saying a word to him, she left the door open and walked back in. Shizen Blondie is here and he is carrying a woman with him, she shouted without a care in the world. What are you talking about, Tsunade-sama? Came a tired groan from within a few seconds after. Naruto's sweat dropped more at that and heard more footsteps coming as a teen a bit taller than him with shoulder-length black hair and onyx eyes came into the doorframe. Naruto-kun, what a pleasant surprise. What do we owe the pleasure? And, why are you carrying a red-headed woman? Naruto frowned at that and motioned with his head down at the kid behind his legs. Shizen looked down curiously and her eyes widened at the sight of a young red-headed girl hiding behind the blonde's legs. I need your assistance. This woman is Akari Uzumaki, and this young one is Karen Uzumaki, her daughter. I was on a mission to Kusa to retrieve these two from an abusive environment, but Akari passed out and have been out cold for what I would guess is 10 to 12 hours. It looks serious, and I don't think Konoha's hospitals have what it takes, so I came here. Please help me, Naruto whispered, looking into the older girl's eyes with a rare pleading look. Shizen opened her mouth to answer when the slug Sannin yelled from within the room. Bring her in here and lay her on the bed and I'll take a look. But you know the deal, Blondie. Naruto smiled with relief and hurriedly got inside with Karen in tow. Getting to the bed, Naruto laid Akari down and placed a pillow under her head. Tsunade yawned and stretched with a groan as she spotted the kind behind Naruto's legs. Since when did you become a dad? Naruto started coughing wildly as he choked on his own spit. And no, as I said to Shizen-chan, this is Karen Uzumaki. She is the daughter of Akari here, Naruto said as he pointed between the two female Uzumakis with his index finger. Calm down, Gaki, I'm just teasing you. Tsunade roared with laughter as she walked over to the woman on the bed. She was hiding her interest with humor, but she had been willing to help ever since he mentioned who he had with him. It was no secret that her grandmother was Mito Uzumaki, and she had been friendly with Kushina Uzumaki before she passed. She had thought Naruto was the only one left, but here he was, dragging two more to her doorstep. Shizen, take a look at the girl. If she is from the same place she might be sick too, Tsunade ordered, and Shizen quickly nodded and moved toward the young girl who kept hiding behind the blonde. Naruto patted the top of her head, slightly startling her as she looked up at him. It's okay, Karen, these people are friends. Tsunade over there has Uzumaki blood too, her grandmother was an Uzumaki. You can trust them, they'll make your mother better in no time. Karen, still uncertain, slowly made her way out from her hiding place, looking up at the dark-haired woman who slowly extended a hand down to her, which she looked up at Naruto before grabbing. We'll do what we can, but in the meantime, you're going to take a shower, Blondie. You stink. Tsunade snorted while pulling Akari's sleeves up with a horrified look. Those marks on her arms were beyond disgusting to look at. Where had Naruto found her again? Naruto pouted at that and started to walk toward the bathroom. Yeah, you try fighting the leader of Kusa without starting to sweat. As he was walking past Shizen, who had placed Karen on a chair, the older girl looked down at his arm that was swaying by his side as he walked. Standing up, she grabbed his wrist, making him look at her funnily. What? He asked, confused, as she pulled the hand covered in bloody bandages up to her face. You're injured, she states simply and starts to unroll a poorly done bandage off his hand to reveal a completely healed palm. But there was so much blood, she notes with a beyond confused expression. Come on now, you know what I house and who I am. The hole was gone hours ago. I just didn't have time to remove the bandage because I was on my way here. Naruto smirked a bit at that as Shizen huffed and threw the bandage into the trash can. I'm still going to have you go through a checkup when you're done showering, Shizen said with a small pout as she crouched down before Karen again. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop again, waving her off as he entered the bathroom and started to unseal some fresh clothes and seal away his dirty ones. Turning on the hot water, he sighed and stepped into the shower, washing away the blood, dirt, and sweat from the day before. After wiping his face dry with a towel, Naruto threw it up on a rack in the bathroom before starting to get dressed. Pulling on his clothes slowly, Naruto yawned a bit before finally putting his ANBU armor back in place, feeling his sore body everywhere. Great job, moron, you really shouldn't have gone easy on him, Naruto mutters, but mostly to himself as he opens the door into the hotel room, watching Tsunade busy working on Akari with her palms glowing green around her arms. Took you long enough? Had a fun time with yourself in the shower? Tsunade teased with a smirk, making Naruto's cheeks turn light pink as he huffed at her. Shizen, on the other hand, almost choked on her own salvia, her cheeks rosy red as Karen looked beyond confused at them. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto muttered with an embarrassed look. Glancing over at Akari, Naruto frowned a bit as he looked over at Tsunade expectantly. Tsunade sighed a bit at his glance as her hands stopped glowing green, and rested her palms on her thighs. She was suffering from a severe case of chakra exhaustion, the marks on her arms being the source of the infection. She had been exposed to far too many chakra natures. May I ask what the reason behind these marks are? People heal from biting her, Naruto stated simply with a dark look before shaking it off his face. Will she be okay? He then asked, Karen also looking at the blonde woman as Shizen finished her checkup on the girl. Tsunade gave a soft smile and nodded. She will be, but her body has been fighting to survive for a long time. It's a miracle she hasn't passed out from chakra poisoning months ago. If you hadn't brought her when you did, she could have died in a few days, but as it seems now, she will, with enough rest and following checkups, be okay. I don't know when she will wake up, though I'm assuming a few days. Naruto sighed with relief and slumped down in a chair as he ran a hand through his damp hair. Thank God. So, I guess this means we have a lot of time to kill. You look tired, Gaki. Go relax at the hot springs on the other side of the border. They are quite famous for a reason. We'll look after these two, right, Shizen? Tsunade sighed and shifted her gaze to her young apprentice, who just nodded with a smile as she prepared a bed for the young tired Karen. Hi, Tsunade-sama. You can rest assured that these are in safe hands. Shizen quickly agreed as Naruto sighed, deciding that his armor wasn't needed anyway as he started to pull off his forearm guards and A&B vest to lay in the corner. But remember our deal, Gaki, this isn't free. Tsunade reminded him with a smirk. Naruto just sighed at that and waved her off, knowing what she meant. Without saying another word to her, Naruto waltzed over and crouched down in front of Karen as he carefully placed a hand in her hair to ruffle it gently. I'm going to go out for a bit. You can rest here. Shizen-chan over there has prepared a bed for you so you can rest, and hopefully, your mom will be awake soon. Karen could only nod sleepily. Her brain was not able to go much longer before she would pass out on the floor. Naruto smiled softly at the girl and picked her up to gently place her under the covers of the bed, pushing a pillow under her head as he tucked her in. Comfortable? He asked and stood tall again. Why, yeah. When will you be back, Aniki? She asked sleepily, making the two older women that were awake in the room chuckle a bit. When did he say he saved them? She already called him Aniki. Slumping down against the wall, she felt powerless and weak as she stared up at the hooded man. Ryuzaki-sama is a water release user. He has a sword and that's all I know. Please believe me, I have never fought along with Ryuzaki-sama before. I don't know anything else. She wailed out. Naruto felt truly sorry for this girl. She had been put in harm's way by her village, and he doubted she was anything above Chunin at most. He wanted to spare her, but if Kusa had to know the hard way that he wasn't to be messed with, he couldn't leave any survivors. Unless he wanted one to tell the tale and give a message. As promised, I'll let you live. Tell Ryujin Dano that if he dares to mess with Konoha again, I won't spare his shinobi any more mercy. But if I see your face ever again, I will take my mercy back and feed you limp by limp to the Shinigami. Naruto threatened as he released a bone-chilling killing intent all over the hallway, making the woman cry out in fear as she rapidly nodded. With a swift blow to her neck, she gasped with salvia flying out of her mouth as she was knocked out by Naruto's hand. The side of his hand had been chopped right into her neck, making her vision go black as she passed out against the floor. Shaking his head at the bloodshed he had committed, Naruto sighed and pulled out the sword he had taken from Kusa, out of its sheath. This sword had belonged to his enemy's father, and to be sure his message came through to this Ryuzaki fellow. He would cut him down with his own father's blade. Not that the message would have much meaning when he was dead. Yet the sour justice would be a sweet pleasure for Naruto. He didn't enjoy bloodshed, but he would do anything to make sure his family was safe. Ryuzaki of Kusa was standing outside of the hot springs. He had taken great pleasure in hearing all of the screams echoing from inside. His father had been weak and overconfident in his ability to take down one man. He wouldn't be so foolish. He loved and respected his old man, but he needed a stronger will for the sake of Kusa. As the door creaked open, he narrowed his eyes as one of his shinobi came slowly waltzing out through the door. I had heard the tales of the Yondaime Hokage's son, yet I never believed fully that he was indeed as powerful as the stories and bingo book suggests. The man he had been talking to fell limply down to the ground, revealing the cloaked Naruto, who chuckled and reached up to pull his hood down. So as I thought, you do indeed have some sensory skills. It surprised me that someone was able to take out all of my clones. It indeed did surprise me. Kusa produces some of the best shinobi. It's an insult to our nation that you think so little of us. Ryuzaki snorted as he flicked some of his dark locks out of his face. His sharp narrowed eyes glaring daggers at this blond boy that was daring to stand above his dead shinobi, holding his father's sword in his hand as it belonged to him now. Snorting with laughter, Naruto leaned down to wipe the sword's blade clean on the dead man's clothes, adding more salt to Ryozaki's wounds as the man clenched his fist tightly, digging his nails into his palm to draw a few droplets of blood. If some of the best were taken down so easily, I think I should dub myself the next Shinobi no Kami. This was a pathetic bunch. They cried and begged for mercy. What were they? Genin level? Chunin maybe? Naruto snorted as he pushed the corpse away with the tip of his foot. They were mere cannon fodder to weaken the enemy. They served their purpose. You've yet to experience the real challenge. I doubt you'll surrender, so let's see what the oh-so-great Uzumaki Naruto has to offer, Ryuzaki roared out, and Naruto could have sworn he saw the image of Ryujin behind him. Father like son indeed. Shaking his head, Naruto lifted the blade and decided to put it to the test. Kusa had produced great weapons in the past, so he wanted to see if this one lived up to the tales. Lightning crackled around his fist as the entire edge was surrounded by a dark blue coat of lightning, the sparks of electricity flying off the blade. I went easy the last time, I'm not going to make that mistake twice, Naruto thought to himself, as he disappeared from sight. Appearing straight beside Ryuzaki, who scowled and backflipped away from the lightning-fast sword that roared with the lightning-coated slicing through the air. Ryuzaki flipped a few feet away, the wind rushing through his hair as he flipped through hand seals at a quick pace. Don't underestimate me like I would fall for such a pathetic attack, he shouted back with angry veins forming all over his face. Water release, water serpents, he roared out, and the entire ground started rumbling. The roof of the hot springs establishment flew off, as 3 huge serpents, made out of the boiling water, flew into the air. Snorting, Naruto leaped straight into the air and above the 3 serpents, his hand letting go of the sword as it swirled in the air beside him. His hands going through hand seals at light speed as his hands crackled with lightning. Lightning release bullet, splitting powerful breath, Naruto calmly called out as he spread his palm that was immediately covered in blinding blue lights of condensed lightning chakra. Thrusting his hand forward, he unleashed a splitting lightning bolt that wrapped all around the 3 serpents. Narrowing his eyes as the serpents inched closer by the second, Naruto clenched his fists tightly together as the lightning powerfully squeezed the water jutsu. With an agony-filled cry, the 3 serpents exploded into a shower of burning hot water. Landing on a nearby ceiling, it didn't take Naruto a moment before he had finished his next series of hand seals. Thrusting both lightning-covered palms forward this time, he called out, "Lightning release, false darkness!" 2 identical dark blue spears of lightning sprung out of his palms with a thunderous roar. Ryuzaki almost didn't have any time to react before he had to form a water wall to protect himself. The water-based defense barely managed to form in time before it was destroyed without mercy. The electrolyzed water exploding all over him as his body burned with the paralyzing electricity running through his veins. Groaning with gritted teeth, Ryuzaki kneeled down and fumbled with his sword to get out of its sheath, his semi-paralyzed body barely reacting to his brain's commands. "Why, you got some nerve," he muttered out with a shaking body that was still twitching from the lightning attack, his sword barely grasped as he almost dropped it onto the ground at the sound of a loud thunderclap beside him. Without time to turn his head, a powerful lightning-coated fist was striking his cheek with such velocity and power that it sends him flying at light speed into the hot springs, crashing through wall after wall. The audible sound of bones cracking met his ears as he winced loudly in pain. Naruto stood calmly back in place as the lightning that had been covering his feet and hands disappeared. Reaching his hand into the air, he grabbed the hilt of the sword he had let go of earlier and quickly sheathed it in its sheath. "You speak so proudly of Kusa's powerful shinobi, but yet I have to see any. I was foolish enough to hold back against your old man. I won't make the same mistake twice. Seems like I overestimated your power as a censor as well, or maybe you were just too slow." the blonde taunted. Don't mock my power! The loud roar came from the former nice hot springs. The cry of the rage of despair was followed with a huge water dragon tearing down the rest of the place as it flew into the sky, glaring down at Naruto's form. Your ignorance shall be your downfall just as it nearly was mine. Naruto sighed and flipped through some similar hand seals and raised his fist into the air again, the splitting lightning bolt springing out of his arm to crash right into the mouth of the water dragon. The water dragon exploded above the surrounding houses, raining with hot electrolyzed water. Ryuzaki came flying out of the remains of the destroyed water dragon, his sword held high as his skin was severely burned all over his body. Attempting to cut down at Naruto, the blonde easily sidestepped and drew both of his blades, one quickly blocking and redirecting another swift attack from the Kusa shinobi, and the remaining one getting jammed right down through the man's thigh to split it open. Ryozaki's eyes widened with horror as he cried out in pain. He looked down and watched the blood pour out of his leg as the sword was mercilessly yanked out of his leg, cutting the wound even further open. His eyes were so filled with anger and fury, the pain in his blood-soaked leg ignored as he stood up and attempted to cut Naruto down with blind fury behind each swing of his sword. Naruto started to feel pity for this man as well. He was like an exact copy of his former opponent, Ryujin. Seemed like this overconfident behavior was a family trait, or perhaps just the way of Kusa. Sighing to himself while evading every quick slash and stab, the blonde felt no pattern or strategy behind any of these attacks. Ryuzaki was like a wounded animal. Shaking his head again, Naruto drew his sword out of its sheath and channeled his lightning chakra through it. Deciding to put an end to the man's misery, he blocked the next incoming slash at his chest and pushed the man back. The pain in Ryozaki's leg started to show itself more and more, almost unable to move back as the blonde forced him into the defense yet again. He was forced to bring his own up to block an incoming attack, the clashing of their blades sending sparks of lightning all over his face and into his eyes. Groaning loudly, he fell onto his rear, holding his sword up as the blonde cut at him over and over again. The lightning-filled blade was proving more and more dominant. The blade in Ryuzaki's hand starting to get more and more red glowing from the heat, and the blade soon snapped in half and he dropped the hilt. His palms filled with burn marks as his flesh was smoking. Naruto frowned with the pity all over his face. He could without a second thought strike him down here in self-defense. It wouldn't hurt Konoha or anyone. He was the one that got attacked after all. And the village surely wouldn't mind that he took the life of the man terrorizing their home. Ryozaki's face got crazier and crazier as his eyes bulged out of his head. Don't you have the balls to do it? Are you some pathetic weakling? Is this all Konoha has to offer? A spineless coward. Ryuzaki never got to say another word as the lightning-coated blade was stabbed right in through his mouth, escaping the back of his neck as his eyes became dull and lifeless. You can insult me, but insult my home or family and I won't spare you any mercy, Naruto muttered primarily to himself. His opponent was too dead to hear it after all. Akari had been hearing the tons of screams and cries of battle. Somehow this lone section of the hot springs hadn't been torn down during the fight, but she had heard the roof and walls getting torn down around her and Karen. Speaking of Karen, the child was hiding her mother's clothes as the two clones stood guard on each side of the door. She gasped when the two clones suddenly vanished out of existence, leaving two small clouds of smoke behind. Soon the sound of echoing footsteps on the wooden floor outside of the became louder and louder, before stopping right outside of the closet she was hiding in. Holding up her kunai, she was getting ready until she heard Karen mutter, "Ayaniki," blinking at her daughter's words, and sensed out the area. With a soft sigh, she lowered the kunai. It was just Naruto. Opening the door up, she was immediately greeted with the sight of Naruto soaked in blood and looked him all over. "Naruto? Are you alright? What happened to you?" she asked with worry evident in her voice. I'm alright." He chuckled with embarrassment, scratching the back of his head. Akari narrowed her eyes skeptically at him and stood out of the closet, Karen following right behind her as she looked him over. "You're covered in blood," she stated, and Naruto felt like face-palming at his point. "It isn't mine, so don't worry. I didn't get wounded this time around." He kept chuckling in a soft manner. While he hadn't held back, he hadn't gone all out either. He wouldn't unless it was needed of him, and this Ryuzaki was at his highest B rank from what Naruto could experience before he had cut him down. You need a change of clothes. She huffed a bit. This blonde baka had made her worry, but she was joy-filled that he was unharmed and well. The ruckus outside almost made her think otherwise. Naruto just dumbly nodded. She was also starting to sound like Kushina now. It was truly terrifying to witness. Yeah, but first I want to get the hell out of here. I'm so done with vacations. Naruto chuckled, making Karen giggle slightly as she wiped her tearful eyes. Akari huffed again and bonked him on the head. Language, there is a child present. Itai hi, I'm sorry. The next few hours were spent getting thanked by the villagers. Naruto was getting endless gifts and even some more lewd offers for having saved their town. The hot springs owners were sulking and pouting at their ruined establishment, mumbling about how they would explain this to the insurance companies. Before leaving the area, Naruto had gotten rid of the dead bodies and sealed Ryozaki's body inside a scroll. The man had been the son of a village leader, and had been rather rude and loathsome like his old man. So, the least he could do as repayment was being cashed in as a bounty, and before they had left Kuni, they had gotten much-needed showers and new clothes. Naruto practically had to beg them to let him pay, since they were so dead set on repaying him for saving their village from the monsters that had invaded their home. Little did they know it was actually him that had brought them here by saving his family. But they didn't need to get their good moods ruined by knowing that. Akari was now wearing some black skin-tight pants and a long-sleeved red shirt. Karen was wearing the same as she had been gifted earlier when they had been with Tsunade and Shizun, and Naruto just settled for some plain black and white clothes despite Akari's pleas of him getting some more color into his outfit. Naruto had pouted and asked what was wrong with his clothes, and Akari had just shaken her head at him and stated he looked plainer than a boring wall without any color. A hit to his pride would be an understatement. Not that he had much pride in the first place outside of battle, so here they were after a long week, walking side by side through the woods toward Konoha. Naruto and Akari chatting slightly about more Uzumaki stuff and history, while Karen was getting a piggyback ride from her Aniki. Naruto was pretty deep into the conversation, so he didn't notice Karen pulling and playing slightly with his spiky blonde locks, questioning ever so often how they were so soft while looking so spiky. To say Naruto had an interest in the Uzumaki's use of Fuinjutsu would be an understatement, and so their journey continued, and soon they would be home. Back in Konoha where the Uzumaki should from now on belong. Akari, who had held a small break in her stories, looked up at the blonde and gained the very first grin Naruto had ever seen on her. And it was a teasing one at that. So, tell me more about this Mikoto. Oh, you got to be kidding me. The rest of their journey toward Konoha had been uneventful. Naruto had carried them through the night with the help of a clone, and now at sunrise, the Uzumaki trio had finally, after a long and tiring trip, arrived at the large gates of Konoha. Akari and Karen were standing still in front of the gates, as Uzushio had been quite big in Akari's eyes, but the walls of Konoha alone was enough to give the word big an entirely new meaning to her. The parts of the village that were visible was also adding a lot of meaning to the word. Come on, we're almost there. Naruto chuckled as he led the two redheads into Konoha. It was quite the challenge to keep them focused, as their eyes kept wandering all over the place from the large buildings to the various shinobi everywhere, to even the market district and other kids playing around in the streets. Akari blinked a few times before nodding, following the blonde through his home village. Karen was almost getting lost every other second. So many people and other kids invited her to play. She was a bit hesitant to say yes to them, especially when her mom came and picked her up, saying they had places to be. Naruto chuckled at the sight and reached up to ruffle Karen's hair. Don't worry, we can come back another time. He reassured her, making her blush slightly at the ruffling of her already slightly messy red hair. And with that being said, they continued throughout the village. It was truly a wonderful place in the female Uzumaki's eyes. So much to see, so much to experience. It was much bigger and more welcoming than Kusa had ever been toward them all the time they had been living there. All the stands offered the foreigners taste samples, probably because Naruto was with them, but they seemed genuinely interested in being kind toward them. So on the way toward the Hokage Tower, they tasted all kinds of street foods. sushi, onigiri, grilled squid, and the list continued. As they were nearing the tower, a very familiar person to Naruto started to come into sight. Itachi, Naruto called out cheerfully, also getting the attention of Akari, who had been occupied with Karen getting a balloon gifted, that she seemed greatly interested in. Especially its pink color for some odd reason. Akari turned her gaze as a boy around Naruto's age with long dark hair and onyx eyes came into sight. The boy was wearing the same outfit as Naruto was, and she smiled to herself as she watched the two walks over to meet each other. So this is Uchiha Itachi, you're back. It is sooner than expected. Itachi greeted in his usual monotone voice, but a small smile was still present on his face. Naruto nodded and crossed his arms over his chest. The mission had a few bumps here and there, but overall it went well and we got back before the expected 3 months. That's good. That's good. Itachi mumbled out and broke eye contact to stare down to his side, which immediately caught Naruto's attention. Itachi was acting weird. Raising a brow slightly, Naruto placed his hand on the other boy's shoulder and tilted his head down to get eye contact again. Is something wrong, Itachi? You seem odd. More than usual. He tried joking lightly. Itachi's face supported a small frown as he removed Naruto's hand. Nothing that I can personally speak of. You should go see Hokage-sama and introduce him to your guests. Itachi whispered out, making Naruto's eyes widen. Itachi had neither denied nor agreed on something being wrong, which was a huge waving red flag in his mind. Walking past Naruto and toward the two red-headed females, Itachi tried his best to keep a polite composure on his features as he bowed his head down. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Akari giggled a bit at him. He was exactly like Naruto had described him to be. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Itachi-san. My name is Uzumaki Akari, and this is my daughter, Uzumaki Karen. Karen tilted her head as she nearly let go of her balloon. Are you Aniki's friend? She asked curiously. Itachi's eyes widened at the surnames. These two were Uzumaki? So they were the reason why Naruto, of all people, was sent on a political mission. It all made sense to him now. Shaking his head, and smiling a bit, he stood up as he looked at the young girl. Friend and colleague, yes. It was a pleasure getting to meet the two of you. If you'll excuse me, I have to be somewhere in a few minutes. Likewise, Itachi-san, but please call me Akari. A friend of Naruto is a friend of mine. We should get going as well, right, Naruto-kun? Akari politely answered before turning her gaze to Naruto, who was busy looking confused at Itachi's back. Blinking at the mention of his name, Naruto just nodded. Yeah, we have to go meet Aji-san, but we'll talk later, Itachi. Naruto demanded as the Uzumaki trio started walking toward the tower at last. Itachi just nodded in response. There would be stuff to talk about indeed. It was only a matter of time before Naruto would find out what happened. It couldn't be kept a secret much longer. He would have preferred if Naruto had waited a bit longer before returning home, but he hadn't. So he would have to adjust. I should get Yugao and Genma around as well. This could end up in a disaster if he doesn't get a hold of himself. Itachi sighed to himself before body flickering out of the area. Naruto was lost deep in thought. Itachi was always calm and collected. Yet he seemed to be extremely odd earlier. Shaking his head free of his thoughts, he walked up the stairs of the Hokage tower with Karen and Akari in tow. Getting close to the Hokage's office, Naruto smiled back at them and signaled for them to wait for his signal as he walked over to start knocking on the door. There was a brief second of silence before he heard enter from within the room. Reaching down for the doorknob, he turned it and opened the door with an audible creaking sound. Entering the office, Naruto chuckled a bit. Still not done with the paperwork yet? Hiruzen's eyes widened as he looked up, meeting his surrogate grandson's eyes. Naruto-kun. You're back so soon. I didn't expect you back in the village for another 2 months, give or take. He smiled fondly, yet there was something in his eyes that made Naruto feel uncomfortable about all of this. It was the same look Itachi had in his eyes earlier. Well, the mission went great. Though Kusa was a huge pain in the ass. They attacked me on the way back twice, and I may or may not have crippled the leader of Kusa and taken the life of his son. Naruto frowned a bit, rubbing the back of his head as he gazed down at the floor. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. This was troubling news, but he was sure there was more to it. Naruto wouldn't with what was won the line ever go that far without reason. May I ask why such drastic actions were taken during your mission? We were first ambushed in Kusa. The leader of the place, Ryujin, attacked us in person, and I spared his life after I won. We proceeded to travel to the border between Hai no Kuni and Yu no Kuni in search for Tsunade after I requested her whereabouts. We found her, and she helped out. Though on our way to Konoha from Yu no Kuni, Ryujin's son Ryuzaki decided to follow in his father's footsteps. Naruto explained slowly with Hiruzen listening intensely. Hiruzen nodded with a small sigh escaping his lips. So you were acting in self-defense. Kusa will have to hear about this. Konoha has trading contracts with the people in Yu no Kuni, so we won't treat these matters lightly. Naruto just nodded in return, not too sure what to say before snapped his fingers and grinned. Aji-san, I would like for you to meet some people. He smiled brightly, as the soft footsteps echoed in the hallway and a red-headed woman carrying a child with the same hair color as she entered the office with a small bow. Hiruzen stood up with a smile. So there were indeed two Uzumaki that had been mistreated in Kusa. Walking over to the two, he noticed the bow and chuckled lightly. On behalf of the citizens of Konoha, I welcome you within our walls. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. I trust the village has shown you a warm welcome? Akari smiled and bowed again respectfully. Hi Hokage-sama. The village has been warm and friendly toward me and my daughter. It's an honor to be here. At ease, no reason to bow. Your clan always had a home in Konoha, and I'm very sorry to hear how you were treating in Kusagakure no Sato. I can promise without a doubt that treatment will not occur again within our walls. Hiruzen informed with slight disgust aimed at Kusa. Akari frowned a bit at the memories of her time in Kusa, and hugged Karen a bit tighter to her. It's in the past now. I'm just happy that Naruto-kun found us and brought us home. I am however sorry that he had to go through so much trouble and violence. Naruto's brows raised further upon his forehead as he shook his head. It was no trouble at all. I would do it all again. Akari blushed with a small smile. That boy truly had a heart of pure gold. Oh, how silly of me. Hokage-sama, this is my daughter Uzumaki Karen. The older woman introduced her child, that was staring a bit funnily at the old man's hat. The old Hokage leaned down to extend his hand toward the child. A pleasure to meet you as well. The old man chuckled as he gently shook the child's hand. Why do you wear a funny hat? She asked with a tilt of her head, making Akari almost fall on her feet as she placed a hand over her child's mouth. Karen, don't disrespect the Hokage like that. He is the leader of our new home. She whispered harshly. Hiruzen, however, just laughed at the comment and brought his hat down. It's quite alright, Akari-san. It's nice to see the younger generation has some spirit. And this hat symbolizes my role as Hokage, the leader and protector of Konohagakure no Sato and Hai no Kuni. Cool. She mumbled with amazement. Konoha was so big, and this old man was its protector? He must be even stronger than her Aniki. Hiruzen stood up and turned to look at Naruto, and let out a sigh before saying, as requested, your parents' old estate has been cleaned and taken care of. It's ready to be moved into. And with that, I would suggest that my assistant escorts Akari and Karen there to get set up and become familiar with the place. Naruto blinked a bit confused. He would have liked to be there as well to show them around the place. But it seemed like there was something else that needed to be talked about, out of their presence. I see, then that's what we'll do, I suppose. Hiruzen summoned his assistant that greeted the two newcomers with a smile before starting to lead the way out of the office. I will come around the place as soon as I can. Just make yourselves comfortable. Naruto shouted down the hallway through the door frame to get the two Uzumaki's attention, making them turn their heads to nod at him with small smiles before they, at last, started to leave for their new house and home. When he couldn't see them anymore, Naruto entered Hiruzen's office again and closed the door behind him. Turning his head toward the old man. I assume there was something you wanted to talk about since you had them leave without me? Hiruzen sighed as he walked over to Naruto, lifting his hand to place it on his shoulder. His gaze overflowing with sadness as he spoke in a soft tone. Naruto, I'm sorry to inform you that Uchiha Shursui has passed away. Naruto felt himself freeze as the words registered in his head. The world around him seemed to catch its breath, all sounds fading and becoming nothing. All he could hear was the repeated words of Shursui, his best friend, having passed away. It suddenly became harder to stand still, to keep his composure, to focus on anything. He didn't want to believe what he had just heard, because there is no way in hell that his friend had actually died. There was just no way. What the hell are you saying? Don't joke like that, tell me it's not true, Naruto denied. But when no laughter was heard, he felt his voice catch in his throat, feeling himself getting dizzy. Tears formed in his eyes, his lips quivered, his fingers trembled along with his body. Hiruzen frowned and shook his head, trying to walk over to give his surrogate grandson a comforting hug. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but Shursui took his own life just last night. He was found floating around the Naka River. His funeral is planned for tomorrow afternoon. I'm sure the Uchiha would appreciate you being there. Especially Itachi. He spoke in a soft tone. Naruto didn't respond, remaining silent. And gritting his teeth, he slapped Hiruzen's hand away. The ANBU that guarded the Hokage dropped from the ceiling and surrounded him, their hands placed at the hilts of their respective weapons, ready to protect their leader. Stand down, Hiruzen roared out, making the ANBU fall back as he stared at Naruto, who was trembling in place, the blonde's eyes shadowed by his blonde locks falling from his forehead. Shursui was dead. It couldn't be true. Shursui was strong, he had been happy. He was always smiling. Why would he kill himself? Why? Nothing made sense. It made him frustrated, confused, and angry. The tears that had begun to form began to roll down his cheeks as one, dripping to the floor. It became too much. The world became too much for him. He couldn't stand to be here anymore, to see the pitted look on the Hokage's face. It all became too overwhelming. Grabbing his hair with frustration, he body flickered out of the office, leaving Hiruzen behind, who frowned, having seen and felt the sheer despair that had filled the blonde, an emotion he had seen in so many veterans that either completely broke them or overwhelmed them to the point of becoming suicidal. And upon seeing that look on Naruto's face, it caused him a great deal of pain in his old heart. It was never easy to see your precious people in pain. Naruto landed in his old team's training ground, and immediately fell to his knees, breaking down completely. Sobs racked his body, tears rolled down his cheeks endlessly. His chakra wept with him, storming and crying in agony. The wind trickled through his hair and face. Naruto stared at the ground, the lush green grass staring back up at him innocently, and somehow, that caused a deep burning rage to grow within him. Why? Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists. Why? He roared the word over and over again. His fist slammed into the ground harshly, bruising his fist, but causing the ground to cave and create a small crater that seemed to grow deeper and deeper as his fist slammed repeatedly into the ground. Hurt burned deep within his soul, sorrow permeated throughout his chakra. In his blind anger-fueled fury, Naruto flew off the ground on wobbly feet, his hands almost trying to rip his hair out of his skull before he waltzed over to a boulder, his palm placed against it as he stared down at the ground, his gaze blurry with the tears that kept running down his face. Shursui for sure would have laughed at him for being such a crybaby. Clenching his fist that was hanging by his side, he started replaying all of his memories of Shursui inside his mind. A light blue coat of lightning wrapping around his fist unconsciously. Naruto was busy training with his shuriken as a kunai flew past his face and into the training dummy. Turning his head to glare at the one who had almost put a kunai in his kunai, he was met by the oddly cheerful grin of a dark-haired boy. So you're the one Itachi kept talking about, he stated, and looked around at the training dummies that all had shuriken embedded right in the red bullseye. Naruto tilted his head confused and kept his glare on. The name is Naruto, and who the hell are you? Oh, how rude. The name is Shursui Uchiha Shursui. Great to meet you. Shursui snickered and pointed a thumb in against his chest. Naruto scratched the back of his head at this odd person. You show it the weirdest way. You almost threw a kunai in my head. Shursui just shrugged and flipped a kunai between his fingers. Well, I didn't? Did I? You're odd. The lightning around Naruto's fist grew in size and turned more and more dark blue. The intensity of the uncontrolled lightning, fueled by his anger and sadness, running across the ground untamed, cracking, burning the environment around him. Hey, I heard you passed the test to enter ANBU. Congratulations, Shursui cried out with a fake tear going down his cheek. Naruto just sweat dropped with a small smile. It was tough, but now Itachi and I are on the same squad as Kakashi and I. Yugao is also going to apply. Is that so? Well, I hope for the best. Now we've got to celebrate. Let's get Itachi and go ham on the city. Shursui cried out with that typical grin on his face. Naruto sighed and knew he wasn't going to let this go, and simply let himself get dragged along to go get Itachi. His lips started trembling with a scowl on his face, all his facial features twitching, with his eyes narrowing dangerously and becoming more and more feral. The lightning around his fist tearing apart the ground beneath him as the uncontrolled anger and sadness spread throughout his body. The color of the lightning morphed, changing more and more into an unusual white color. PSSSD, Naruto, I got something for your birthday, Shursui whispered as he entered the blonde's apartment through the window. Naruto, who had been busy working on some seals, raised a brow at the older boy. They had been celebrating his birthday at the Uchiha compound a few hours prior, and he had already received a gift. I already got your gift. What do you mean? He asked curiously as Shursui entered and closed the window, quickly pulling all the curtains shut as he looked carefully around him. Smirking as the coast is clear, Shursui reached into his pocket and pulled an orange book out of his pocket, the greatest work of Jiraiya-sama, the Aika Aika Paradise, and it's all yours. Naruto blushed and snatched the book out his hand and looked terrified around him. Are you crazy? If Obachan finds this, then I'm dead. So you don't want it? Shursui smirked and nudged the blonde in the side with his elbow. I didn't say that. It didn't make any sense. Shursui was always smiling. He had always been that grinning, cheerful plague. Always been that moron that had been cheering him on. Always had his back no matter what. Shursui had always been there for him, despite how annoying he could be, but that was what made them so good friends. Wait, he killed himself yesterday. If I hadn't held back in Kusa, if I just hadn't taken my time, I should just have come home. I could have stopped this. It's all my fault if I had been here for him. Then I could have saved his life. Naruto thought to himself as the tears streamed more and more down his face. The usual smiling face of Shursui in the back of his mind as the lightning coating his trembling hand started turning gray. The electric sparks running up and down his arm as the pressure in the air got more intense. The ground trembling beneath him. Hey, Naruto? Can I tell you something? Shursui asked in a rare calm tone as the two sat enjoying their lunch on a pair of branches above the academy where they were watching the next generation of shinobi getting tortured by the instructors. Naruto paused his eating and pulled the onigiri he had been enjoying down. Sure, tell away. I've come to the conclusion that you're my best friend. Shursui just smiled. No grin or teasing smirk on his face. Just a genuine smile. Naruto blushed slightly as he put the onigiri down on the paper he had unfolded it from. Why are you saying stuff like that all of a sudden? I felt like you deserved to know it. You're my best friend. Naruto blinked and punched the older boy's shoulder. I think it's fairly obvious that you're my best friend too, you moron. The last memory was the final straw. Naruto cried out in despair as the lightning around his clenched fist exploded with intense chakra. The gray morphed into a black as dark as the infinite abyss. With hectic breathing, Naruto's arm trembled before he, unable to hold back, reared his fist at blinding speeds. Thrusting his fist toward the huge boulder he had been resting against, Naruto's thoughts wandered, the world around him going in slow motion. Shursui was my best friend. Without thinking about his actions, he let the black lightning-covered fist inch closer and closer to the boulder. The memories kept replaying before his eyes, over and over again. The mere sense of time was gone. It felt like hours, yet barely a second passed. He kept seeing his face. That grinning moron's cheerful face. He's dead because of me. The tears stopped rolling down his face as he closed his eyes. Intense guilt spread all over his body. Every inch of his very being crying out. Pain, anger, sadness, and sorrow. All the emotions spread all over him. Unable to contain them, the size of the black lightning grew and formed into a sphere crackling with lightning strikes running all over the ground. the intensity of the chakra and power within his grasp causing a crater to explode under him. The skin on his hand-arms started to smoke. I failed him. Aarggh, he roared out with his eyes snapping open to reveal a pitch-black sclera, red irises, and a black slit for a pupil. Time sped up around him again as he roared out in despair, and he slammed his fist into the boulder. The lightning around his fist exploded into a huge beam of lightning, tearing the boulder into dust, but it didn't stop there. The beam of terrifying black lightning kept going on its destructive path, tearing up the ground, burning the grass and every tree in its path to charcoal. As the black lightning beam enveloped the forest, it suddenly exploded backward, as if it hit an invisible wall. Smoke permeated the area before being blown away as a rabid Naruto charged towards the wall in order to destroy it, only to be sent flying as a black staff slammed into his face. Raw, unbridled anger rushed through Naruto as he snarled before a familiar voice made him still. Well, I did promise a fight, now come at me and take your beating. It's time for you to snap out of your extended tantrum. The former training ground. Hiruzen's eyes softened as the beam of black onyx lightning dispersed around his staff. How had it come this far? It shouldn't have. Not in a million years. The person in front of him didn't resemble his grandson. Not one bit. There was only a wild animal in front of him. His old eyes stared on at the rabid beast that was glaring in his direction as he stood in the middle of the burning inferno of a forest fire. The grass that used to be beneath them, gone, leaving behind a wasteland of dirt and gravel with the fire crackling around them, tearing down the forest. With a soft sigh, Hiruzen lifted his adamantine staff, the lone eye giving away endless presence looking at the blonde shinobi. Inbu raised the barrier and as instructed, 2 squads of masked soldiers dropped down around them, only far enough away to give the two enough space for a battle. With a round of high echoing about, an almost invisible dome-shaped barrier raised around them, as it kept the fires from spreading. The area that they used to call a training ground withered away, leaving behind a sight resembling that of a war zone. And Hiruzen would know, having lived through all the former wars, from the first to the third. Hiruzen sighed to himself as he grasped his hands tightly around the transformed staff, the Monkey King's voice booming to him, Hiruzen, what's the plan? The question didn't push many thoughts through the man's head. There was only one goal in mind. To save Naruto from himself. The power that the blonde was displaying was beyond his control in his current state, and it was only getting more and more out of hand by the second. The streaks of black lightning ran up and down the blonde's limbs, streaking across the ground, ripping it even further open, and burning down more and more of the once beautiful green forest. And in its wake lay a raging inferno surrounding the two. It was, however, evident that Naruto was struggling, fighting to get himself under control. His entire face was trembling, the morphed colors in his eyes shifting between this enraged state and his usual azure ones. A small smile crawled onto Hiruzen's face as he pointed the large staff in the blonde's direction. The soft gaze in his eyes confused the enraged shinobi as the old man spoke through a calm tone, "Then bring it, boy. Show me what one of Konoha's best has to offer, don't hold back, bring it on." The words echoed in Naruto's empty mind, putting down any semblance of struggle as his eyes shifted permanently back into the black and red version. The uncontrolled and untamed lightning intensified all around his body, creating a cloak that sparked and roared out around him as his entire form shook. Hiruzen's eyes scanned through Naruto's form repeatedly. He looked evil and filled with so much hate. But Naruto wasn't evil. He was kind and good. He had only ever wanted the best for everyone, but Kami never seemed to give him any peace. He lost so many people, and always in the worst ways possible. Yet he constantly stayed true to himself and his nation, but as the saying went, it was always the good ones that get hurt. It seemed like all the grief and all his tucked-away sadness and anger had finally reached their breaking point. Naruto needed to release these emotions, as he had kept them bottled up for so long that he was now a bomb set to burst. Always trying to be brave, trying to be the best of himself for everyone, it was time for him to take care of himself. Hiruzen lowered his gaze briefly as a lone thought rang throughout his mind, "You truly are a kind one." But there was no more time left to waste. It had to be now or never. Or else he feared that he would lose the blonde to his inner demons, With that last thought leaving his mind, his eyes widened quickly as Naruto disappeared in an instant. But the insane amount of uncontrolled chakra was easy enough for an experienced shinobi to track. Lifting his adamantine staff toward his left, he blocked a fist that was crackling with heavy amounts of chakra with the staff. The punch created a large shockwave upon impact, such that the terrain behind Hiruzen ripped open and flew several yards away, the roots of trees almost entirely pulled out of the ground by the force alone, yet Hiruzen's kept a stable footing. Narrowing his eyes, he snorted tauntingly, "Is that the best you have to offer?" And as intended, it got a rise out of Rabid Ninja. A huge scowl formed on the blonde's face as he flashed out of existence, speeding all over the training ground like a streak of black lightning, more and more resembling a lightning bolt. And as a loud thunderclap echoed all over the crater, Hiruzen grunted as he swirled the staff about him. Naruto's racing form appeared everywhere and nowhere, and with every hit block the blonde had vanished and appeared elsewhere. Hiruzen didn't even get to see the face of this menacing form of black lightning. As he sensed the tremendous chakra above him, Hiruzen quickly leaped away, barely getting the time to land before the streak of lightning slammed right into the ground where he had been standing a moment before. The ground exploded in a shower of boulders and rocks. Pillars of black lightning rushed through the field, ripping it all to dust and rubbish. Hiruzen raised an arm to block the dust and small rocks from his eyes. When had Naruto gained this much power? He had never seen nor heard of anything like it. No mission report or anything of the like had mentioned a word about this. Black lightning was extremely rare. It was said that the Sandaime Reikage had been able to use it, but Naruto was from Konoha. Could it be the Kyuubi? Hiruzen mused as he flipped sideways to dodge another headfirst attack, immediately turning around on his feet to slam the staff into Naruto's back, sending the blonde crashing through the burned trees. The burned wood splintering, sending embers and chunks of wood flying all around the path he had sent his surrogate flying in. No, I don't sense that much Kyuubi chakra present in his attacks. This is his own power, but how did he gain this much strength? If he could control it, maybe I would have to focus on defending. The man finished his line of thought as he tucked his stuff up under his arm, extending his free hand forward with his palm facing toward the torn-down trees. The morphed Monkey King's staff extended in size at blinding speeds, rushing at the blonde's location, and the enraged shinobi was barely able to raise his hands to block the staff when it was an inch away from his chest. Venom dripped from his eyes as he glared daggers into the man that was attacking him as he grabbed onto the staff, unable to recognize his Gigi. Sighing, Hiruzen took a firm grip of the staff before hurling it sideways with the blonde still clinging to it. The feral ninja crashed through multiple boulders and trees until he was forced to let go, rolling across the ground into a crawling position. He snarled as he lifted his face. The red irises glowing brighter as a dome of black lightning bolts exploded about him, the air around them becoming denser as it was filled with more and more chakra. With shaky movements, Naruto got to his feet with his hands slowly rearing into the air, and with an earth-shattering roar sent it flying forward. Following the blonde's fist, the dome of black lightning dispersed into dozens of lightning bolts striking through the air at speeds a normal shinobi would never be able to react to. The old man threw his staff a few feet into the air and easily dodged the majority of the bolts, all the while going through hand seals at blinding speeds. And as last bolt neared him, Hiruzen spat out a huge current of water and bent it toward the lightning bolt, making the water become a conduit for the lightning to pass through, before he redirected it back towards the blonde. Eyes widening in shock, the feral blonde stood, surprised at the change of events, as moments later he found his own attack crashing right into his body, giving him a nice ride back for a few dozen yards before he finished, ending up onto his stomach. With a loud growl of anger, Naruto stumbled back onto his feet with heavy breathing. His back slumped over as the sweaty blonde locks swayed over his forehead, covering and revealing his eyes as they swayed past them. Thrusting his hands before him, he placed his palms one above the other, leaving a small space in between as he grit his teeth. His chakra immediately spiked as a sphere of black lightning built up between his hands slowly distancing from the other as the sphere built up rapidly in size. Moments later, gravity suddenly increased around the blonde ninja, as he found himself sinking into the ground. Simultaneously, the black sphere that had rapidly grown in size found itself halting, before slowly reverting in size. Hiruzen's eyes widened as a deep black sphere of roaring chakra formed between Naruto's hands, the size growing from that of a Rasengan to what would more resemble a dozen of them or more. And yet, all of that was condensed back into the size of a Rasengan. Quickly slipping his hands through a dozen more hand seals, Hiruzen took a deep breath as his chest swelled in size, intense amounts of chakra building up within his core. When the feral beast became satisfied with his beautiful weapon of destruction, he thrust the sphere forward. The sphere then exploded into an enormous spear of roaring black lightning, racing across the field at seemingly impossible speeds toward the Hokage, the intent to kill bleeding off of the attack. The Hokage caught his staff, that he had thrown moments before, under his arm as muttered to himself, "Fire release." Great blaze ball before slumping his back over and exhaling a high-pressure stream of burning hot white fire that was melting the rocks and boulders in its path as it scorched over the ground. The fire coalesced into an inferno that rapidly approached the lance of black lightning. The two highly offensive attacks clashed midway into a massive explosion with runaway sparks and flames flying all over the space between them as the attacks duked it out. After a few seconds of fighting, the two attacks cancelled out the other. Waves of heat flew all over the field as both the lightning and the fire combined during the intense exchange. Naruto's eyes momentarily closed as his attack was effortlessly forced to a draw. Snapping his eyes open, he clenched his fists tightly while letting out another roar. The loud roar applied even more pressure around him, bending the ground out around him as the devilish cloak of black lightning increased in size, and every now and then, a lightning bolt would separate from his cloak, crashing wildly around him. Outside of the barrier, Itachi landed alongside Genma and Yugao. His eyes quickly widened as he ran up to the barrier, placing his palms against the almost invisible dome that surrounded the Hokage and his best friend, who was fighting in what looked like an all-out battle within a war zone. Turning his face to one of the ANBU guards that were holding up the barrier, Itachi didn't even have to ask to realize what was happening inside. It was exactly what he had feared, but he had never expected the outcome to be this bad. The Hokage was battling his best friend, with the latter looking more animal than man. Yugao gulped slightly as she took a step back from the barrier. She couldn't believe that it was her teammate that was in there. She couldn't recognize him, aside from his appearance. It was like an intruder had taken over his body, controlling his every move. Could it be the Kyuubi? Genma, on the other hand, found it extremely difficult to keep himself calm as he ran up and slammed his fist into the barrier. "Naruto, what the hell are you doing? You realize that that's the Hokage that you are fighting? Stop this," he yelled out with the veins on his throat popping out, his teeth gritting tightly together, as he watched those dark eyes turn to face him. Naruto, who was covered in lightning as black as Madara's soul, turned his face toward the noise before flashing right in front of the barrier. Genma gasped and stumbled a few feet back as Naruto reared his hand back, craning his fingers back into the shape of a claw as the black lightning wrapped all around his hand, forming black claws around the tips. And without a single moment of hesitation or even a hint of expression, he slammed his hand into the barrier. The claws slowly dug through the barrier, and one of the ANBU was sent flying back from the sudden force that began fighting the barrier. The claw tips slowly made their way through the dome. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he thrust his staff forward, the tip extending at rapid speeds just to slam right into Naruto's spine, making the blonde's body smash right into the invisible wall. The man took this chance to go on the offense. Them fighting was one thing, but if Naruto was so far lost in his despair that he would attack anything that dared to stand up to him, then he couldn't afford to passively sit on the matter. With a blur, Hiruzen leaped up beside Naruto, his staff back in the normal shape as he slammed it into the blonde's scalp, making him crash into the ground before Hiruzen swirled around on his feet, dragging the tip of the staff across the ground and striking Naruto across the chin, sending the blonde swirling into the air with a trail of lightning following him. The blonde grit his teeth tightly together as blood ran down the corner of his mouth, and with a loud grunt, a large burst of lightning stopped his swirling and he paused in midair. With hectic breathing, the blonde gazed down upon them from the top of the dome, his eyes glaring daggers upon the old Sarutobi. Yugao's eyes widened even more as her mouth gaped open. "He's flying." The words brought Genma out of his shock as he snapped his head up to look at Naruto, who was indeed flying at the top of the dome. The lightning rapidly bursting around his body as he flickered around in place, the cloak keeping him from falling down. With a loud, desperate roar, Naruto thrust his arms forward over and over. With each aggressive swing, a bolt of lightning escaped from around his arms to fly down toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen spun around on his feet and threw his staff into the first bolt before rapidly rushing through hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Hiruzen's chest swelled up again before he exhaled a huge flamethrower that was racing up to meet each of the lightning bolts. Loud explosions shook the ground as the attacks clashed again and again. Large smoke clouds filled with embers and sparks filled the air as Hiruzen caught his staff with ease. With a grunt, Hiruzen, once again, extended the staff through the smoke clouds created by the explosions, making it rush into the blonde's face before Enma extended his arms out of the staff, grasping a hold of the blonde's wrists to keep him locked in place. A lone eye gazed out at the blonde from the end of the staff. Naruto glared at the monkey paws keeping his arm in place before his dark gaze turned to stare into the soul eye that gazed back at him. He roared out in anger as the cloak of lightning, once more, exploded in size, and the dark lightning wrapping around Enma's arms, burning the Monkey King's hair and skin instantly. With a loud yelp of pain, Hiruzen's personal summon hurriedly let go of the blonde with his arms smoking, and with a glare, he watched Naruto blitz toward the ground, landing with a loud rumble. But before the blonde could react or throw any counterattacks, he was surrounded by Hiruzen, along with 4 clones that had appeared out of nowhere, who all had their mouth open, ready to exhale an attack. Not giving the Uzumaki time to react, Hiruzen and his clones spat out a stream of each of the 5 elements respectively, and currents of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning crashed into Naruto's form before they exploded on impact. The explosion created a large cloud that covered the blonde from their field of vision before the clones popped out of existence. Hiruzen waved his adamantine staff into the cloud to push it out of his view, looking into the cloud's remains. Did I overdo it? He mused to himself. Naruto might have been on a rampage and had attempted to escape the barrier to attack his teammates, but he was still his surrogate grandson. And as much as the blonde seemed at fault for this, the village was just as bad. Many shinobi had gone mad from experiencing and making it through dangerous and traumatizing missions, but it was also within the village's responsibility to make sure that they got help. If I just had noticed in time, we wouldn't even be here. Hiruzen sighed with a small frown before his eyes suddenly widened in surprise as the cloud dispersed to reveal Naruto still standing on his legs. His clothes may have been torn to shreds, and he was barely hanging onto his body, but he was still standing. With a loud growl, Naruto threw both his palms up into the air, channeling his newfound powers up above, rapidly forming it into a huge black lightning sphere, even bigger than the one he had created before. Hiruzen blinked before he threw his staff in front of him, Enma cloning himself to form a protective wall of the adamantine staff. That's not going to end well. The old man muttered mostly to himself, as he watched with fascination. The blonde gave a slight grunt as he kept pushing more chakra into it, the size rapidly growing by the second as his cloak started to fade back into normal lightning, so the black lightning could focus on fueling the huge sphere above him. But it didn't go as planned. The huge black sphere began spiraling out of control, just as Hiruzen had predicted. The black sphere bent and distorted, and began to toss lightning all about, the size still growing as the blonde lost all semblance of control, and a small streak of black lightning cut through his normal lightning cloak, burning the remains of his shirt to nothing. What happened next could only be expected. The black sphere exploded above him, tearing down through his left arm and forcing him to cry out in pain. His body stumbled over, and the feral hostility in his eyes disappeared, and he clutched his arm against his body in a failed attempt at lessening the pain. Charred and burned smoke emitted from his entire body, with the worst of it centering at his arm. The ground beneath him broke into a huge crater as he fell to his knees. Naruto's vision slowly started returning to him as he looked around him with some semblance of consciousness. The pain in his arm quickly becoming overbearing as his vision became blurry and he fell down sideways. Crashing into the ground, his eyes struggled to stay open, and he managed to notice a dark blurry figure walking toward him with a staff in hand just before he passed out. Hiruzen ran over to Naruto as the lightning cloak started to fade back into the blonde's body. Hiruzen unsummoned Enma and fell down beside the blonde. Pushing him onto his back, he quickly checked his pulse. Thankfully, his surrogate grandson was still alive. The barrier that the ANBU had formed earlier began to slowly disperse as the masked men closed in around them. Genma and Yugao stood close behind Hiruzen as they worriedly looked at their teammate over, not liking the shape that it was in. His body was smoking, and his entire left arm was black from the severe burning. Itachi kept himself at a distance as a frown made its way onto his face. He unconsciously clenched his fist while gritting his teeth, while somehow keeping the stoic Uchiha mask on the exterior. If it hadn't been for the Uchiha's ignorance, this would have also never happened. Had the clan kept their arrogance and pride in check, Shursui would still be alive, and Naruto wouldn't be so torn apart, both mentally and physically. Waltzing behind a tree, Itachi leaned in against the bark as he softly punched against the bark of the tree. Damn you, Tusama. Danzo, this shouldn't have happened. Hiruzen, after checking Naruto over, took a step back and pointed his hand toward a masked man with silver hair. I knew get Naruto-kun to the hospital, make sure our best medics are on the job. He needs immediate treatment. The ANBU operative Inu quickly nodded and scooped the blonde up in his arms, sun shining out of the area, with nary a swirl of wind and leaves in his place. Itachi watched Naruto get taken away from the scene with a frown on his face. Half of his body hidden away from sight by the tree, as he gave a small sigh. He had to let the two Uzumaki hear of this before they got too worried and would start looking around for him. It wasn't common knowledge yet, but Itachi suspected that Naruto would keep them close to him. And since his apartment wasn't the biggest place, there was only one place left he could take them, to his knowledge at least, his parents' old estate, and it would make sense. A lot of construction workers and cleaners had been fixing up the place for the last passing week. What else could Naruto be using that place for, if not to keep his family close and secure? With that last thought leaving his mind, Itachi shined out of the area and landed close to the gate leading into the large property formerly owned by their late Yondaime Hokage and his late wife. Pushing the gate open, Itachi walked on the broad path leading up to the main entrance. The house itself was quite large. It had a double door as the main entrance, with a wooden porch leading all the way around the house. The house was 2 stories tall, with a nice large garden going around the house. Surrounding the garden was a wooden face a bit taller than he was, probably in place to keep prying eyes out. The last noticeable feature from the outside was the training grounds. There were 2 of them in total, one on the left side, and one on the right side. Itachi reached the doors as he finished, looked around the place. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door with the back of his hand before letting his arm fall back down to his side. A few moments later, the older red-headed woman slowly opened the door and looked up at him with surprise evident in her eyes. Itachi-san, what do I owe this visit? Naruto hasn't returned yet. Itachi just nodded his head and opened his mouth to answer. I'm aware of that, and I'm here to talk about that. Naruto is currently in the hospital. Disturbing news made him uneasy, and the simple conclusion I can give you without asking for permission is that you shouldn't expect him around for a few days. Hospital? Is he alright? Akari asked with shock as she stepped out of the house, so her daughter wouldn't hear any details that a child shouldn't. Itachi could just shrug as an answer. Truthfully, he was unaware of whether or not Naruto would be okay again. He had just lost a good friend, and his mind was already corrupted with dark thoughts before that. And that was before considering his medical situation. Naruto had been struck by lightning rumored to only have been used by the Sandaime Reikage before and had been rushed to the hospital right after. I'm currently unaware of his condition. However, I'll keep you posted. Have a nice evening, Uzumaki-san. Try not to worry too much about Naruto-kun. Itachi bowed politely before bidding the Uzumaki woman farewell for the evening, leaving many thoughts to go through her head, and emotions through her being. Naruto's vision flickered in and out as he watched up at the lights passing over his face. His body was in motion, and he could hear running footsteps around him as he slightly tilted his head to the side. A man and a woman wearing all white were pushing him through some hallways. He had to be in the hospital. Great, the hospital. I just love this place. He thought to himself as he slightly shifted in place. a loud grunt escaping his lips as pain rushed through his arm, making him place it against his chest as he almost fell over the edge of the stretcher that they were pushing him on. The sedatives are already wearing off, the fox must be fighting them. Get Uzumaki-sama a new dose, the female roared out as a nurse came sprinting to his side, a syringe in her hand as she pushed the needle into his chest. I really like hospitals. Especially when there is at least 100 feet between me and it. Damn it, I'm going to have to sneak out again, aren't I? He thought to himself as his vision faded away again, his mind drifting back into unconsciousness. When he woke the next time, he had no idea of how long he had been out. His body felt more normal, but his arm was still hurting beyond imagination. He had never felt pain like this before. Just what had happened? Flickering his eyes open slowly, he turned his head around, and upon noticing the bland colors on him denoted that it was the sheets of the hospital. Groaning softly, he raised himself into a sitting position. Looking down over his body, he scoffed at the hospital clothes that they had forced him into. Lifting his right, specifically not hurting, hand, he tucked his shirt up to reveal his abdomen that was covered in bandages all the way up. Gazing down his right arm, he noticed he was also patched up all the way down, even his fingers were getting the special treatment. Groaning again, he leaned down and bit his teeth into the bandage and tore it off his arm and spat it onto the ground. He truly despised hospitals. He admired and respected the people that worked here, especially for what they did for people, but he couldn't stand being in one. The bland walls and surroundings, and that damn sterile smell that was everywhere. It was worse than the smell that a classroom had, which was saying something. As he looked out the window, he let his mind wander. Sure sway. He sighed to himself, and a sudden rush of memories came rushing back to him. They weren't clear, but he could understand enough. It looked like a war zone, but no war was being fought. He could see his grandfather figure in his battle gear, deflecting attacks upon attacks. It looked like lightning, but why was it black? The more memories he went through, the more clear it became to him that it was him that was fighting his grandfather figure. He could feel the anger he had felt when he had fought. No, not anger. Guilt. Palming his forehead, he gritted his teeth together before he tossed the hospital sheets away and swung his legs over the edge of the bed and leaped onto the floor. A small jolt of pain rushed up through his left arm as he landed, making him regret the jump, but nothing more. With a loud and deep sigh, he slowly raised his left arm up with shaky movement. He naturally healed fast, which was obvious, especially since the majority of his body was already fine again, but his left arm was still damaged. That last attempted attack had really backfired on him. Shaking his head free of the thoughts, he waltzed over to a sink and turned the tap on. Lowering his face toward the sink, he raised his right hand and gathered some water in his palm that he then used to wash over his face before grabbing a paper towel to wipe it dry again. Lifting his head up, he looked to his side and spotted a calendar. Curiously, he pulled the thing off the wall and looked down at it, intending to figure out how long he had been out. 3 days since he departed from Kuni to get back here. He had been out for 2 to 3 days in total then. He gave a dry chuckle as he hung the thing up on the wall again. To keep him sedated and out cold for that long must have certainly required a lot. Deciding he didn't really want to stay here, he walked over to a closet and opened it to find only a pair of pants. Oh yeah, my clothes didn't agree with my fight. He groaned with annoyance. He had just bought those. Extending his hand into the closet, he pulled his pants out and cringed at the smell. It smelled like smoke and dirt, and the thing was torn and ripped everywhere. With a pout, he tossed the object that had at one time been a comfortable pair of pants into the trash can in the corner of the room. Closing the closet again, he jumped up and opened the window to reveal the dark night sky. After looking around him a few times, he shined away from the hospital as fast as possible. As he rushed through the empty streets of Konoha in his hospital clothes, he made sure not to get spotted. He really wanted to avoid any questions right now, or worse, being forced to return to the hospital. When he finally got back to his apartment, he quietly slipped in through the front door and closed it behind him. As the door closed with an audible click, he turned the lock and sighed to himself before turning on the lights. As the lights flickered on, he grabbed the edges of his hospital shirt and threw it into a trash can. His pants soon followed. Now in his birthday suit, he went into his bedroom and slumped headfirst into his bed, his head landing heavily against the pillow as sleep almost in an instant claimed him, the darkness closing in on his eyes until a soft sound of peaceful snoring sounded throughout the dark bedroom. The next time Naruto opened his eyes, you would suspect that he would be met by the bright morning sun and the blue sky. However, it was the complete opposite. When his eyes flickered open, they were met by a dark night sky and the stars that were filling through his window. Groaning to himself, he rolled into a sitting position with his back slumped over. A loud yawn escaped his lips as he stretched out his sore muscles and body. As he started to feel more awake, he slowly lifted himself from his sitting position onto the bed, and then onto his feet. Walking up to the window, he pulled the curtain away to look out over the village. The moon is higher in the sky than last time I woke up. I must have slept for at least an entire day then. Quite surprising, the hospital hasn't bound me with ropes and dragged me back screaming with them yet. He chuckled dryly to himself before pulling the curtains shut again. With a sigh, he slumped down onto a chair. These days had been too much, and he had a feeling in his gut that told him it wasn't going to get better anytime soon. Letting out a heavy breath, he leaned his head against the chair and stared at the top of his dresser. More specifically, the picture frames that were placed there. There were quite a few of them. All of them being of people that are important to him. His family. His old team. The Uchiha family, specifically Sasuke, Mikoto, and Itachi. And of course, the final picture. Shursui. With a frown he clenched his left fist, only to grunt in pain as his flesh felt like it was about to fall off. He was starting to feel empty. He knew he had people in his life, still, but he questioned for how long. Everyone around him died left and right. His family, his squad members, and even Shursui had fallen to the Shinigami. Rubbing his face, he stood up from the chair and waltzed into the kitchen. Without even bothering to turn on the lights, he started to fill a cup with water to alleviate his dry throat. After finishing a glass, he placed the cup down and stared at his wobbly reflection in the metallic sink. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he turned his head toward the fridge. All the food in there was probably the same as him, rotten. As he was about to open it, he came to a stop as a note was hanging on the metal door. Raising a brow, he pulled the note down and pulled it up to his eyes to read it. I figured you wouldn't stay in the hospital for long. You primarily needed rest, so it's probably for the best that you are staying somewhere that makes you feel at ease. Akari and Karen are doing well. Akari has gotten herself a job at a grocery store close to the Yamanaka estate so she could earn some money to get essentials ready for when you came around. I don't know when you'll read this note, but please come around the tower. We have much to discuss. GG. P.S. Shursui's funeral was yesterday. You were still at the hospital, and with how long he's been dead, it wouldn't be proper to delay it any longer. Once you are feeling better, you can pay your respects at his grave. Naruto's entire face became morose as he threw the note into the trash. He had missed the funeral. The funeral of his best friend. As if he wasn't a failure already. He couldn't stop Shursui from dying. He couldn't even stop himself from going on a major rampage when he found out. And now, he couldn't even be present at his funeral. Perhaps that was this was about. He probably was being punished. Karmic justice, really. He lost control, and his very rampage led to him disrespecting his friend. Scowling, he looked down at his arm in disdain. His eyes trailed along the bandages that were covering him from beneath his shoulder, and all the way down to his fingers. He had an unusual, freakish, healing factor to many, and even to himself. He would heal almost in an instant, with heavy wounds disappearing in only a matter of a couple of hours. Yet the damage to his arm wasn't even gone after all this time. Of course, it wasn't hurting as much anymore, and he could somewhat move his hand and arm without a lot of trouble. His chakra, on the other hand, was a complete and utter mess. It felt like his chakra network was on fire. An extremely mild fire, but a fire nonetheless. Regardless, he had a gut feeling that he shouldn't try and channel any chakra unless he wanted to hug the ground for a few loud hours. However, he could only truly blame himself for this. He had lost control and hurt himself in the process. No one to blame but himself, and besides, he deserved this. Better for him to hurt himself, especially after wasting so much time. Regardless, flesh wounds were one thing as they healed quickly, but damage to the chakra network was slow and arduous. While it would still heal quickly for him, he would need to rest for a few days. And if the damage was as severe as he thought, then he might be incapacitated for a week or two. Turning his head back toward the dresser, Naruto sighed softly as his eyes rested on the pictures of the Uchiha family. I wonder how Itachi is doing, he thought to himself. Shisui and Naruto had been great friends, but Itachi had also been really close to Shisui. He was without a doubt hurting, maybe even more than him, even if he wouldn't show it to others. Itachi never was one for showcasing his emotions, was he? Sighing for what felt like the 100th time this night, Naruto wandered over to his dresser and pulled out a pair of black pants and a matching sleeveless shirt. He took his time getting dressed, finishing his simple outfit with a cloak to shield him from the cold air. The winter months were coming, so the nights were getting especially cold these days. Perhaps there would even be snow this year. Looking up at his clock, he noticed that it was around 7. If he wanted to visit the graveyard to say his final goodbye, as well as to catch Itachi before the Uchiha went to sleep, he would have to get moving. So, without further delays, Naruto left through the front door and started making his way through the night. The first place that he found himself in was at the dark graveyard. Standing with a blank face, he read the name on the gravestone over and over. Uchiha Shisui. Like almost everyone else that had gotten too close to him, the older boy had ended up 7 feet under. He couldn't understand it. Nothing made sense. Nothing added up anymore. Shisui had been happy, smiling, and fooling around like no tomorrow. How could he have killed himself? It was beyond Naruto's understanding. Just like what was going on with the Uchiha was also becoming incomprehensible. Fugaku always hated the sight of him. However, their last 2 encounters had been almost friendly. Not to mention the behavior of the gate guards. He had always been welcome in the compound. Yet, the last time he came over, he was almost stabbed with a kunai for daring to visit his friends. It hurt his head to think about it. He couldn't handle all of the confusion in his head. Clapping his hands together in front of his chest, Naruto closed his eyes and stood in silence, taking the time to pay his last respects to his fallen friend. May Kami be kind to you and give you peace, and may you have infinite ramen in the afterlife, my friend, Naruto whispered softly as he opened his eyes and let his arms fall to his side. A lone tear falling from both of his eyes as he said his goodbye. Even after saying goodbye, Naruto stayed put for a while, almost as if he had to make up for not being at the funeral. After an hour had passed, Naruto finally felt like he had to get moving. If he wanted to catch Itachi before the Uchiha could go to sleep, he had to move now. With one last bow to the gravestone, Naruto walked out of the graveyard slowly, before leaping across the rooftops again. The wind rushed through his locks as he raced through the streets. The village was quiet tonight. Normally there would be all kinds of noises from the party districts and bars. However, the nightlife seemed to be a bit dead tonight. What can I say, it's a workday tomorrow. Naruto mused to himself as he gracefully landed on top of the Uchiha district wall. This place was even more strange. It was dead quiet. Not a single sound to be heard anywhere. Not a single light in any of the houses. It wasn't that late, and he sincerely doubted the entire compound would decide to sleep that early. Even the guards seemed to be missing. At the sudden sound of soft running footsteps, Naruto raised a brow as he watched the running form of one Uchiha Sasuke speeding into the Uchiha compound. What was he doing out this late? And with his school bag of all things? Naruto thought confused as he leaped off the wall and walked after the young Uchiha, intending to ask him those very questions until his eyes eventually landed on a horrifying sight that he never wished to see again within the walls of Konoha. He had almost managed to reach the boy before he heard him scream loudly, followed by him suddenly changing directions. Naruto's eyes widened as he ran to follow, turning around a corner at high speeds until his body stopped moving at the sight before him. There was blood everywhere. The entire compound was unerringly quiet, as the usual life that noisily generated sound was laying about, slaughtered everywhere. Bloody corpses lathered and draped themselves across the ground. Their blood splattered over the walls and ground as their bodies laid motionlessly on the dirt. Each and every corpse had one thing in common. The Uchiha crest was clearly present on their backs. Naruto had to stop himself from falling on his knees. All of his facial features were trembling as he stood uneasy in place. What the hell is going on here? He hissed to himself as he ran over and checked the corpses. They were all dead, but their bodies weren't entirely cold yet. Steadying himself on his feet, he looked around him before breaking into a sprint as he rushed around the compound. Every street, house, and corner of the compound was filled with corpses. Blood was staining the ground and houses. It was a massacre, but whoever had done this had to still be nearby. Naruto kept running, his feet moving his tired body through the compound only to witness body after body, lying dead on the ground. As he got around the corner to get to the military police force station, Naruto stopped running as a person came into view. However, this person wasn't familiar at all, and his appearance was extremely hostile. Laying dead at his feet was the girl that Naruto had come to know as Izumi. And in the stranger's hand was a bloody rod. Naruto's face fell into an angry scowl as he grit his teeth. What the hell do you think you're doing? Just who the hell do you think you are? He yelled at the top of his lungs, not even startling the stranger that casually turned around to reveal a masked face. The man didn't say a word whatsoever as a Sharingan eye gazed at him from the lone hole in his mask. Naruto quickly felt himself getting past his breaking point. This guy dared kill his surrogate family, and then proceeded to stand there like nothing was happening? This was unforgivable. Could this man be responsible for Shusoi's death? Answer me, Naruto roared at the top of his lungs as he leaped off the ground, a kunai in his hand that he thrust straight toward the man's heart. But to Naruto's surprise, instead of seeing the man caved open by the sharp knife, or even seeing him avoiding the attack in some manner, he just let it phase right through him. As if the man was made out of thin air, Naruto also found himself flying through his front and out of his back before he knew out, barely landing in time due to his surprise. The blonde scowling face looked on in surprise as he quickly turned around, putting his guard up. He glared daggers into the man's skull as he yet again turned to face him. It's rather odd to expect an answer, and then try to kill the person you're questioning. Unless you can talk to the dead, or have a passing interest in necrophilia, you seem less intelligent than the average dead last academy student. Uzumaki Naruto. The man's voice was deep and booming, his tone calm and easy, seemingly not fazed at all. Who the hell are you, and why are you killing the Uchiha? Naruto yelled out as the man finally decided to open his mouth to speak instead of just standing there and ignoring him like yesterday's recluse. The man hummed to himself as he tilted his head. You can know me as Toby if you really need an answer. How are you doing, Naruto? It's been some time since we've met. The last time I saw you, you were quite the golden goose. Naruto gritted his teeth as he stared with utter confusion. What nonsense are you spouting now? My, so rude. Are you still a screamer, by the way? Thanks again for being such a helpful ally. I never got the chance to thank you for disposing of the Yondaime, did I? He was an annoyance, so yeah, thanks. Toby casually chatted as he crossed his arms behind his back in a relaxed manner, the red eye calmly gazing in amusement at the enraged blonde. Why you? Naruto growled as he leapt off the ground, dark blue lightning circling around his arm as he slammed it right into Toby, but to no avail. The ground may have exploded into a huge cloud of dust and debris, but the madman was still standing there unaffected. Aren't you tired of this yet? This is starting to get old. But this is interesting. I never knew that you were such a fan of Danzo, to the extent that you'd even go out of your way to dress up as him? The cripple look suits you. Toby sighed as he kicked Naruto in the chin, sending the blonde flying through the air and into the police force's building. His back crashed against the wall before he slumped down on one knee, a small droplet of blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth. Shut up and don't you dare talk about my father, Naruto hissed through heavy breathing. His body wasn't completely healed, and he was still exhausted from the fight against Hiruzen. Not to mention that he may as well classify his left arm as useless. Why not? He died thanks to your wonderful efforts. It was truly pathetic, but you were quite the big brother too, weren't you? At the very least, you kept your family together in the end. man of the world, in both flesh and blood. Toby chuckled as he placed his hand on his hip. Naruto's being started to shake as his eyes darkened. The blue irises turned red with his pupil turning into slits. His facial features grew more and more feral as he flew forward and, as expected, flew right through Toby again before rolling across the ground. Are all Uzumaki this stupid? Your mother at least had more balls than you, to make up for her stupidity, but I guess that only ran in the females. To think that Minato left the village in your hands is beyond my understanding. Here I thought that he was supposed to be a genius or something, but he truly was foolish to the very end. Leaving his precious village, of all things, in the hands of his weak incapable disgrace of a son. Maybe he inherited the stupidity genes from your mother? Or was he always that stupid? Toby commented dryly as he turned to watch Naruto shake in place. Toby's words sunk deep into Naruto's heart. As if he hadn't thought these things a million times to himself by now. He could insult him all he wanted, but if he dared to mock his parents, his and the village's heroes, then there would be hell to pay. Shut up! Naruto roared out as he got onto his feet. Anger and turmoil building within his core. Red chakra coalesced around him, permeating his entire body and forming a cloak as he tried to contain his anger. Casually looking down at the ticking time bomb, Toby gleefully continued, but seriously, at the bare minimum, you are great at prioritizing. Instead of caring about your friend, you spent the week chasing a drunkard across the country, then threw a tantrum. Wonderful work, really. Are you sure you aren't related to Kakashi? Oh wait, he's your big brother. That explains everything. Toby just chuckled as he looked up at the moon. And would you look at the time? I'm afraid I can't play with you any longer. I have places to be. I'll leave the rest of the Uchiha and the new Uzumaki in your capable hands. I'm sure that you'll do your big brother justice and cause your other friend's death too, no? Go for the heart this time. Kakashi would appreciate the sentimentality. But anyhow, Tada. And just as quickly as the words had left his mouth, the man started swirling out of existence, seemingly warping into the eye hole of his mask, leaving no trace to be found. Naruto grit his teeth in anger and slammed his fist into the ground, staring into the dirt. He had let the enemy get away. He had failed. Again. And worse, he had been unable to refute a single thing the bastard had said. The cloak began to dissipate as he got back up on his feet. A frown settled onto his face as he stared at the lifeless form of Uchiha Izumi. That girl and Itachi would probably have ended up together one day. But now that was just another dream that would never come true. He hated this. He didn't understand a thing. Everything was just going wrong. Shursui dies, then the Uchiha is massacred. And then this masked man. It reminded him of what his father had said to him before he died. Look out for the man with a mask. He's probably the person who Toussaint was talking about, Naruto thought to himself before his line of thought was interrupted by a loud scream. It sounded familiar. His eyes widened suddenly as he spun around on his feet and ran toward the Uchiha estate. Sasuke, shit, I got distracted. At least he's still alive if that scream is anything to go by. He had just seen the boy, and there was no way that masked freak could have gotten to him already, and he never would. Naruto couldn't let that happen. Closing his eyes for a second, they snapped open a moment later to reveal the very same menacing eyes that he had displayed in his fight against Hiruzen. His legs surrounded themselves with small streaks of black lightning that started to carry him at insane speeds toward the Uchiha family house that was quickly appearing in front of him. Leave him out of this, a feminine voice screamed out. And Naruto knew instantly who it was. It was Mikoto. She and Sasuke were still alive. He still had a job to do. He might have failed the rest of the clan, but he would die before he let anything happen to those two. Speeding through the porch and front door, Naruto's view came in contact with Sasuke's back turned to him. Quickly he landed beside the young Uchiha and pressed a pressure point in his neck to make him pass out. If that masked freak truly was an Uchiha slaughtering his own clan, he wouldn't let him use any genjutsu to fry Sasuke's brain, and besides, best try to minimize whatever nightmares he suffers from this night. Sasuke's body slumped over as his eyes slowly shut, and his mind faded into unconsciousness. Naruto quickly grabbed him and laid the young boy down against the floor, his vision instantly snapping up. He was prepared to meet the masked man once again, But when his eyes landed on his teammate, the person who was practically a brother to him, his mind almost shut down. There was Itachi. His clothes and sword drenched in blood as he stood over his father's body. His Sharingan ablaze as he looked over to his own mother who was sitting down against the wall below the window, recalcitrance and despair written all over her face as she stared back up at him. Itachi, Naruto roared, getting the dark-haired teen's attention. The Uchiha prodigy turned his head to face Naruto, his facial expression devoid of any emotion whatsoever, as he held his sword up. The crimson-red Sharingan eyes scanned him briefly, and Itachi calmly spoke. You would think that, after losing control and almost committing treason, you would stop using this new power of yours. Shursui's death must have been harder on you than I realized. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously as he clenched his fist tightly. And that would come from you? You have slaughtered your own family, your own flesh and blood. You were ready to kill both of your parents and your brother. What the hell is going on with you? And that masked man, they were holding me back, and you should leave too if you don't want to join them. Itachi's monotone voice was drier than Naruto had ever heard it before. As Itachi raised his sword above his mother's head, the older woman's eyes widening in surprise, the Uchiha didn't get time to react before Naruto grabbed his ANBU vests and flung them out of the window, the glass shattering with a trail of lightning following them before they crashed and rolled across the grass. Cut the crap, what is going on? Why are you killing the Uchiha? Naruto yelled at the top of his lungs, already back on his feet as his body twitched with small jolts of pain rushing through it. This new power of his, it took a lot out of him. What is that power of yours? I have never seen anything like it. I can't even properly copy it with my Sharingan, Itachi said as he completely and utterly ignored Naruto's questions. The blonde just narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. He truly didn't know. He had never used this before, nor did he understand how it worked. What he did know was that his body was hurting even days after using it the first time. His muscles and cells sore all the way to his trembling bones as he channeled it through his body. Don't ignore me, you twisted piece of shit. Answer me. Itachi's lips lifted up into a small smirk as he swatted his sword to the side. Droplets of blood flicked onto the grass as his Sharingan spun around, to test the limits of my abilities, was his only response as he ran forward, his sword held by his side as he slashed the sharp metal toward the blonde's head. Naruto flipped out of the sword's range and reached for a handful of shuriken, the metal between his fingers erupting in electricity before they were tossed at lightning speed toward Itachi, who deflected each and every one of them with ease. Yet, surprisingly, the last shuriken crashed hard with his blade. The black lightning-enhanced metal cut into the sword, making its blade snap in half. Itachi raised a brow with a fascinated look. He hadn't expected that. Tossing the broken blade onto the ground, he dashed forward again and started throwing punches and kicks at the blonde, who proceeded to block or dodge them all with veritable ease. The Uchiha grunted briefly as each time he clashed with his blonde opponent. Strong waves of lightning passed through his body, numbing his muscles as he flipped away. Don't give me that. Don't you think I've seen how none of this matches up? First Fugaku, and then the gate guards. The Uchiha, overall, have been acting strangely. All of a sudden Shursui dies. Do you honestly believe that I believe your little story, whether it be him being suicidal, or about how you want to test your powers? Naruto hissed through gritted teeth. Shursui and the Uchiha were weak, and so are you. Itachi dryly responded as he started to flip through hand seals. However, before he could finish his last seal, Naruto appeared as a black lightning bolt before him, grasping him by his wrist as clenched his other hand into a fist, and proceeded to slam it into the raven head's gut, making him spit salvia all over the ground as his ANBU vest was then grabbed. You always were a lousy liar, Naruto cried in anguish, tossing Itachi at high speeds through the air as the Uchiha's body slammed sideways into a tree, his back arching around the holy log, with the bark and tree splintering from the impact before he slumped sideways onto the ground. All praised the holy log for its wonderful sacrifice. Itachi grunted slightly as his Sharingan caught onto the movement of Naruto close to him. He just managed to jump up into the air as the blonde slammed an axe kick right into the ground where Itachi had been laying a moment prior. The ground cracked and shattered on impact. His powers aren't as strong as before, I suppose he still hasn't recovered yet from his battle. Itachi mused as he finished the hand seals that Naruto had interrupted earlier. Bringing his fingers up to his mouth as he exhaled a huge blazing fireball down toward Naruto, who flashed out of existence to avoid the attack that exploded against the tree. He's still fast, though, Itachi thought to himself, a small inaudible chuckle escaping his lips as he landed on top of a branch, staring down to where Naruto flashed into existence. The blonde was panting slightly as the black lightning disappeared and his eyes returned to normal, his forehead and bangs drenched in sweat as his left hung limply to his side. Standing up with his guard lowered, Naruto shifted his eyes up to look directly into Itachi's. Red Sharingan eyes locked with blue ones as Itachi's narrowed in surprise at both the actions and the following words. I just want the truth, Kami, damn it. And there was a moment of silence. No words were said. And Naruto's eyes widened as Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, the tomos morphing into a shuriken with bent edges before his world went blank. It shouldn't have come to this. If maybe I had done something to stop it, then the Uchiha and the village might have been. Mikoto's trail of thoughts ended abruptly when the lack of sound from outside finally registered in her ears. She had been taking care of her youngest that Naruto had knocked out, probably to save him from any further mental damage, but she was still worried. Now that everything outside was quiet, she pulled her child into her arms and lifted her upper body to gaze out of the broken window. The sight before her made her eyes widen dangerously. Itachi, her eldest son, was bleeding from his left eye as he turned around to leave. And Manjikyu? She thought to herself with a mix of amazement and fear. She knew that Fugaka had a Manjikyu Sharingan, but she also knew of the damage that it did to you, both physically and mentally. Lifting Sasuke into her arms, she watched her son leave before she abruptly stormed out of the door and outside to the garden. She looked around, trying to see if she could spot Itachi hiding somewhere, but when she deemed that the coast was clear, she looked back to where the two teens had been fighting. Her eyes widened with worry as she watched what her son had done to his best friend. Sprawled up against the porch, Naruto laid with his head hanging down with his chin resting against his chest. His eyes shut as a line of dried salvia trailed down from the corner of his mouth. In his shoulder, a kunai was firmly lodged in. Warm blood spilled down his ANBU vest from his impaled skin. Naruto, she called out, and dropped to her knees beside him, Sasuke firmly placed against her as she used her free hand to check his pulse. He was still alive. She sighed with relief as he placed a hand on his cheek, looking him over with worry. He's out of it, but the only damage he suffered was to his shoulder. Did Itachi use genjutsu on him? She wondered, her hand roaming into his hair to gently stroke it while waiting for the eventual help to arrive. What she didn't get was why Itachi had left her alive. He groggily opened his eyes and stared right into the bright white light, annoying his eyes. Groaning slightly, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. Looking around him, he groaned even louder as he threw his pillow at the wall. Great, I just escaped this place. And now I'm back. Damn hospital. Looking around with a tired expression, his gaze fell upon the neatly stacked pile of his clothes and raised a brow. I had them prepare your clothes for you. I doubted you'd stick around for the official checkout. A voice called from the doorway, making his vision snap to the person speaking, who turned out to be his grandfather figure. Aji-san. Naruto mumbled as he reached forward and grasped his shirt first. Standing out of the bed as he started changing out of the hospital clothes without a care in the world. Hiruzen stayed quiet as he entered the room, subtly closing the door behind him with an audible click as he waltzed in, taking a seat beside the formerly occupied hospital bed. How are you feeling? Naruto snorted at the question as he started getting himself into his pants, buckling his belt. My surrogate family is just a pile of rotting flesh now. I'd say I'm doing great. He scowled and with a bit more aggressive movement, took his cloak and started wrapping it around his neck to let it fall around his frame. Normally he didn't like to wear it, but he was starting to feel a bit attached after his stint in Kusa. Hiruzen fought the urge to roll his eyes at the sarcastic remark, and opted to just sigh sadly. Are you ready to get out of here? Yes, was the blonde's short and simple response as he let go of his belt. Giving a quiet nod, Hiruzen looked around the room before eventually just staring out of the window. Akari and Karen are doing well. I thought you wanted to know that. That's good. The blonde acknowledged with a nod while adjusting his clothes to shit properly. They're worried about you. Naruto paused and sighed, scratching the back of his head. I will go check on them when I'm out of here. Deciding that the real matter at hand couldn't be delayed any further, Hiruzen coughed into his hand and got a more serious look in his eyes. Naruto, the two of us need a talk. I have stuff that you need to hear so that you won't self-destruct further from this. Self-destruct? The blonde raised a brow and turned around to face the older man. Hiruzen nodded at him calmly and leaned back into the chair. I don't think I need to remind you what happened earlier, do I? I mean, it was quite the show we put on. Naruto cringed at the mention and sat down on the hospital bed, intertwining his fingers as he looked down with slight shame. No, you don't. What do you need to tell me? The truth. About a lot of things. I need you to know that I trust you, Naruto. I'd trust you with my life if it came to that. Hence why I'm coming forward now, so you don't have to find out later. Hiruzen spoke seriously, his gaze trying to catch the attention of Naruto's that were seemingly glued to the hospital floor. The younger male sat straight and met the Hokage's gaze, and said nothing as he awaited what was to come. Hiruzen took a deep breath and blinked before saying, The Uchiha clan was massacred, as you know. And since you were there, I don't doubt that Itachi-kun would trick you into believing he had turned mad. It's simply just not the case. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup d'etat. Naruto's facial expression showed no sign of surprise or outrage, which frankly didn't surprise Hiruzen either. He had suspected that Itachi could have told Naruto the truth himself. They were planning to overthrow, due to pent-up emotions and anger. Ever since the night of the Kyuubi attack, some of the villagers and shinobi have thought of them as responsible. And Itachi-kun, he took it upon himself to save the village and his clan's good name. Naruto lowered his head and rested his arms on his thighs as his back slumped over, his golden locks hanging from his head as he took a deep breath. I know. Itachi showed me everything. Naruto took a break to grit his teeth together, fighting the tears welling up in his eyes. How Danzo killed Shisui. It's okay, Naruto, you don't have to finish that sentence. Hiruzen interrupted and moved up to sit on the bed beside his surrogate grandson, placing a comforting hand on the blonde's shoulder. Why did you keep it from me? Naruto whispered harshly, but mostly to himself. The old Hokage sighed and moved his hand down from the blonde's shoulder. It was Itachi and Shisui's request. You were already in a bad place, even if you did your best to hide it behind smiles and your ever so humoristic sarcastic comments. Hiruzen chuckled a bit, making a faint smile appear on Naruto's face. Why did it get so far? Naruto questioned as he lifted his gaze back up to meet Hiruzen's. Hiruzen took this moment to let out a deep breath. The Uchiha's hate went a lot deeper than first anticipated. The lingering emotions were all the way back to the days of Tobirama-sensei. We tried, but the plans sped along faster than we could register. And as you know, before I could do anything, Danzo forced Itachi's hand. Naruto clenched his fist tightly as he stormed onto his feet, slamming his fist into the wall, cracking it slightly. Damn that Danzo, I'm going to tear him limb from limb before making him drown in his own blood. Naruto, Hiruzen called out harshly, standing to his feet as he narrowed his eyes dangerously at the blonde's back. The blonde spun around on his feet and glared back with narrowed eyes and furrowed brows. What? The Hokage softened his gaze and kept his gaze piercing and serious. You cannot take any rash actions toward Danzo. Think of Mikoto and Sasuke. If you don't have a solid plan to take him down, then it could be fatal outcomes for the people Itachi put in your care. Naruto tilted his head in confusion at Hiruzen's choice of words. You aren't forbidding me of going against Danzo. I have no idea about what you're talking about. Just don't get yourself killed, and we can talk about it after the fact. Hiruzen spoke out calmly. Right. I do, however, have a request. Naruto's sweat dropped and removed his hand from the wall, the slight debris from the wall falling from his knuckles and onto the floor. Do tell, Hiruzen asked curiously. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and leaned in against the wall he had just damaged. I would like to leave the village for a while. And before you say no, it's for training. I would like to find Jiraiya and have him help me with my training. As you know, this newfound power of mine is destructive. I don't understand it, or where it comes from. I don't understand how I managed to use it twice. Excuse me for being so straightforward, But have you taken a moment to think about Sasuke? About Mikoto? You are essentially the closest thing the two have left beside each other. Hiruzen responded simply, his mind in turmoil as he tried to understand the blonde's request. Naruto frowned and lowered his head, letting his bangs shadow over his eyes. I am thinking of them. I wasn't strong enough. I'm still not strong enough. That masked man, he was there. The man from the QB attack. Hiruzen's eyes widened at that. Itachi had failed to mention that. Naruto, you do understand the seriousity of what you're saying, right? I do, and that's why I asked this of you. I wasn't able to do anything against him. He phased through my attacks. I couldn't even touch him. I need this. I have to get stronger. I have to be able to protect them. It was the only thing Itachi asked of me, and I can't fail him, not again. Naruto said with his eyes snapped up to look deeply into Hiruzen's, his gaze pleading for acceptance. And who will protect them while you're away? Who will help them through their sorrow? Hiruzen questioned again. While he didn't like the idea of letting Naruto go, even for a short while, he couldn't argue that the blonde had a point. If this masked man was back, then danger was coming. The blonde ran a hand through his hair as his frown grew. The ANBU can protect them. I know you probably already have them stationed around them for 24/7 surveillance. And Mikoto still has her friends, the moms from the other clans, and Sasuke still has his mom. I don't see where I'm needed. Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. You fail to realize how much you mean to them, especially to Mikoto. She sees you as a son, if not more. It wouldn't surprise me if you were the one she would confide in. Let her guard down to grieve. What good is a broken tool for her? I can't even protect myself. Naruto. Hiruzen paused, frowning to himself. I will accept your request, but don't stay away for too long. I will give you the location of Jiraiya. You are free to leave when you deem fit. But remember what I said. Oh, and Mikoto and Sasuke are in the next room. None of them were injured, but they're here for a mental evaluation. I think giving them a visit might do you good. He finished and waltzed toward the door, giving Naruto a last smile before left the hospital room, letting Naruto get some space. As he closed the door behind him, Hiruzen's lips morphed into a scowl as he clenched his fists together. One of the last things Kushina managed to say was something about a mask, and with what Naruto just told me. This is troubling. I have to be careful with this. Security needs to be sharpened. ANBU patrols all around the clock now. How did he get in so easily? Again, when Naruto finally calmed down enough, he abruptly left his hospital room. Standing alone in the corridor, he heard the soft speaking voice of Mikoto next door, where Hiruzen had told him they were. With a heavy heart, he waltzed down to the door. His eyes gazed sadly into the window in the door as he placed his hand against the glass. His frown appeared again as he watched them. Sasuke was crying. For obvious reasons. And Mikoto was sitting on the bed, holding her crestfallen child against her while saying calming and soothing words. His eyes were red and the tear stains were ever so obvious on his cheeks, snot dripping from his nostrils as he buried his face in his mom's neck, clinging to her like a lifeline. Naruto's eyes dropped to the floor as his hand started sliding down the window, before eventually falling limp at his side. If I had been stronger, if I had realized then maybe I could have prevented this. I'm tired of what ifs. Taking a heavy breath, the blonde knocked gently on the door, gaining the attention of the two Uchihas sitting within the room. When he heard the acknowledging come in, he took a hold of the door handle, twisted it, and entered the room before closing the door behind him with an audible click. Walking inside the room, Naruto felt a nervous drop of sweat rolling down from his forehead as he gave a subtle wave as a greeting. Sasuke seemed to perk up at the sight of his blonde brother figure, Naruto and I. It was almost a cheerful greeting, but the sadness and endless sorrow filling those onyx orbs were drowning the happiness. Mikoto put on a brave smile as she waved him inside. Naruto, it's nice to see you, she said softly as she ran her hand through Sasuke's hair. Naruto tried his best to smile as he took a seat beside Sasuke, on a chair placed beside the bed. Likewise, how are you feeling? The question seemed to bring a sad smile onto Mikoto's face, her hand momentarily stopping the gentle gesture of caressing Sasuke's head. We're okay thanks to you, you came before, you know. Why did Itachi do this? How could he do this? Sasuke all of a sudden asked in barely a whisper, his dark eyes staring right up into Naruto's blue ones as the kid's face trembled with sadness. A few stray tears spilled down his cheeks as his lips trembled. The brave look on his face rapidly failing to be maintained. An awkward silence seemed to interrupt the room as Naruto's eyes just stared down into the floor. His fingers tapping idly against his thigh as he took a deep breath. I don't know. I wish I did, then perhaps I could have done something to prevent all of this, he lied, but he didn't know what he could or was allowed to tell the poor child. Sasuke's face fell as he just stared down into the bed, his small hands clenching around the hospital bed sheets. But I'm going to find out, and I'll make sure that we all know why he did what he did. Naruto put on a small smile as Sasuke looked up to him from the corner of his eyes. Sasuke's mouth opened and closed a few times. It was like there were words he wanted to say, but didn't know how to. Before Sasuke could find his words, Naruto brought him in close, embracing him tightly and giving him a sense of protectiveness. Now, how are you holding up? While the academy might preach about how emotions are all bad and stuff, it's always good to let it all out when it gets too much. For a moment, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, before they began to tear up, as the events from the night prior played themselves in his head, and like a faucet, he began to cry anew. He didn't know why Itachi killed everyone in the clan, but his big brother was going to figure that out, and everything was going to be alright. And with that, within a dozen or so minutes, he began to fall asleep in the protective arms of his brother, with his mother nearby. Smiling softly at the sight, Mikoto leaned into Sasuke's forehead before gently grabbing him and pushing him down against the soft mattress of the hospital bed. Get some rest, it's been a long night, she whispered to him, and Sasuke didn't need to be told twice before his heavy eyelids shut close, allowing a dreamless and secure sleep to claim him. After she made sure Sasuke was indeed fast asleep, she looked up at Naruto, who looked curiously back. Tilting her head toward the door, Naruto blinked and just nodded in agreement at the silent message. Standing up from his seat with a small sigh, Naruto left the room and waited out in the hallway. Seconds later he was joined by Mikoto that gently closed the door to make sure it didn't wake Sasuke up again. Changing her gaze up to Naruto, she lifted her smaller hand and placed it against his shoulder, a small smile gracing her lips as she looked him over. Your shoulder is already healed, she just stated simply before letting her hand fall back down against her side. A dry chuckle escaped the blonde's lips as he scratched his cheek with his finger. You should know that much about me already. I probably healed that small scratch before I even made it to the hospital. Right, she whispered softly, her eyes dropping to the ground as she stepped in closer, her slender arms lifting up to wrap tightly around his neck as she leaned into him. A pink tint rose upon Naruto's cheeks as he felt her hugging him close, a confused look on his face as he looked down to her, unable to gain eye contact from his current position. Mikoto Bazin, please? She whispered, her request all too obvious. A sad smile formed on his lips as he raised his arms, wrapping them protectively around her frame. Gently he stroked his palm up and down her back, a surprised look on his face when he started to feel her form lightly trembling against him. Never once in his entire life had he seen Mikoto cry before. It truly broke his heart to see and feel it. With each tremble her grasp on him tightened, her face buried in his chest as she grits her teeth together to try and fight back the tears. You fail to realize how much you mean to them, especially to Mikoto. She sees you as a son, if not more. It wouldn't surprise me if you were the one she would confide in. Let her guard down to grieve. Hiruzen's words echoed through his mind, putting a bitter frown on Naruto's lips as he clutched her tighter, seemingly calming her more down. Sure, it's okay, just let it out. Let it all out. He shushed her, the restraints on her emotional walls breaking as she lightly bumped her forehead against his torso as she started crying against his shirt, the tears dampening his shirt and staining it. Damn it, she muttered, her voice failing not to crack as she clenched her fingers around the back of his cloak, clutching the material in her grasp as she sobbed. They stayed like that for a while, until Mikoto's tears dried out and she hesitantly withdrew herself from his warm body, the lack of warmth already affecting her as she leaned in against his chest again. She didn't want to be alone. It hurt so much to even think about it. Closing her eyes, she rested her head against his torso. her arms wrapped firmly around him as she listened closely to his heartbeat. The warmth emitting from his body seemed to pull her in, acting as a magnet that didn't seem to let go any time soon. "Can we stay like this for a while, please?" she whispered sorrowfully into his chest. The sound of her voice muzzled by the fabric, but easy enough to make out as he nodded and wrapped her firmly up in his arms. "You don't even have to ask." The blonde frowned sadly at the state she was in. It was like a thorn was slowly pushed into his heart every time he would hear and feel her shake as she sobbed against him. With shaky movement, he leaned his cheek down against her head and raised his hand to run his fingers down through her long, soft black hair, massaging her scalp with his fingertips. For a long time, she rested in his arms, listening to the calming melody of his heartbeat. Their arms wrapped around each other as they shared the warmth of their bodies, warming up their crestfallen hearts. Taking a deep breath, she eventually found the mental strength to actually pull away this time, a hand placed on his chest as she looked up to him, her eyes red and puffy as a small shy smile fell upon her lips. "I'm sorry, I ruined your shirt." Naruto shook his head and squeezed her briefly. "Don't worry about it, it's just a shirt. What matters is that you're feeling better." "Are you?" She couldn't help but let a smile grace her face as she nodded to him. "I feel much lighter now, thank you." "Don't thank me, please, it's my pleasure to be there for you when you need me," Naruto responded gently. She lightly smacked his chest. "Don't make me cry again with sweet words," she whispered with a shake of her head. The blonde gained a funny look as he placed his fingers against her sides and started to mercilessly tickle her sides, making her squeal with laughter as she tried to push him away. "We can't have that now, can we?" was the dark words that left his mouth, the evilest and cunning look she had ever seen present on his face. Stop, you moron! Stop, you're going to wake up Sasuke," she cried with soft laughter and pushed away from him, gaining a small pout on her plump pink lips as she crossed her arms under her chest. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she fought the urge to glare dangerously at her favorite blonde. Did he dare think that it looked cute on her? "Sorry, I couldn't resist." Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, momentarily forgetting the tons of problems weighing down on him in her presence. The endless tons of bricks lifted off his heart, just for a mere second. Just long enough to let the warmth of the woman before him warm his heart up. She shook her with a sigh, though the urge to smile was too hard to resist. "I should probably go check on Sasuke." Despite how much she really wanted to bury her face in the crook of his neck and forget everything that happened again, she knew she had responsibilities as a mother, and that always came first. Her baby needed her, and that was all that mattered at the moment. Naruto nodded in understanding. "Yeah, I should probably go talk with Aji-san, but I will come around the Uchiha compound the day after tomorrow. I have something I want to talk with you about." As the last sentence left his lips, a small smile crawled upon them. She tilted her head curiously at the words along with the charming smile that followed, her raven bangs hanging from her forehead as she raised a brow. "What about?" "We probably won't stay at the compound for a while." Face palming briefly, Naruto nodded and sighed. "Then, let's meet at my apartment instead." "And I can't tell right now, but I will when you come by my apartment." She tilted her head and blinked curiously but just nodded with a small smile. "All right then, I'll see you then," she responded softly and leaned over to give him a warm hug, but quickly pulled away before the temptation of staying there in the warmth of his embrace until all of this mess had passed could win her over. His footsteps echoed all the way up through the Hokage Tower, the lack of people and commotion in the building allowing the sound of his heavy footsteps to travel through the air, the sound waves bouncing from wall to wall, from floor to ceiling as he made his way to the top floor. Hesitantly, he reached out for the doorknob. Grasping it with his hand, he turned it and pushed the door open, allowing the door to creak ever so loudly while revealing a dark, empty office. Sighing softly to himself, Naruto stepped inside the room and pushed the door shut behind him. The audible click of the door being shut accordingly rung out through the room before he let go. Walking up to the window behind Hiruzen's desk, Naruto gazed out over the village under the dark night sky. His eyes roamed all over what he could see. There were shinobi and ANBU everywhere, traveling from place to place within the village. They weren't all visible, yet he knew they were there. He could feel it. Just like he could feel the eyes of the fellow ANBU watching him from the ceiling, their curious gazes watching him, silently questioning what he was doing in the Hokage's office this late at night. "I'm surprised to see you here so late. I didn't expect to see you before you depart." The sentence brought Naruto out of his musing as he turned around and faced the elderly Hokage. The older man held his pipe within his right hand, a tired, solemn look on his face as he stepped into the office. Naruto, turning around after having acknowledged his surrogate grandfather's presence, his gaze once again locked on the view out of the window that Hiruzen joined him in sharing. "I talked with Mikoto Bazin. I also talked with Sasuke, but it was hard to say anything. Do you know the feeling of failing someone you care about? The endless despair in the pit of your stomach as you realize you weren't there, and when you were needed. An emotion most shinobi are familiar with, or almost guaranteed will be." Hiruzen acknowledged as he sucked in the smoke from his pipe, before calmly letting it escape his nostrils. The blonde prodigy raised his hand and placed his palm against the window. Had the mood been better, Hiruzen would have made some comment about dirtying his windows, yet the mood wasn't quite there. That look on Sasuke's face said everything. It let me know that I had failed them. I may not have heard the words directly from his mouth, but as the only person outside the Uchiha clan that was remotely close to them, it's like I should have been able to do more. And I agree. Naruto mumbled as he removed his hand from the cool glass of the window. Hiruzen closed his eyes and shook his head in dismissal. "You are but a boy. You may be strong and experienced, but you are still just that. A boy. What has happened isn't, and it will never be your nor Itachi's fault. The burden of an older generation was placed upon your shoulders, an unfair action committed by an even more unfair and cruel world." He wanted to believe the man's words, he truly did, but the feeling in his gut was drowning Hiruzen's words of logic with his own guilt. "Mikoto Bazin is in a bad place, you may have been right. I guess I'm actually needed." He snorted as he finished the sentence. He didn't want to believe it, but the things he had heard and seen the last couple of hours was enough to sway his judgment. "Just as I said, Mikoto-san thinks the world of you. Sasuke-kun sees you as a brother, and from my understanding, it is only natural for them to be in need of a familiar company that they know they can trust." Hiruzen nodded, happy to see that Naruto had managed to see some reason before it was too late. The experienced shinobi could almost predict what role Naruto would have in the Uchiha's recovery. And what role they would have in his. Naruto sighed and turned to face his grandfather figure one last time. "I'll stay for the time being, but I would like to see if Jiraiya could come here instead. This power of mine is destructive and too much for me to handle alone at the moment. It pleases me to hear that, my boy, you are very much needed here. Now more than ever. I do, however, have one request I'd like to make before you leave," Hiruzen added, making Naruto raise a brow. As he was sure he had the blonde's attention, Hiruzen spoke up. "I would like for you to house Mikoto-san and Sasuke-kun in your family estate. I know you already share space with Akari and Karen, but I'm having Tenzo on standby as we speak. He'll be able to create the rooms needed before dawn, along with being able to help make them fully functional before Mikoto and Sasuke are leaving the hospital." Naruto smiled slightly as he nodded. "That had been my plan all along, though I hadn't considered asking a favor from Tenzo. It's certainly less expensive than paying for the upgrade." "Then it's settled. I'll have Tenzo started immediately. I suggest that you go back to your apartment and pack it up before dawn, and then go to gather Mikoto and Sasuke yourself. I think they would be more welcome to this idea if they heard it from you, not that I think they'd reject it either way, but you know how a trusted face is easier to speak with." Hiruzen finished off, and Naruto had nothing else to add. With a quick bow, Naruto lowered his head in respect for his surrogate grandfather before bidding him farewell for the time being. As he had been suggested to do, he went directly home to start packing. The feeling in his gut hadn't disappeared, yet he felt better knowing he'd be surrounded by the people he cared about on a daily basis. It also made it easier for him to protect them. He'd died before failing them again. Which was why he mentally noted that it was time to pick up his training. He may have been strong, but he wasn't strong enough. It took him a surprisingly short time to pack, and after 2 hours, he looked up at the clock to notice it was still in the middle of the night, which was good. He still had time before Tenzo was done, and thus had time to quickly inform Akari and Karen about what was going on, and what was happening. He really owed them that. He had brought them here, and then basically disappeared from the surface of the world. There was without a doubt a bunch of apologies to be passed around and some explanations. When Aji-san said that he would have Tenzo create a couple more rooms, this wasn't exactly what I had expected. Naruto mumbled to himself as he stood at the start of his property. The sun had just started to show its light over the edge of the village, lighting up the faces of the previous Hokage. He had just arrived with a backpack filled with scrolls containing everything he owned from his old apartment, and was looking at the work Tenzo had done. What had usually just been a quite large house with enough space to house a big family, was now an even bigger building, formed into an L shape. To say that Tenzo had done an amazing job would be a huge understatement, and as if he was speaking of the devil, the masked man landed right beside him. I hope the house is to your liking, Naruto-san. I made sure to add 2 extra bedrooms, along with an extra bathroom. The basement was also expanded, so there would be more space for when the remaining Uchiha moves in with you. The blonde couldn't fight the smile that crept onto his face as he turned around to face his ANBU colleague, and offered him a hand. It looks amazing, thank you so much for this. Is it all fully operational already? Tenzo chuckled and accepted the hand and shook it as he looked up at the larger building. Hi, the entire building is fully functional with heat, water, and electricity. Hiruzen-sama pulled a lot of strings to make this work. I would share my gratitude with him as well. Don't worry, I will. But first thing first, I need to get my stuff unpacked and then a word with Akari and Karen before I go pick up Mikoto Bazin and Sasuke at the hospital. Naruto informed the wood-style user that promptly nodded, and used the shunshin to leave the area altogether. Taking a deep breath, Naruto exhaled slowly as he made his way up to the front door. His parents' house, or well, it was his house now, had always been a thorn in his side. He loved this place, but it made him relive a time where he was happy. He missed his family, he missed what they had and what they could have been when Menma was about to be born. It wasn't time for him to dwell on the past anymore, on the contrary, he was needed in the present. The world around him was seemingly withering, and his precious people needed him. And because of that, he deemed that enough was enough. No more running, no more hiding from who he was, it was time to come back to his senses. Taking another deep breath, he looked up at the front door and spoke quietly to himself, I'm home. As he opened the door, he was met by the scent of freshly cooked breakfast. It almost made him run into the kitchen, due to the sense of déjà vu. The last time he had entered this room and smelled breakfast was when he'd been little. Before he could even manage to get his sandals off in the hallway, his eyes were met by the ones of a very solemn-looking Akari. Naruto had his theories on what would happen next. It would either be a scolding of a lifetime, or perhaps a flying frying pan to the face. Yet, what actually happened shocked him to his very core. Akari slowly walked up to meet him, her arms stretched out just before she reached him, and engulfed him in a soft, warm hug. This, he didn't expect. The emotions rising within his gut were threatening to spill out from his eyes, but he kept it in. Raising his own arms hesitantly, he returned the hug. Still unsure of why he deserved it, but the sensation and feeling of being hugged were welcomed with deep, deep gratitude. You poor thing. The older woman whispered softly as she ran a hand up and down his back. She hadn't expected to see him so soon after everything that had happened to him. The Hokage had been kind enough to update her about where he had disappeared off to when he didn't come home when they had gotten to Konoha. It broke her heart knowing that the kind-hearted boy that had saved her and her daughter had just lost his best friend and almost lost his mind in the aftermath. Not to mention the slaughtering of his surrogate family. The Uchiha had been here when they arrived, now they were gone. Naruto blinked slowly and gave a short sniffle as he looked over her shoulder with half-lidded eyes, seemingly staring into nothingness. I'm sorry for worrying you, it has been a pair of troubling days. Don't you dare apologize, I'm just glad you are here, and that you are home. Safe and sound. Akari interrupted him, giving him a gentle shake to get his focus on her as she spoke to him, her eyes glazed over with worry and sympathy for the young boy that had been their savior in the darkest time. Aniki, the loud screech came from the end of the hallway, and the excited tone of Karen's voice actually made Naruto laugh a little as he separated from Akari. Crouching down, he waved at the girl and was immediately met with a hug around the neck. Hey there, have you been behaving? Naruto asked with a teasing undertone as he returned the girl's hug, yet his words caused a pout to form on her lips as she gave a slight glare at him. Giving a slight huff, Karen turned her head away from the older Uzumaki. Of course I have, but you, Aniki, haven't, she stated, as a matter of fact, causing Naruto to blink at her with confusion. Oh? So I haven't been behaving? And what could that possibly mean? He asked with a tilt of his head, his spiky blonde bangs hanging from his head as Karen pointed an accusing finger at him, a confident smirk on her face. The smirk only seemed to grow as she spoke. You didn't come home, it was your turn to do the dishes last night, and I had to do them for you, which means you owe me. Naruto couldn't help but stare blankly at her as he tried to fight the urge to tickle her into an early grave. I guess I'll have to give you some payback then, he said in an alarming and threatening tone, which Karen didn't seem to pick up on before he had captured her with one arm and started tickling her stomach with his free hand. Akari just watched this with a sad smile on her face. You lost so much, yet you don't even dare show it to her. Acting like everything is alright, shielding her from your pain. You truly have a kind heart. She was brought out of her thoughts though when a heavily panting Karen that had broken free from Naruto's hold had raced behind her legs, seeking cover from the, in her opinion, evil blonde. Karen-chan, why don't you go set the table? I have to speak with Naruto-kun about something important, and then we shall have breakfast. Akari spoke kindly to her daughter, and despite the feeling of wanting to protest against being the one to set the table, again, she obeyed and ran back into the kitchen, leaving Naruto and Akari back in the hallway again. Naruto stood back up from his crouched position and adjusted his cloak, before letting out a deep sigh. I have something I need to talk with you as well. Two people I consider family survived the tragedy and will have to live here. Hence why the ANBU named Tenzo made so many adjustments this morning. I hope you don't mind because I won't turn my back on the people I care about. Akari just gave a kind smile as she placed a comforting hand on his arm. That was what I was going to ask about. And we don't mind one bit. You wouldn't be you without helping the people you consider family. I can already see that now. We may not be super close, but that trait in you is shining brighter than the sun. I'll be happy to do what I can to help them as well. Naruto nodded gratefully and placed a hand on top of hers. Thank you for understanding. The people in question is the woman I talked about, Mikoto Bazin and her son Sasuke. They were the only ones I managed to get to in time. The solemn look crashed onto his face again after that. The feeling of failing so many kept crashing down on him every time he dared think about it. Akari grabbed his hands and squeezed them tightly, and gave him a motherly to the back of his left hand, which shocked him to his very core. You saved their lives, meaningful lives, just like you saved ours. You didn't fail the rest of them, you did what you could. You need to accept that. The lives you save mean something. Your value isn't calculated in the number of people you got to, but in the effort you made. And you, Naruto Uzumaki, put more effort in than most. Completely dumbstruck by the words she spoke, Naruto just narrowed his eyes and nodded. He never understood why people seemed to be able to read him like an open book. Was it the way he said things or acted? Or was it mere logic that this was what he would be upset about? He didn't know, and he disliked what he didn't understand. He appreciated her words, he truly did. He just felt hopeless. Akari, after a brief moment of silence, gave his hands a last squeeze before letting go. Grabbing onto his cloak, she carefully unclasped it at the front and pulled it off his shoulder. Come and have some breakfast before you leave again, you need your strength. You look like someone that hasn't eaten properly in days. Too exhausted and hungry to fight her, Naruto just nodded and walked with her into the kitchen. It was a lot to take in. Everything that had happened, and being back here. After everything that had happened and was happening, he felt like he needed a good long shower and a nap. He was seated at the end of a dining table that he remembered being smaller, only to realize Tenzo must have replaced the old one with this one to gain more space for when Mikoto and Sasuke would eat with them. He was eventually brought out of his thoughts when he was presented a plate with warm breakfast, consisting of a bowl of rice and a grilled fish. I know it's not the most fancy breakfast out there, but I hope it'll suffice. Akari smiled and took a seat to his left, while Karen sat right beside her mother further down the table. Naruto's mouth twitched into a thankful smile. It's perfect, thank you. "It looks very delicious," he commented, making the older woman smile at his praise as she watched him eat his breakfast with glee. It had been the first meal he had eaten in so long, so she wasn't super surprised when the portion had been down his stomach after a few minutes. Breakfast had been mostly quiet, with the occasional small talk. Naruto, despite his lack of appetite, somehow managed to eat 2 portions worth of breakfast. Mostly due to the insisting Akari watching him, making sure he ate, but he wouldn't deny that he needed the energy he would get from the meal. Around half an hour later, he was now seen standing out in front of the hospital. His cloak was once again swung over his shoulders, covering his form as he leaned against a lamppost while waiting. The receptionist said that the Uchiha duo would be released and allowed to leave in around 10 minutes, so all that was left to do was wait. And he hated waiting. The village was sad this morning. He could tell from the talk going around, along with the huge pile of flowered bouquets stabled in front of the Uchiha compound. It was the talk of the town, and everyone was mourning the loss of the clan while cursing the traitor that had turned against his family. It pissed Naruto off. No one knew the truth, they just blindly assumed they knew everything, not that he had been much different a few hours ago. Sighing deeply, Naruto looked up at the clouds and settled more into his cloak. The clouds were darkening above him, and he was questioning whether or not it was going to rain. There wasn't much else to pay attention to at the moment, so his eyes just followed the dark clouds racing over the sky. "Naruto-kun? You're here early. I thought we'd meet at your apartment. We were just about to be on our way there." The soft tone of one of his most precious persons met his ears, and despite how much he hated the sad tone within, he was just happy that she was still here and still alive. The one thing he managed to do, saving both her and Sasuke's life. Managing to form a smile on his lips, Naruto walked over and greeted the raven-haired woman with a caring hug, that she quickly returned. "No reason to go to that empty place, and I thought you may want some company. The village is a bit too noisy this morning." Settling into the warmth of the blonde's body, Mikoto rested her cheek up against his chest as she smiled at the sweet thought. "Thank you. It would have been rather bothersome to manage to get home to all the memories alone, not to mention all the staring. And what do you mean with that empty place? Did you move out during the night?" The confusion was all too clear in her voice. Running the tips of his fingers down through her soft, smooth, raven hair, Naruto gave her a quick squeeze before separating. "Don't mention it at all. I'm here for you too when you need me. And yes, I moved back home. And that's what I wanted to talk with you two about." "Where's Sasuke?" Mikoto folded her arms and sighed as she nodded her head back toward the hospital. "Still sleeping. I thought that I'd talk with you myself so that he could rest. A nurse is watching over him, along with some ANBU, I'd suppose?" Naruto saw no reason to lie, so he just nodded to confirm her suspicion. "Well, you know about how the Uchiha clan compound is all destroyed and stuff, and even if it wasn't, I'm sure that with the memories of that night, it wouldn't be healthy for either you or Sasuke to go back to living there anytime soon, right?" Slowly nodding, Mikoto's eyes widened as she pieced together what he was probably going to say, but stayed quiet and let him finish. "And also, the both of you are family to me. In this entire village, there is nobody else that I consider more important, so what I'm trying to say is, I would like the two of you to move into my old family estate. It's been renovated and expanded, so that it won't feel cramped, and you will even be able to become friends with Akari. Are you sure about that, Naruto?" "I wouldn't want to intrude." A resolute look flashed in his eyes before he interrupted. "No. It's not intruding. Like I said, you are both family, and I care about you both way too much for me to not want to have you two living with me. I'm not going to take a no for an answer, Mikoto Bazin. I'll continue to try and persuade you, whether from my end or through Sasuke, but I won't give up." Naruto finished with a foxy grin. Hiruzen was busy doing the remaining paperwork on his desk when he heard the audible knock on his door. Raising his eyes from the papers he was signing, he lowered his pipe and spoke loudly, "Enter," and watched with a smile as his blond grandson entered the room, his eyes holding an amount of determination he hadn't seen in such a long time. The blonde in question gave a quick nod of his head, a small quiet greeting as he stepped in, and closed the door behind him. "I apologize for disturbing the middle of your work." Naruto apologized quietly, his tone signaling he wasn't entirely sure he should have come here, unsure of whether or not he had a good enough reason to request what he was going to ask for. It's quite all right, the distraction is more than welcomed actually. It is rather boring to sit day in and day out signing the same signature on similar pieces of paper. So what can I do for you? Are Mikoto-san and Sasuke-kun settled in within your estate? Hiruzen sighed, making the blonde smile a bit with a half-chuckle escaping his lips. He didn't doubt that one bit at all. At the second part of his surrogate grandfather's sentence, Naruto sighed a bit and leaned against the door with a hand brushing through his smooth, golden locks of spiky hair. I had to do some convincing, but I used the stubbornness I've learned from you, and managed to convince them to come with me in the end. I also asked Inu to help the Uchiha move in while I was on my way. There was without a doubt a lot of relief in Naruto's sentence. He had been happy to convince them and take them with him. Hiruzen let out a dry chuckle at the comment regarding being stubborn, because if he recalled correctly, which he did most of the time, then it was typically the blonde teen in front of him that was usually being stubborn. And aside from his mother Kushina, he was probably the most stubborn person that he knew. That's good to hear, and a relief. Please take a seat. I sense more on your heart than merely informing me of the latest gossip. How are you holding up? I know you don't like to show it openly. Naruto took Hiruzen's offer and sat down in one of the two chairs placed in front of the man's desk. With a deep, long and tired sigh, Naruto lowered his head and stared blankly at the carpet beneath him. I'm better than what I thought I'd be, but I've been distracting myself with a lot of other stuff too. I don't think that it has truly hit me yet, what has happened, I mean. I guess I'm still in a bit of denial, hoping that it's some nightmare that I'll soon wake up from. But I know that I won't. That it's just reality showing how much of a bitch it is. Focusing your energy elsewhere is fine, but you need to let yourself properly grieve. The Uchiha were your friends, your family. Bottling it all up inside won't end well. And I won't allow you, as my surrogate grandson, to go through all that once again. So please listen to an old fool, and let yourself grieve with the rest of us at their funeral. It isn't shameful to cry when people you care about die, let alone with what happened with Itachi. Hiruzen may have been blunt in his words, but it hit right where it should. The first few times he had lost people, he had always thought it was his duty as the fourth son to cope with it and show strength. Clenching his fist tightly, Naruto grit his teeth and raised his vision up to meet Hiruzen's. That's why I need your help. I'm tired of feeling hopeless and helpless, this constant pain in my gut telling me I could be better. What can I do? Hiruzen raised himself from his desk and turned around, staring out over the village for a while, wondering, leaving the blonde to stare at his back in silence. As he took a mouthful of smoke from his pipe, allowing it to escape from the corner of his mouth, he sighed deeply. Meet me at the training ground located at the back of the Sarutobi compound in half an hour. I'm going to teach you something that my father once taught me many years ago. It helped me when I had lost Tobirama-sensei, and had felt like being the next Hokage would end up leading to the village's demise. Naruto had to blink at those words. Never in his life would he have ever thought that the man before him would actually have had such thoughts. Are you serious? Hiruzen gave a quick chuckle as he gazed up toward the stone faces from the corner of his eyes, his gaze resting on the sculpture of his former sensei as he spoke, quite serious. Tobirama-sensei's footsteps were quite difficult to follow in. As Naruto mentally browsed through his memories of what he had learned about the second Hokage, he couldn't help but shrug. Tobirama-sama was probably quite the guy. He's already a legend in the history books. I mean, he did quite a lot of our village. Though the way he seemed to treat the Uchiha didn't sit well with me. You've got to remember that Tobirama-sensei fought alongside Hashirama-sensei in the war between Senju and Uchiha. They lost all their brothers beside each other in the bloodshed. Hiruzen reasoned despite not agreeing with some of the things there had been said about some Uchiha back in the day, but despite Tobirama's past experiences, one Kagami Uchiha had also been trained by the late Hokage. Naruto felt a frown creeping onto his face, his fist clenching around his cloak's fabric as he spoke out. I'm tired of all the useless bloodshed, the unnecessary death. And all for what, greed? And why? It's all meaningless in the end. What good is a fortune, when you're losing yourself in the process of getting to it? Hiruzen puffed his pipe a few times before sitting down in his chair again, The bloodshed of the shinobi world has been going on since the era of the shinobi begun. We may be in a time of peace, but people still die. I truly wish that there is some way that we can all one day understand each other and end the bloodshed. However, the simple reality of the world is that there will always be people blinded by greed, hate, and anger. Emotion and desire make people unpredictable. Naruto let go of his hold in his cloak and looked up with a sigh. Do you ever feel like the system is just meaningless? The hidden villages offer protection by the means of our military forces. Yet, we never get anywhere. No matter the mission, no matter the quantity, the bloodshed is the same as it always has been. The Hokage looked at this young boy with his thought running like a wild horse. Despite his earlier actions and accidents, this boy was far too mature for his age. Which was partially his fault, but it was still horrifying. If we want to remove the problem, we have to grab the weeds by the roots and pull them out so they won't spread. We just don't have the resources or the manpower, especially now, after the recent events. Perhaps when we regain our strength, we can make a more focused effort into ridding the world of the toxicity that is spreading within it. The blonde stood up from his seated location and adjusted his cloak without a word, before eventually deciding to speak. Well then, I guess we better get to it. Every minute wasted is a minute that could be used doing something useful. Then what are you waiting for? Meet me at the Sarutobi compound, and I'll be waiting there with the items required. Hiruzen finished, and Naruto just nodded before shining out of the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen to sit back alone. Your son is truly something else. Not even half an hour later, Naruto landed at the front of the Sarutobi compound. He was a bit early, but time wasted was time that he wouldn't get back again. Making his way throughout the compound, he noticed it looked more empty than normal. He guessed it was because the majority of the clan were shinobi, and were out helping cleaning up in the village and to keep the order after last night's disaster. Thinking back to the disaster, Naruto's mind wandered to Itachi. It pained his heart immensely. His best friend, his brother, had done the ultimate sacrifice. He had taken everything upon himself, shouldering the pain and hatred of his clan, saving the lives of thousands. And for what? The hatred of the village was placed on his shoulders. News of the event was already spreading like a dry forest fire, and curses to his names echoed in each empty alley near the streets. Would Itachi ever be free again? Despite how much he longed for a happy ending, where Itachi would be back to reunite the remains of his family, he couldn't be delusional. This world was cruel and gray. Nothing ever ended happily, at least not for him. Sure, he could maybe bitch and moan about it for the rest of his life, or he could try and do something about it, hence why he was here. He had chosen the latter. Raising his head from the road that he had been walking on, Naruto blinked at the sight of Hiruzen standing in a training outfit that he hadn't seen since he had gotten a few lessons from the man when the blonde was a wee lad. It managed to bring out a smile to his face, as it was a sight for sore eyes, reminding him of a time where things were simpler. You're here early, eager to get your ass hooped? Hiruzen greeted as he pulled a large pouch out from behind a tree, dropping it in the middle of the training ground as the blonde Anbu entered the area. Giving a slight nod of confirmation, Naruto blinked as he stared at the pouch. I came to get your help for a reason. You're the only person in the village who can beat me as badly as that masked man, so I'd rather not waste any time by pulling a Kakashi. I've already lost too much. Blonde couldn't comprehend what he had just heard. He had asked his surrogate grandfather for help, so he could teach him, but this was an odd thing. Could you repeat that? Naruto asked, confused as he felt a sweat drop tickling down the side of his face. Hiruzen blinked and coughed into his hand with a smirk. Yes, we will be training the thing you are possibly the worst at. Patience. Don't look so dull, it's a family trait. Your mother was also very bad at the patience game. Should have seen her face when she realized it would take you 9 months to come out of her stomach. The old Hokage couldn't hold his chuckles in as he relived the memories of a very impatient Kushina. Before throwing a fit about how that would help him, he decided to take a deep breath through his nose, and exhaled it through his mouth. And how exactly is that going to help me with my problems? Hiruzen had already anticipated that this question would most likely come, and said his prepared answer. You are still a boy. You may be an adult in the eye of the village because of that headband, but you will tear yourself down if you don't start to learn patience. You are rushing through life at a dangerous pace. I still don't follow. How will being patient stop me from feeling like a failure? Naruto asked again, not feeling like that answer really helped him at all. Hiruzen sat down on the grass field and patted the spot beside him, looking expectantly up at the blonde. Naruto tilted his head before sitting down, looking over at Hiruzen, who took the sitting position of what he would assume was meditation. Meditate with me, was the clear instruction. The old Kage sighed. You cannot shoulder every problem, as if they were your own. Yes, the Uchiha clan died a tragic death, and you have every right to be sad. However, their death wasn't your responsibility. The death of your parents wasn't your responsibility either. You need to learn to be patient with yourself, so you can slow down and see that not everything is on you. Feeling like this was already a lost battle, Naruto decided to keep his mouth shut. What point was there to argue? He had asked for help to control these emotions, and learn how to live with his past mistakes. He could at least hear the man out before he decided to shout to high heavens that he was a failure. So what are we going to do? Are we gonna train here? A small smirk graced Sandame's lips as he shook his head in the negative, confusing Naruto even further. What had been the point of asking him to come here if they weren't even going to train in said location? Not quite. It's close yet a bit far off from here. My father took me there to train many years ago, away from prying eyes and in complete peace and quiet. This seemed to pique Naruto's interest. Hi-no-Kuni was usually a busy place, shinobi, and merchants traveling in from all four gates almost 24 hours a day, all the week's 7 days. So where will we be training then? Taking the stuff Hiruzen had brought, the old man threw it at Naruto, who caught the bag easily. Ever heard about the Split Lion Mountain? Naruto tilted his head at that. The mountain that looks like the face of a lion, that is split in half in the middle like it was split with a massive wind jutsu? Hiruzen nodded in affirmative. Correct. My father built a small cabin on top of the mountain and flattened the area with earth release. He taught me many things up there, and I plan to do the same for you. But won't the villagers and elders get mad if you suddenly don't do paperwork and all that stuff? A shadow clone only lasts so long, and I don't want to burden you. Naruto sighed, feeling a bit uncertain about all of this. The mountain was quite far away, well, not by shinobi standards really, but there was still some traveling involved in getting there. The old Hokage looked up toward the mountains and kept silent for a bit, but eventually turned around to face Naruto again. In these dark times, the village needs new hope. The people around here call you the savior of clans. You may have felt like you failed, but everyone else sees you as victorious. In their eyes, you saved the hope of a new generation of both Uchiha and Uzumaki. I don't follow. I wasn't done. Hiruzen chuckled. They see you as hope, even when stuff crumbles around us. A large portion of the villagers feels a sense of safety knowing people like you are watching over them, doing their best to protect the will of fire. And as such, we could boost their confidence and hope. The blonde's cheeks reddened slightly at the praising words. He had a hard time believing that people were talking like that about him. However, Hiruzen had no reason to lie. If he was just trying to strengthen his self-confidence, then it would surely fail if what he said were lies. The blonde would find out at some point if it were, so Naruto figured there were no lies in the man's words. And how will we be boosting hope? Isn't this just training? Naruto asked curiously. The smirk on Hiruzen's face intensified at that. To satisfy the bothersome elders, and to put hope in the hearts of our city, there is always the benefit of spreading the word of a Kage's apprentice. Naruto's eyes started widening at a rapid pace at that, taking a step back as he looked left and right a few times. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Aji-san, are you sure this is a good idea? There's a lot of other people that could a better choice. Nonsense. I've already watched over some of your training ever since you were little. I know your limits and your strengths, and the bond between teacher and student is only surpassed by that of family. As a surrogate family, having both bonds would only be beneficial. The already established trust will help us advance. Additionally, the apprentice in question that is both expected from the populace, and has been told to the populace is you, and to be quite frank, I wouldn't have any other person that I'd rather call my apprentice. Hiruzen proclaimed proudly, a confirming hand placed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto's face was completely frozen in shock. his gaze unmoving before it started to fall toward the ground. Reaching up to wipe a stray tear away from his eye, he took a deep breath before looking back up. I won't fail you, Sensei. I know you won't. So as of now, I won't be going easy on you anymore. We have a lot of work to do, and we will start with your request. As you start making progress, I'll start filling in other training regiments. Hiruzen informed, to which the blonde only nodded in understanding. Hi, Sensei, Naruto yelled out, a small smirk on his face that reeked the slightest bit of self-confidence. Then let's get to it, we are wasting daylight. In another portion of the village, Kakashi was not having the time of the day. He had been requested by his younger brother figure, Naruto, to help the Uchiha move into the Uzumaki compound. The affair had started out easily enough, some simple moving of personal items and placing them around the newly added rooms in Naruto's family estate. However, as Karen and Akari had returned home, hell froze over. The storm following the calm had been unexpected, and before Kakashi knew it, he was standing right in the situation he was right now. His eyes wide with fear as his left hand was pulled by a very emotional red-haired girl, while his right one was being pulled by just an equally eager young Uchiha heir. Naruto and I is my big brother, he even promised to teach me ninjutsu. Sasuke yelled at the top of his lungs, his face flustered with red cheeks signaling his jealousy. The sheer volume of his voice was quite impressive, making Kakashi doubt that he wasn't heard all the way over in Iwa. On his other side, a very furious Karen was gritting her teeth with her hair rising up, Kushina style, as she screamed a reply. And oh, he's my Aniki, he came all the way to Kusa and took me and Ka-chan to our new home, he's my brother mine. And as she finished her sentence, Kakashi could start hearing a ringing in both his ears, with his hair starting to wilt around his face, losing its will to live. Kami, save me please, he cried out in his mind, and as if the great Kami had for once heard one of his many, many prayers, both Mikoto and Akari entered the living room the argument had unfolded in. And Kakashi was scared shitless, to say so at least. The sheer intent of promised pain for the troublemakers coming from both mothers was scaring even him, an elite shinobi with war experience. Mikoto had a face that was far too calm. It was a kind smile, but the aura that was being emitted around coalesced into the form of a Hanya mask. The cold, deadly aura crept across the room, sending a chill down the young Uchiha's spine. Sasuke-chan, if you don't lower your voice and let go of Kakashi-san, who has been so sweet and kind to help us move, I promise that you will wish that you had regretted it in time. Sasuke's entire body froze at the tone, and shakily his hands let go of Kakashi's larger ones. His entire being shook as if he had been traveling through Kuni in nothing but his birthday suit. Taking a step back, he turned his head up to look nervously at his mother, whose deadly aura had started to fade back into her being. Good. Karen was starting to smirk, feeling as if she had won this battle, but when she turned her head a mere inch to the right, she saw her mother's face right next to hers. She instantly froze with a look of fear on her face, her mouth gaping open as Akari simply and calmly spoke with a hand on Karen's shoulder. Karen-chan? The redhead threw Kakashi's hand away, causing the almost lifeless scarecrow to spin around like a Beyblade before falling over the couch and onto the floor with a loud thud. "Hai!" she screamed, standing completely still as Akari moved away with a satisfied grunt. Akari gave a small sigh as she raised her head at the newcomer in the house, more specifically the raven-haired woman she guessed to be the one and only Uchiha Mikoto, that Naruto had been so endlessly teased about by one of the legendary Sannin. She couldn't say she didn't understand why Naruto had gotten teased, it was quite obvious in her eyes. An attractive raven-haired woman / that the blonde had praised to high heavens. Seems like it was on himself to get so endlessly teased. Mikoto, who had done the same, met the red-haired woman's gaze before giving a nod of acknowledgement. That's some parenting skills you got there. You only have to say her name before she listens. She voiced out, impressed, almost jealous of how easy she made it look, causing the two mothers to share a brief laugh together in the audience of their terrified children, and a seemingly lifeless Kakashi. Likewise, seems like you have established quite clearly who's in charge of your family. Akari praised as she was just as impressed, causing Mikoto to gain a slight flush in her cheeks out of a bit of embarrassment, not feeling like it was anything special compared to what the redhead had just displayed. The two women then started walking toward each other, a hand extended till the point they shared a handshake and an introduction. Parenting aside, I'm Uchiha Mikoto. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I wish it could have been under other circumstances. I hope we are not intruding in your home. Akari couldn't help but let out a soft giggle with a shake of her head. Uzumaki Akari. And trust me, the pleasure is all mine after what I've heard about you. Naruto had a lot of kind words about you. You aren't intruding at all, so that would be nonsense to say. And, it's technically Naruto's home, and I doubt he'd ever think you guys were intruding either. He thinks too highly of you to ever let such a thought cross his mind. The raven-haired woman couldn't help but blink a bit with a growing smile, a bit surprised Naruto was that fond of her and her family. She had known they were close, but all praise? It warmed her heart to hear that, spreading a nice feeling throughout her body. As the handshake ended, Mikoto turned around and waved Sasuke over. The raven-haired boy still looked a bit fearful from earlier, but nonetheless bounced over beside his mother, and extended his own much smaller hand to greet the lady. Uchiha Sasuke, it's nice to meet you, miss. He greeted as politely as he had been instructed to do when meeting strangers. The Uzumaki woman couldn't help but notice how cute he looked, and how he was almost a spitting image of his mother, especially with that hair of his. Reaching down, while crouching, Akari gently grasped the young boy's hand and shook it. It's nice to meet you too, Sasuke-kun. When she finished her introduction with Sasuke, she waved her daughter over and smiled as the small girl introduced herself to the newcomers. I'm Karen, it's good to meet you, Uchiha-san. She politely introduced herself to the older Uchiha woman, yet she couldn't keep herself from blowing raspberry towards Sasuke, which resulted in a light bonk on top of her head by her mother. Karen, go and introduce yourself, properly, to Sasuke-kun. Now. Akari instructed sternly, and very hesitantly, the two kids inched forward. Both pouting greatly, as they extended their hands to greet each other, though the intensity behind their eyes was making both women's sweat drop. Kids would be kids. Mikoto watched the encounter with a sigh before she looked around, scanning the room to find Kakashi, but then almost comically fell to the ground when she noticed Kakashi laying on the floor as if he had punctured like a balloon struck by a needle. Are you alright, Kakashi-kun? Elaine's shaky hand raised up from the floor to give a thumbs up, never been better. A few miles away from the village, Naruto was standing with the wind blowing through his golden locks, his gaze fixated on his home that looked so small from the place he was standing. It looked so peaceful from up here. He noted calmly, as Hiruzen joined him at his side. The older man gave a knowing look. It truly is, which also was one of the first things I noticed when I arrived here on the mountain. The road up here may be tough, but I took that as part of my training as well. Plus, the reward is quite worth it. Wouldn't you agree? I would if you hadn't forced me to climb up here with a hand carrying a small boulder on my back whilst also preventing me from using chakra to climb. Naruto's sweat dropped as he turned his head to glare at the boulder he had promptly smashed into the ground, and demolished with a small lightning jutsu upon arriving at the top of the mountain. Hiruzen shook his head and retreated from the edge they had stood at. I expect you to do the same every time you arrive here. With or without me, it will help not only increase your strength but also strengthen your determination and resolve to complete a difficult task. The blonde almost fell over the edge at that, and sighed heavily, starting to doubt this had been a good idea in the end. Fiyin. Snorting at the blonde's defeated reply, Hiruzen waltzed over and sat on top of a stone. His legs crossed as he took a deep breath. Are you ready for the first lesson? Remember, at first I'll help you learn how to unwind your troubles, but afterward there is so much more I wish to teach you. Naruto nodded at that and walked over. So what are we going to do? The smirk on Hiruzen's face seemed almost to pity the blonde Uzumaki. The older man patted the rock beside him, and mumbled out, We are going to meditate. The world seemed to stop moving around Naruto as his sense of time and place disappeared for a moment. Blinking a few times, he spoke out, Come again? We are going to meditate, Hiruzen repeated as if it was the most simple thing in the world. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he seemed extremely bored at the mere mention of meditating. He was, after all, an Uzumaki. He was filled with energy, and could hardly sit still and do nothing as it was. And how exactly is that going to help me? The old Hokage sighed deeply at that, and closed his eyes. Through meditation, you can clear your mind. Clearing your thoughts will allow you to get a clear vision and a focused thought process. As you clear your mind, you'll be able to see the truth and discard the darkness shrouding your mind. I hate it when you are speaking in riddles, Naruto grumbled and sat on top of the stone beside Hiruzen's, crossing his leg like his mentor had, and intertwining his fingers in his lap as he took a deep breath. This was going to be a long day. This will not only benefit you personally, but when you master the art of clearing your mind of all the bad stuff filling it, you'll be able to eventually utilize it in combat. And thus, be able to act correctly with a clear mind. Hiruzen continued, completely ignoring Naruto's grumbling. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. At least this will be able to help me with more than just bad thoughts. The old man nodded to himself as he closed his eyes. The wind blew through their hair and clothes, as the fresh, cool mountain air passed over the mountain tops. Empty your mind, and clear your thoughts. Live in this moment, not in past ones, pay attention to the current flow of time. What can you hear? What can you feel? Naruto found it a bit hard to do that. His mind was filled with so much. His past, his family, the Uchiha, and the people he had lost. It was hard, clearing his mind seemed impossible. The endless images of where he felt he could have done better was terrifying, yet he did as instructed. Using the events of the current time, Naruto placed his focus on what he could hear and feel. I can feel and hear the wind. It's in my hair? No, it's everywhere. It's a bit chilly, but I like that, the cold seems soothing. As his mind wandered, he subconsciously started to let the images in his head fade. That's right. Let the time flow around us just like the mountain wind. Stay focused here in the moment. What else can you feel or hear? Hiruzen continued, as the two sat with closed eyes. The older man could, however, feel how hard it was for Naruto. There was hesitation in his voice, signaling that the blonde's mind wasn't entirely clear yet. It was to be expected, there was too much within there to simply just clear it. The blonde clenched his eyes a bit, trying to stay concentrated on clearing his mind, but the endless pictures and images of death, blood, and destruction kept on appearing. Nothing. Naruto sighed and opened his eyes with a defeated expression. He had let his concentration slip. Instead of focusing on the blank nothingness to clear his mind, he had paid attention to everything that had been bothering him for the past 8 years. Hiruzen opened his eyes too and placed a comforting palm on top of the blonde's shoulder, and gave a reassuring look, indicating that it was okay. Do not be ashamed, you did well for your first try. Meditation isn't something everyone can master. And the more you have piled up in your heart, the more that's bothering you, the harder it will be to clear your head. You cannot master meditation with talent, it requires hard work and determination. Which is why I know you can do it. I have faith in you. Naruto's lips bend up into a small frown as he looks at his surrogate grandfather and now mentor. In that case, I guess I'll just have to keep doing it until it works. With a chuckle, Hiruzen shook his head. As much as I admire your determination, I can't allow that. We both have some stuff to attend to back in the village, so I'll be leaving for the office around sunset. I want you to go back around the same time. You have people that wait for you. Plus, you'll need rest. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Uzumaki asked, So, are we going back up here tomorrow? And are we going to make it public that you have made me your apprentice? In order to satisfy the elders and other commanding shinobi, it's in our best interest to let them know what we're up to. The village too will feel safer knowing about it, giving them a sense of safety. And yes, we shall continue practicing tomorrow. When you've made significant progress with meditation, then we'll mix it up with some combat training. I have a feeling that we don't have time to wait around for Jiraiya to arrive, so I may have to help you figure this new power of yours out myself. Hiruzen explained. Naruto's face almost fell into a state of fear as that new power was mentioned. He had given it a few thoughts, but it scared him. It made him stronger, faster, but it also made him feel scared. The power felt terrifying, menacing, like it craved destruction. Very well then. Hiruzen, who had sensed the worry from his student, squeezed his shoulder. Don't worry, my boy. I'll be here to help and guide you, and stop you if need be. There's nothing to fear. What if I hurt someone? I was so angry. I was like a blind animal. There's no one to hurt up here. Don't place fear where there should be none. Everything will work out in the end, and you shall gain clarity. Running a hand through his hair as he started going over everything that Hiruzen had said since they arrived, Naruto couldn't help but feel like there was more to it than this. It just didn't add up. All this talk about clarity, and everything of the like, it has nothing to do with meditation, does it? No matter how long I will sit on that rock, it will never help me feel less. Seeing that his blonde student was indeed as smart as he had figured, maybe smarter, Hiruzen realized he had been made. Standing up from the rock he had been sitting on, the older man adjusted his outfit for a mere moment. Meditation will help calm your mind, make you think rationally, but you're right. You can sit there for years, but you will never feel less. Then how is this ever going to help me? How can I feel less? Naruto hissed out through gritted teeth, his fist clenching as he just started to feel like he had been wasting his time coming here. He had asked for help, with a very specific matter, and this had absolutely nothing to do with it. Hiruzen shook his head with a shrug as he eyed the blonde boy. Yeah, it's a clever move being angry all the time. I get it. Naruto looked up at him from the corner of his eyes as his surrogate grandfather came up to stand beside him, remaining in silence. As he felt no answer coming, Hiruzen sighed and looked back down over the village as he lit his pipe up with a small fire jutsu. You see, your problem was never that you felt too much. The problem all along was that you were feeling too little. Feeling less, as you say. What are you talking about? I know that you miss your parents. I know that you miss Shursui. You miss them so much that you shut yourself down, wanting to show them that you were strong and independent, that you had the ability to take care of yourself, that you had no weaknesses. Being mad makes it a lot easier, but you see, the tougher thing to do would be to let yourself feel. The last couple of words leaving Hiruzen's mouth made Naruto look up at him with wide blue eyes, his foot taking a step back, no words leaving his mouth. Before Naruto could get too far away, Hiruzen had already anticipated his move and grabbed his wrist, and dragged the blonde into a comforting embrace with a warm, comforting smile on his face. It's okay to be sad, Naruto. You are allowed to be sad. The people that are watching over you from above will understand that you're not always strong. That you're just as human as the person next to you. Naruto grit his teeth as he tried so hard to fight the emotions bubbling to the surface, his hands clenching so tight with his nails dug into the palms of his hand. Small droplets of blood leaked out and fell onto the ground as said nails pierced through his skin. Gently stroking his grandson's back, Hiruzen looked down over the forest from over the blonde's shoulder. All those tears you shed, they were never intentional, were they? You never allowed yourself to feel them, they were just there like an emptiness spilling from your soul. You need to let them have meaning, Naruto. There's no way to get the pain away other than to let yourself feel. Biting his lower lip, Naruto started to feel the tears flowing down his face. The aching pain in his chest that he had subdued for so long started to explode in his chest, causing the light sound of sobbing to fill the mountain top. Meanwhile, Hiruzen just held on to the boy, making sure he wouldn't run away from this. He needed it, and Naruto had to realize that. The constant pain that had bottled up inside him because he would never let himself acknowledge it, confront it, was the very thing undoing him. As nightfall seemed to fall upon the village, and the sun was nowhere to be seen in the sky anymore, Naruto was waltzing through the streets of Konoha with dirt and sweat covering the visible areas of his skin. His clothes were torn, and his expression was tired beyond belief as he sighed in annoyance, trying to make sure that the last bit of his cloak would stay together until he made it home so that he wouldn't have to drag it along instead. Despite how annoying his damaged clothing was becoming, the thing that was irritating him, even more, was that he was starved. Despite what had been said earlier about going home early, Naruto had crossed his fingers behind his back. Ever since Hiruzen returned to the village, Naruto had taken it upon himself to get stronger. While he was more than happy with all the help he was getting, since being the Sandaime Hokage's apprentice was kind of a huge deal, he still felt that any extra effort would be good for him. As he neared his favorite place to eat, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked down at his current state of both his clothing and hygiene with a very deadpan expression. As if he would ever be allowed in, while he looked like he had been run over by Gamabunta chasing after a drink. While it was only a ramen stand, it still didn't mean he could just show up looking and smelling like yesterday's garbage. So with a sigh, he held up a half-rammed seal and shunshined back to his house and landed on the front porch. He had to be quiet since it was probably around midnight at this point and people were, without doubt, asleep at this point. Because of course, he had completely lost track of time while he was training. As usual, when the thought repeated in his head that it was indeed midnight, his entire body shivered as a familiar sense of fear rushed through him. Though this time, it was doubled. Because how many times had he gotten a verbal spanking because he was late or forgot about dinner? Way too many times to count at this point. And not only did he forget this time, but there was not only one mother in the house now, there were two of them. So with a nervous smile on his face, he gulped and started to mentally prepare himself for the verbal abuse he would face in the morning, scratching his cheek briefly as he decided that the front door probably wasn't the best idea. Naruto snuck around the house until he was right below his bedroom window. He hadn't been in that room for a few years now, and he still had to put his furniture in place, and that wouldn't be loud at all. With a defeated look, he walked up the wall, using his chakra to stick to the wall's surface. Placing a hand on the window, he pushed it open and snuck inside his old room. The first words that came to his mind when he looked it over for the first time in years were, "It's smaller than I remember." That wasn't the case. In fact, the only thing that had changed for him to view it this way was that he had gotten bigger. He had grown up since the last time he had stood in this room. As he looked the place over on repeat, short, sweet memories started to play in his head. How his mom had sat on his bedside when he couldn't sleep, stroking his hair gently while telling him a bedtime story. Her warm, gentle eyes only having him in their focus, and that mesmerizing motherly smile that only she could ever give him. It made him smile sadly. He had missed her so much, but being here made the feeling so much more intense. Another precious memory of this room was how he had worked on homework from the academy as he sat at the desk in the corner, which was, along with the chair, far too small by now. And how his father had sat beside him on a chair from the dining room, helping him with the stuff that he wasn't exceptionally good at. No matter how bad his mood got, his father had always been patient with him, explaining it as many times as he had to until he had fully understood it. Shaking his head clear of the memories he was reliving, he walked over and flicked the light on in the room. He could stand there reliving his past all night, which he frankly didn't have time for. No matter how much he would like to go back to a time where things were simpler, and everything was still intact. The light flickered a few times before it lit up the room, and without looking he placed a hand on the door and applied a silencing seal to the room. It was one of the more practical seals he had learned, which was seemingly becoming quite useful. Turning his head toward the other end of the room, he waltzed over and opened the empty closet that too was becoming a bit too lacking. Seemed like he had to get some new furniture for this place unless he wanted to keep living within his apartment instead. He hadn't fully decided where he wanted to live. While he wanted to be around the family he also didn't want to burden people. Like today, he doubted there would be many days he'd actually be home in time for dinner, much less breakfast. And at lunchtime he would probably be out on a mission, doing work in the village, or training. On the other hand, if he even dared to mention that he wouldn't live there, then he would probably get castrated. Rephrasing that, he would get castrated. And that would be the light punishment without a doubt in the world. With a deep sigh, he figured, best idea would be to stay in the house. It would feel more like a home here too. And with that thought, Naruto felt the last few threads of his cloak giving up on him, letting the cloth fall down to the ground as he sweat dropped with a deadpan expression. Without a second thought, he threw the filthy torn cloak, or what was remaining of it, into the trash can and prepared himself for a shower. With how much he smelled at the moment, he wouldn't even need to make noise to wake up the house. So, with a fresh set of clothes and a towel under his arm, he snuck into the bathroom that was luckily placed right in front of his own bedroom door. Applying another, momentarily silencing seal to the bathroom, Naruto stripped out of his dirty clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the hot water and soap rinse his body from dried blood, dirt, and whatnot, as he started going over what he had learned during the day. It wasn't that he had learned a ton, more like he had practiced the basics more, and getting more into mastering what he already had. As Hiruzen stood over Naruto, who was panting harshly on the ground with sweat dripping from his forehead, The older man extended a hand down to help his new apprentice up. Naruto gladly accepted it, and came back onto his feet as he dusted his cloak off for what felt like the 100th time this training session, but immediately frowned as one of his fingers went through a newly torn hole in the fabric. Being your apprentice is going to be a lot more expensive than I thought. A few hours in and I'm already in need of a new cloak. The blonde commented dryly as he used the back of his hand to wipe the sweat off of his forehead. Hiruzen snorted, followed by a click of his tongue as he patted the blonde's shoulder. I doubt it will be that bad. I'm sure Mikoto-san or Akari-san will be more than happy to sew it back together. Naruto's sweat dropped as he scratched his cheek. If there will be anything left to sew together, maybe. Hiruzen almost choked on his spit at that comment. Maybe he was going a bit too much at training his blonde apprentice. No, not possible. If anything, he was taking it too lightly. He would have to step it up a notch at some point. Now, don't look so glum. If anything does indeed get too damaged beyond repair, be it your clothes or your bones, I'll make sure to pay their bill that may come. Hiruzen joked, but Naruto had a few sure gut feeling that was saying that both would probably become a reality sooner than later. No wonder Ero-sennin had become so strong. Hiruzen must have been grinding him into the dust like he was right now. With a shake of his head, Naruto cracked his neck and knuckles, preparing himself for either the next round of sparring or a potential new lesson. So what's next? Are we learning something new soon, or are you just going to keep bullying me? Tilting his head slightly to the side, Hiruzen let out a loud laugh. Well, you have to understand something, Naruto. I'm sure you already have a good idea about this, but just to be sure I'm going to say it. In order to become a strong and dependent shinobi, you need to have a good solid foundation. Master the basics, and what you already know, and you'll be able to succeed in most situations. It's better to have complete control and understanding of what you know, compared to learning tons of techniques with no clue of how to successfully utilize them in combat. For some reason, Naruto felt the need to think about Kakashi after that lesson. Alright, well, I mostly use lightning jutsu and I'm getting more familiar with the sword. I've even tried mixing them a few times since my sword is made out of chakra-conductive metal that has an easier time absorbing the chakra I feed it. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. 2 things are quite good for a start. Well, make it 3 if you also count mixing them together. Not that it matters, it gives us enough to work with without making it boring. Go get your sword, let me see the stances and katas you've been using. Without objecting, Naruto stretched his back and gathered his sheathed sword. Strapping the scabbard onto his waist where it was usually placed when he was wearing stuff as a cloak, Naruto moved one hand up to firmly grasp the hilt and placed a thumb under the crossguard to help push the blade up. With a light pull of the hilt, the ringing noise of the metal scraping against the scabbard's insides wincing in the air as he freed the blade and started to go through his respective stances and katas. The old Hokage watched intensely as Naruto went through his swing, slash, stab, and the following. Each move carefully inspected, checking his attacks and defensives for flaws as he started mentally noting down what he saw. As Naruto had repeated the process a couple of times, Hiruzen moved his palm up to stop him. As far as I know, you are self-taught? Naruto stopped moving and sheathed his sword with a nod of his head. Yes, well, mostly I am. Genma-sensei had a few pointers since he used to wield a tanto, but the stuff regarding a tanto is a bit different compared to a katana, but it still helped. Mostly I've been reading books and scrolls, and sparred a couple of times with my former teammate Yugao. Nodding his head, Hiruzen cupped his chin and spoke. It's quite impressive so far, though it's easily see-through. While all of your self-taught progress is beyond impressive, you lack an overall style to fully dedicate yourself to the use of a sword. With these moves, you mostly just show that you have a sword because it has a dependable length compared to a kunai. So you got to ask yourself, are you going to master your sword, or completely discard using it? Because wielding a blade with no intention of actually mastering it is worse than having no sword. Of course I want to master it, it's just hard when no one can actually teach it to me. Ebiyu did give me pointers, but since I wasn't a complete idiot they didn't spend too much of their time trying to make me better. Naruto groaned slightly. Ebiyu was great, it had given him a lot of possibilities and the biggest paycheck he had ever gotten before in his career, but while they were not expected to teach them that much, it still annoyed him slightly that they didn't at least go further than they did. Good, that gives me something to work with. The best thing a shinobi can have is not 1,000 jutsu, sorry Kakashi, but resolve and determination. Or what we like to call it, the will of fire. So try and go through your stances again. Since you say that you like to use your kenjutsu mixed up with your ninjutsu, then infuse your blade with lightning chakra as you go through them. After that, I'll try and see if I can find a comfortable style for you. If not, we can always work on a style that isn't just brawling like your current one. And with that said, Naruto went back to doing his katas once again. Swinging the lightning-enhanced blade around in the air, the crackling electricity running up and down the edge of his sword as he moved through the katas, each stance feeling a bit more difficult to perform as he had to maintain the constant correct flow of chakra. Hiruzen had to stand and admire how Naruto's sword looked like a sparkling blue windmill as it moved through the air, nin kenjutsu just as deadly as it was beautiful to look at. Maybe they could even come up with some actual sword techniques that released new techniques or used what ninjutsu he already knew. An extended blade of lightning, or throwing a lightning bolt from the tip of the blade. The possibilities were endless. The only thing he had to realize was that the common katana you could get at Anbu, which Naruto was currently wielding, was looking a bit worse for wear and the blade seemed to be duller than it should. Which of course was the effect of a sword that had been used much. But maybe just perhaps he could find a better solution for Naruto. Could also be a good gift, a good luck present perhaps as they went on this new apprenticeship journey. And that had been how most of his evening had been spent, along with part of the night considering that it was quite late at the moment. As he finally got into a fresh set of clothes, Naruto felt way better and more relaxed compared to when he had originally snuck into his house. Quite ironic that he had to sneak into his own home, but oh well. What he didn't do to stay alive. Removing the silencing seal from the bathroom, Naruto exited through the door and found himself in the hallway when his stomach decided to backstab him by growling so loudly that even the kyubi tucked away into the seal would have woken up. Yeah, maybe it hadn't been the best idea ever to train without getting any kind of food throughout the day except lunch. Speaking of lunch, perhaps he could be lucky that there were still some leftovers from earlier in the fridge. If there wasn't, he'd just have to go visit his favorite ramen stand. What a tragedy that would be. He whispered to himself, the sarcasm dripping from his tone of speech. So with those two options in mind, he snuck down the stairs to the most classic shinobi way. By tiptoeing each step going down, flinching at every creak of the wood before he finally entered the kitchen, wiping some sweat off his forehead, mentally wondering when he had become so nervous he started sweating. It wasn't like he had committed a crime he had to sneak away from. Well, maybe according to the others living in the house. Karen had after all been quite loud about how it had been his turn to do the dishes. When had that become a thing anyway? Dismissing his trail of thoughts, Naruto snuck up to the fridge and opened it, momentarily flinching as the bright light exploded into his eyes. Tilting his head in between the shelves, he started moving stuff around, unable to find his target. The lunch from earlier. Where have you been? The sudden sentence caught the blonde off guard, so he slammed his head up into one of the shelves and stumbled back from the fridge, rubbing the back of his head as he turned his head toward the kitchen table where a very serious-looking Ravenette sat with an icy look in her eyes. When had she gotten here? Cold sweat started running down his body as he smiled nervously. I've been out training, he answered insecurely as the frown on the woman's lips seemed to grow wider, her expression lowering toward the table's surface. As there didn't seem to be a reply from her, Naruto looked a bit around the room trying to change the subject somehow. His eyes gazed toward the sink, where he could only spot 3 plates within. Akari had no reason not to eat, and with 2 mothers in the house, there was no doubt either that Karen and Sasuke had gotten dinner as well. Naruto moved his head up and looked at the woman whose gaze too was directed at him, his azure eyes locked with her deep onyx ones. You haven't eaten yet? I didn't want you to eat alone, and since you decided to come back so late, I had to wait for you to come back, was Mikoto's response, her arms moving up to cross over her chest as she frowned a bit more. This boy never really did take a break, did he? Naruto started feeling guilty at that and frowned a bit to himself, checking his pockets real quick for his wallet before he ran over and took a gentle hold of her wrist and started to drag her with him toward the hallway. You, me, ramen stand, now. he ordered as Mikoto tried not to stumble over her feet as the overly energetic blonde dragged her away. How the hell did he have so much energy at this time? Wait, Naruto, it's so late. I could just cook something up here, she tried to reason, but Naruto had already stepped into his sandals and opened the door, a new cloak that had appeared out of nowhere around his form as he stepped impatiently in place. The blonde got a grin on his face as he shook his head. Nope, it's indeed late, and you have without a doubt had a long day. So to make it up to you for being so late, I'm going to treat you to ramen. It's not only the tastiest food around, but it will be on me. Mikoto sighed as she realized there was no reason to argue with him. Naruto had after all the same amount of stubbornness as Kushina once had, if not more than her. The blonde had made up his mind, and whether she liked it or not he was going to treat her to food. But even as she was forced to comply with the blonde, she couldn't help but smile a little. Naruto would always be Naruto, no matter how dark the days had been. Her enthusiastic blonde moron always managed to make her crack a smile. Fine. She gave up, and just as she had gotten into her sandals too, Naruto had once wrapped his hand around hers and dragged her out of the house. Using his foot to kick the door shut, completely forgetting for a moment that there were still people sleeping inside. But when Naruto's mind was set on ramen, not even a hurricane could bother him. Mikoto couldn't help but let out a couple of loose giggles as she got into a jog to keep up with the blonde and to make sure he didn't pull her arm off in his conquest for a bowl of ramen. Before long they were already arrived outside of the ramen stand that still had open. It truly made her wonder how they had the time to keep the stand open for so long almost every day of the week. Naruto led Mikoto in through the flaps hanging down at the entrance, and gave an excited wave to the old man that was standing behind the desk. Tsuchiya-san, it's nice to see you again. Naruto greeted with a smile. The older man turned around from the stove and raised a hand to greet the energetic blonde Uzumaki. Naruto, it's been far too long without our favorite customer. How have you been? Seems like you brought a lady friend this time. As Naruto heard that comment, he looked down to notice he was still holding onto Mikoto's hand, before letting go carefully with pink cheeks. The older woman, too, blinked with a bit of a flustered face. Could be better, but nothing makes a better mood than a couple of bowls of warm, tasty ramen. The two took a seat at the counter, and Naruto didn't have to look up at the menu before putting up 3 fingers. You know the routine: 3 bowls of miso ramen with extra pork. What do you want, Mikoto Basin? Mikoto couldn't help but laugh that sweet laughter that Naruto had come to know. That's a lot of food, but you haven't eaten today, so I'm not surprised. Well, if these miso ramens are so good, then let me get one of those too. Naruto smirked slightly and held up 2 fingers. Make that 2 for her, she hasn't eaten either. The woman pouted and gave him a smack on the arm. Naruto, I couldn't possibly eat that much, plus it will be too expensive for you to pay alone. The blonde shook his head and gestured to Tsuchi to just continue cooking the ramen. Yeah. And the moon is a block of square-shaped cheese. You haven't eaten today either, Obasan, don't worry about me. Please, it's okay. She still couldn't help but frown at him, but it made her heart feel warmer as he just looked with that pleading gaze, the look in his eyes showing that he just wanted to help. Fine, but I'm making it up to you. Naruto groaned at that. You have already done everything for me. You took care of me when I had no one left. Don't think about such things. I couldn't ever repay what you did for me anyway. What nonsense is that? Being around you is reward enough, even if you don't believe it, Naruto. You are a wonderful person. The older woman reassured as she reached over to squeeze his hand, trying to bring some sense of comfort over him. He couldn't help but feel a warmth surfacing as he returned the squeeze slightly. And just then the food was served and placed before them. There you go, seconds on the way, along with your third one, Naruto. That seemed to lighten the mood, as the two reached over to grasp a pair of chopsticks each and pulled them apart, with an audible thanks for the food. Said in unison, the two started to dig into their food, slurping the tasteful noodles with great vigor. Or well, Naruto with great vigor. Mikoto, on the other hand, was actually enjoying her food, compared to her blonde counterpart that seemed to be inhaling it. After finishing a mouthful of food, Mikoto leaned over to bonk Naruto on the head with a slightly annoyed expression on her face. Slow down, you are going to choke on your food. Naruto, who had his entire face stuffed with ramen at that point, almost choked on the food as he blushed with embarrassment, swallowing what he had in his mouth as he smiled nervously. I am sorry? She shook her head and patted the place she had bonked him a bit awkwardly. It's okay, just relax a little bit. Not only with the food, but in general, please. Naruto looked up a bit confused with that, lowering his chopsticks as he tilted his head a bit confused. What do you mean? Mikoto sighed tiredly at that and placed her chopsticks in her bowl, lowering her hands into her lap. You never take a break, ever. I mean it every time I say it. Please take a break and stay home just once in a while. You are always working, either on some kind of high-rank mission or training till you collapse. Could you please, just sometimes take an easier mission? Spend some time at home? We miss you. Sasuke, Karen, Akari, and I all miss you. After that confession, Naruto almost dropped his chopsticks but placed them down as he ran his fingers through his hair. If he didn't feel guilty before, he sure as hell did now. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it hurt you. I just want to do something useful, you know? Leaning a bit toward his side, Mikoto wrapped him up in a comforting hug that caught him off guard at first. You are useful just being you. You have one of the most important roles. You are the brother figure of not one, but two. They need you even more than the rest of us. Having an older sibling to hang out with and lean against in difficult times was something I always wanted when I grew up, I suppose. I'll try my best to be more around. I promise. The blonde eventually answered after a bit of thinking. Perhaps what she said was true, but he was a shinobi. He did have duties, especially since he was the one responsible for jobs regarding seals within the village when Jiraiya wasn't around. Mikoto smiled at that and gave him another tight squeeze, which Naruto happily returned before they went back to eating their respective meals. As soon as they were finished, Naruto paid for the food while Tsuchi seemed to have Ryo's signs in his eyes as the blonde laid the money on the counter, making him sweat drop a bit. Soon they could be seen walking side by side home throughout the village, the chilly night air rushing through their clothes while they made their way through the abandoned streets of Konoha. It was indeed an odd sight that Naruto would never come to truly get used to. Konoha was always full of life, but at night everything was so deserted. You just had to pull me with you, before I could grab a jacket? Mikoto seemed to complain as she rubbed her palms against her bare arms, a small yet significant glare at the corner of her eyes staring right up at him. The blonde seemed to start sweating, despite the cold temperature, as he snapped his fingers. Sorry about that. He mumbled with an embarrassed look, but then as if a light was turned on in his head he unclasped his cloak from his neck and with a swift move swung it over her shoulders. Will this help? The ravenet accepted the cloak hesitantly but seemed to forget all about perhaps refusing it when the warmth of the cloak seemed to wash over her. How in the world do you manage to stay so warm? I'm freezing but off here, she sighed pleasantly as the body heat hanging in the cloak warmed her up, hugging the cloak to her from the inside. Naruto blushed a bit as he scratched his cheek. Not sure, maybe the oversized fur ball in my gut serves well as a radiator? If you are cold, I could always shun us home. He joked, and seemed to be satisfied with his effort at being humorous when he heard the light-hearted laughter from Mikoto, who looked to be drowning in the oversized cloak. Mikoto shook her head in negative, a somewhat sadistic smile on her lips as she responded, It's nice to take a walk away from prying eyes, plus you've got to suffer a little bit of cold as well. Naruto's sweat dropped with a hand running through his golden locks. You do remember what I just said a moment ago, that the fur ball is basically a radiator? I doubt I can get cold enough to actually freeze. Mikoto shrugged from beneath the large cloak and whispered to herself, A girl can dream, Naruto-kun, a girl can dream. And despite how cold it isn't often that I got to take a relaxing night stroll with some good company. Even if it wasn't any of his business, Naruto couldn't help but feel like there was more to what she was saying. He almost wanted to ask if she never had walked like this with Fugaku in the past, but seeing as the man just died, he thought that perhaps just this once he would use his head and keep his trap shut. To avoid a possible awkward silence, Naruto just smiled and dug his hands into his pockets. Oddly enough, I always liked the cold. Always had a soft spot for winter times. Nothing like watching the village from atop of the Hokage faces while the snow is falling down over the place. She smiled up to him with a nod of her head. I hear you, though I don't enjoy walking around in it that much. I, however, always loved drinking tea or hot chocolate while watching from the inside. It really made him happy that she was still able to smile after everything she had experienced. He didn't know if she knew that Naruto had been told the truth by Itachi. He doubted it though. He wouldn't tell her at the moment, she had enough on her mind as it was already. Even with that smile on her face, he knew better than anyone that she was probably more than likely putting on a brave face so people wouldn't be worried about her, or pity her. At least she was still smiling truthfully at times like these. If anyone knew how to see past a fake smile, then it was him. All of this just meant that his effort to make her feel better was working. As a person that had lost so much family, his first priority would be to do everything in his power to help and comfort what he had left. Never been the biggest fan of hot chocolate, though I'm a huge fan of tea. Ugh, speaking of tea makes me thirsty. The blonde Uzumaki pouted. Mikoto giggled at the pout on her favorite blonde's face and shook her head. I can fix us a cup of tea when we get back. Well, if you aren't planning on heading to bed? Me? Going to bed with tea on the line? You gotta be delusional, Obasan, Naruto exclaimed with fake surprise with a hand on his chest, trying to over-exaggerate as much as possible, which in return earned him a kick to the shin. Stop being so loud, people are asleep, she scolded while Naruto jumped on one leg with his palm rubbing the sore spot she had kicked him. Itai, alright, but I'm an Uzumaki. Being loud is definitely in my blood, he countered, making her shrug at him. No point in arguing. Kushina had been louder than the Haruno family. When they finally made it to the door again, Naruto skipped ahead with a sheepish grin and opened the door for her, which in return gave him a snort in return as she returned inside, stepping out of her sandals while keeping the cloak on to stay warm. I'm keeping this, was her only response as she disappeared into the kitchen to start preparing some tea. That was my last cloak. Naruto sulked as he flipped the sandals off of his feet. Oh well, he was still getting some tea for it. Even though, some people would say that wasn't exactly a fair trade. As morning approached the estate, Naruto was snoring in his room. He was laying quite uncomfortably in the bed that was a bit too small for him now after all these years. So he was laying on his back with his arms and legs curled around to fit in the mattress with his sheets, only covering half of his body in this awkward sleeping position. Even in his deep sleep, Naruto suddenly felt the sensation of intense danger approaching. With his eyes snapping open, he groaned and sat up in his bed only to hear the violent sound of his door getting flung open so hard that it crashed into the wall with such speed that he feared that the wood would splinter, and in through the door came a black and red blur with intense speed. Naruto's eyes widened as he started sweating furiously, one tormenting thought racing through his head. Oh no, Sasuke taught Karen how to do the Sasuke bullet, and with that last thought in mind, the two blurs crashed into him, sending him flying off the bed and onto the floor, head first. As he laid there twitching on the floor with two heavy burdens on his back, a large tick mark seemed to start throbbing on his forehead. Especially after the intense tinnitus hit his ears when the sudden abrupt yelling started. Get off, Aniki! Sasuke Baka, I was here first, Karen exclaimed loudly as she blew a raspberry at the raven-haired boy, who fumed with anger as tried to push Karen off of Naruto's back, thus making them sway back and forth on the poor blonde's spine as he laid there in pain. Quit spouting nonsense, you tomato head, your hair is even more illogical than you, Sasuke yelled back as stuck his tongue out at the, in his opinion, extremely annoying redhead. Who are you calling a tomato head, duckbutt? Karen screeched as she grabbed onto Sasuke's shirt and pulled him down and off Naruto with her, the blonde still laying seemingly lifeless on the floor. Sasuke grit his teeth together as he pushed Karen off of him and tackled her. I'm calling you a tomato head, strawberry helmet. I'll give you a strawberry helmet, she snarled and kicked him in under the belt, causing Sasuke's eyes to almost bulge out of his head. Stinky face. Your face is stupid. Your face is poop. I'm telling on you, to your mom for being so stupid and dumb, and I'm telling on you for being such a loud annoyance. The two were soon in an all-out brawl, and Naruto could only listen with flinches as he heard them roll out of his room, and so on down the stairs. Very audibly. Each step, down and down, with both of them flinging insults at each other like a pair of hyperactive monkeys. The most audible thing, however, would be the unison shout of the two mothers downstairs, lecturing and scolding them with enough deadly aura so that he could feel his life fading away from up here. As he finally got enough courage to get out of his fear-dazed state, he sighed with his face seeming lifeless. Another day, another headache. Better run away while I still can. He gulped and scooted over to the window, getting dressed in some clothes before you could even say Haration, and then opened the window, climbed out, and landed on the ground with a thud. Sneaking a peek in through the window, he looked to see both Mikoto and Akari standing side by side, their hands crossed over their chests, while Sasuke along with Karen sat kneeling with their faces down in front of them, both of them shooting a glare in the other's direction. "I see you snuck away from the chaos too, nay, Naruto-kun?" A voice called from his left, causing the blonde to turn his head in said direction, his gaze landing on a silver-haired man sitting against the building with his favorite book in hand. "Kakashi and I? What are you still doing here?" Naruto asked with mild surprise. He would have expected the scarecrow-looking man to have bolted away from here first chance he got. If there had been this much chaos yesterday too, then he wouldn't have blamed him for taking off in a flash. The older shinobi clapped his book shut as he stood up from the ground, pocketing the little orange piece of literature in his shuriken pouch as I smiled. "Thought I'd get the chance to check in on you while I could. Both of us have had a lot of missions lately. Felt proper to get some time to talk. Especially since you are going through a lot lately." Naruto sighed and scratched his head. "Yeah, I've been managing. It's just a lot, and I feel like I'm just waiting for it to hit me at the moment. Like, I know all the terrible stuff has happened, but I suppose I'm not ready to actually believe it. I'm still waiting for that asshole to come and punch me on the shoulder, saying something about me looking so glum that it would be looking way too much like Fugaku. With your reality being put upside down, it isn't surprising. When it does hit you, then I'll be here. I've had to experience it a time or two." Kakashi sighed himself as he thought back to the moment he had lost Rin. It took him a bit to actually accept it had been his hand sticking through her chest, and that it had all been real. That he had dealt the fatal killing blow to his comrade, after promising he would keep her safe. Running a hand through his hair, which he noted was starting to get a bit longer than it should, Naruto shrugged. "Thanks. Come on, let's get out of here before we get castrated." "I second that," Kakashi instantly agreed, and the two snuck away from the Uzumaki family estate in the best ANBU manner possible, running as fast as shinobly possible. As Naruto walked beside Kakashi, who was once again buried in his book, he watched as the scarecrow looked up at him from the corner of his eyes and asked, "Nay, where did your cloak go? Heard you were getting quite fond of wearing one." "Mikoto Basin stole it. So I need a new one, along with some clothes for the, funeral later on today." Naruto mumbled with a depressed look. "That's unfortunate. Perhaps we should go get you some new clothes then. You look kind of boring in all the gray and black you wear. Why not get some more colors?" Kakashi smiled, trying to lighten his blonde little brother's mood slightly. While Naruto wasn't unfamiliar with funerals, due to his line of work, it had never been this close to hearts since the infamous October 10th. Naruto's sweat dropped comically at that comment. "You do realize that we're shinobi, right? I'm not supposed to look like a rainbow when I'm on duty. Considering that it feels like you're on duty even when you're sleeping, then I guess it's hard for me to tell a difference," Kakashi commented dryly. The blonde almost fell over his own legs at that comment, and immediately had a replay of every time Mikoto had mentioned him always working. "You too, Kakashi and I? Am I really that bad at taking a break?" The look on his brother figure was beyond mocking. "What? Do you know what a break is?" And here I thought I had to go by a dictionary and spell the word out for you, and afterward even going as far as to give a very detailed description of the very word. "Like you are one to talk, you're probably even worse than I am at taking a break." Naruto glared with a pout, his arms crossed over his chest as the bickering duo made their way to the market, and soon found themselves in front of a clothing store. Kakashi sighed and ran a hand through his gravity-defying silver hair. "Look, the key difference here is that you're needed elsewhere. I'm an ANBU captain. I've got a lot of duties that I need to do around the clock. You're just a regular member. You do have the luxury of getting more time to yourself. Problem is that you don't take it. And Naruto, you're needed at home." The blonde Uzumaki had gotten this talk quite frequently these days. With a heavy heart he sat down on a bench in front of the clothing store, and held his head in his hand with a crestfallen look. "Aji-san said something similar, and I agree with him. I felt like leaving for a while after everything happened, to go train and get stronger so I wouldn't fail again. But then he reminded me of something. Mikoto Basin needs me, Sasuke-kun needs me, Akari and Karen might not need me as much anymore, but I guess I'm still a preferred present to them as well. You are needed. It's not even a question. We'd all miss you. You are a brother and a comrade to the village for many. Kakashi said in all but a whisper, a hand placed on the younger shinobi's shoulder. Thanks. Naruto, however, sighed as they ended up in front of the clothing store. It wasn't a regular clothing store, it was one of those places where shinobi could buy more durable clothes, shuriken pouches, kunai holsters, sword sheaths, you name it. The place was, as expected, of course, filled with all kinds of clothes. He had never really been much of a shopper. The clothes he had worn were just plain simple ones that every idiot could pull off. Then again, why bother getting anything else? It's just clothes. As he walked past all the different kinds of clothes, he also just sweat dropped to himself. Maybe if he decided to get something with a bit more color on, without it being too much for his own liking, then people would get off his back about looking so gray. This would also just trigger another type of teasing. He already sighed at the incoming teasing and mocking of him finally having found a fashion sense. While walking around, his eyes settled onto an orange jumpsuit that was completely orange. He visibly recoiled, with a fearful shiver running up his spine as he promptly turned 180 degrees, and almost ran in the other direction. He was a damn shinobi. Why did he have to be so colorful? Though as he turned his head, he blinked at something that actually caught his interest. Perhaps if he placed these few things together, then he could compromise a bit with himself and the lack of color everyone meant he had. Barely even 10 minutes later, Kakashi heard the bells of the clothing store's door ring. Turning his head up to look if it was Naruto, the sight before him made him chuckle out with an eye smile. His little brother figure was now, instead of wearing all dark, was clad in a green sleeveless shirt, a pair of black cargo pants, and to top it all off a dark green haori with a pattern of white diamonds along the bottom half. What are you staring at? Naruto asked with a raised brow, in his right hand a bag filled with the attire he would need to attend the Uchiha clan's funeral later on. The question made Kakashi blink before standing up from the bench, giving the blonde a thumbs up. I approve. Still a lot of dark colors in there, but it's a start. TSCH whatever? Let's just get out of here before I waste more money. Naruto mumbled, but couldn't help the grin on his face as he moved side by side with Kakashi down the streets of Konoha. The outfit he was now wearing seemed to also get a lot of approval from the female population. Actually, this is where I'll leave. I got a few things I need to attend to for Hokage-sama. I'm already an hour late. I hope everything goes well later on. If you need to talk, I'll be there. Oh, and Naruto, stay away from the frying pans when you return home, Kakashi commented, the teasing in his tone unavoidable as she shined out of the area, leaving Naruto to tremble in fear of the possibility of not one, but two frying pans flying his way soon. Naruto snuck in the same place he had previously escaped, through his window, and climbed into his room and closed the window after him. Placing down the bag containing the funeral clothes for later, he sighed and started to put away the extra sets of clothes he had gotten of the current outfit he was wearing. He figured there was no point in delaying the inevitable. Sometimes he had to be grateful toward Kyubi for healing his frying pan wounds. Would have been a real pain otherwise. So, after putting the clothes in, he left the room and heard some voices downstairs. It was mostly talking between Mikoto and Sasuke. When he couldn't hear the sound of Akari's voice, nor Karen's, he figured they simply weren't home at the moment. Shrugging to himself, he went downstairs, and just as he entered the kitchen area he came face to face with Sasuke, who immediately lit up at the sight of him. Which was beyond him really, but it was nice to see the kid smile. Nissen, the boy called out eagerly, and rushed up from his chair and ran over to stand with Naruto, who just reached down and ruffled his hair. Much to Sasuke's dismay, as the raven-haired boy groaned with a pout. Why hello there Sasuke-kun, no headbutt this time. Naruto joked lightly, crouching down to swing an arm around the boy's shoulders with that teasing grin he had learned from his late best friend. An embarrassed blush spread across Sasuke's face, the pout intensifying as he crossed his arms, pulling off the classic Uchiha H-in, making Naruto fall comically to the floor before getting back onto his feet. Eh? Don't pull that little Uchiha H-in on me, you brat. Naruto growled and trapped Sasuke's head, ruffling the boy's hair with his knuckles, making him scream out in protest. kicking and punching his limbs around to get free. Just as the two were having their little turmoil and fight, they both failed to see the raven-haired woman, unable to hide her amusement, as she asked dangerously. "Kind of you to join us, Naruto-kun. Where have you been, if I may ask?" The familiar Hanya mask appeared behind her body, as the deadly cold aura surrounded her form. At the sudden feeling of death and terror, Naruto let go of Sasuke, making the boy run for dear life so he could hide behind Naruto's legs. "Yeah, where have you been, Nisan? You disappeared all of a sudden." Naruto looked at Mikoto's far too kind smile, as the aura emitting off of her chilled down the room. Blinking a few times, a grin spread onto his face. "I was hiding under my bed." Naruto smiled cheekily, with his eyes closed. His hand lifted up to point in the direction of the stairs, signaling for the direction his bedroom was in. Immediately as he came with that lame explanation, her face dropped and the Hanya mask disappeared. Sasuke too fell onto the floor, the excuse even lamer than the few ones he had heard from that Kakashi guy. The blonde stood there grinning, sweating furiously until he heard a few subtle giggles. Opening his eyes, he watched with surprise as the older woman held a hand up to her mouth. The attempt to stop her laughing futile, as she flew into a giggling mess while clutching at her stomach at the lame excuse, a lone tear falling down from her eye. While this was happening, Sasuke looked on with wonder and confusion. Sure, he had heard his mother laugh subtly before, but this he had never seen before. Turning his eyes up to Naruto, who was just relieved since he wasn't going to meet a frying pan anytime soon, Sasuke looked on with amazement at how his surrogate brother had managed to make his mother laugh hysterically. Especially on this sad day, his mother had been more distant than she used to. Not that it required any real explanation, he too felt like he was going through a nightmare, but in the middle of the suffocating darkness, there was this sunshine that seemed to cheer people up. It had taken a while before he had understood it, but as he looked at his laughing mother, he had finally realized that the sunshine that there had been referred to was Naruto and I. More grateful than ever to have him around, Sasuke smiled and started laughing as well. Because even in the middle of a thought, he had to admit that it was the most unbelievable and hilarious thing he had ever heard. As Mikoto seemed to have calmed down, she wiped her face and shook her head. All right, because it was funny, you're off the hook. This time at least." She sighed with a small smile, making Naruto sigh with relief. No frying pans. The rest of the day had gone somewhat uneventful, but that was because of what was about to happen. As the sun was setting in the west, the group of 5 made their way up a path leading through the middle of the Konoha graveyard. To each side, there were gravestones lined up as far as the eye could see. Well, if you weren't a Hyuga, that is. At the middle of the graveyard, Hiruzen was standing with 2 groups of people lined up nicely on either side of him. All of them clad in all black, their eyes closed with lowered heads. As the group, consisting of Karen, Akari, Sasuke, Mikoto, and Naruto, made their way up to take a stand at the front row, the 2 older ones took a stand on either side of Sasuke, both of them having a hand placed on the boy's shoulders as Hiruzen began the ceremony. Naruto's eyes lifted up to gaze at the sky, the words of the Hokage zoning out as his focus shifted on the gathering storm clouds in the sky. As if on cue, raindrops started falling over Konoha, making people raise umbrellas to shield themselves from the rain. Naruto, however, just stood in the rain, his focus not really there as he just looked at the weeping skies. He was convinced that the skies weren't crying for the Uchiha, the clan had resulted in their own demise. It had been their own fault, all of this. So no, the heavens weren't sad for them, but rather of the few Uchiha who had stayed true to the light, and those who had fallen in their quest for protecting it. It made his fist clench in anger, his lips slightly trembling as he stared up into the clouds as if he could see the ones he had lost up there. Or at least, what they had looked like the last time he had seen them. Gritting his teeth in the hidden spot behind his lips, the blonde teen clenched his fist even tighter till the point his nail dug into his palm and small droplets of blood ran down to mix with the rainwater, dripping to the ground where the brown dirt would camouflage the spilling blood. It's always like this, no matter which country you find yourself in. People's indifference is the best breeding ground for corruption to grow. As long as people don't see eye to eye, the hurt will only spread. It was the sad realization he needed to accept. Corruption will never stop as long as people willing to hurt others for their own gains exist. Fugaku had decided that in order to bring his clan to glory, he had to make the entire village his and take the seat of Hokage, waging a selfish fight that would merely cause the outbreak of the next great war. The corruption, the pain, and suffering wouldn't even be his problem, it would be the poor and weak that would end up paying for it. Civilians and innocents would feel it, despite having nothing to do with it. Just like in any other war, they are always the ones paying, and they didn't even think of that. The Uchiha was willing to risk all of that, just to prove a statement. His thought trailed off as he saw it all before his eyes. The smoke rising to the skies, the village on fire as the Uchiha battled the non-Uchiha. The homes of the innocent villagers crumbling and falling to the ground, no one knowing that just behind the forest was an enemy approaching force ready to take out whoever and whatever that tried to stay away from the fighting. The mental image before him made him clench his eyes shut, letting the images fade before opening again. His palms falling open as the scowling expression on his face fell, and if you could look him directly in the eye, you'd be able to see that in the water running down his face, tears were mixed in. I know you tried your best to stop it. Sure sway. Itachi, he showed me everything. You even tried using such a technique on your clan to save it, but you weren't allowed to. Because of Danzo. Corruption, embezzlement, fraud, these all exist everywhere. It is the very nature of scum, the way they function, whether we like it or not. I despise the fact that we have one of those very people right under our noses. As the tears ran down his face, he wiped his face with his drenched sleeve and lowered his face to stare at the Hokage who was still speaking. The sad look on his face was there to stay because no matter what he tried, he couldn't remove the frown off of his face. I've had enough. I won't just stand by idly anymore. How can we praise the will of fire when we have the incarnation of mold in the core of your village? One of the elders, forcing one of the village's one to take his own life after his eye was stolen. Ordering another to kill his entire family. I swear that in order to honor your memory, I'll stop him. This time, he dies. Painfully, because who other than him, who knew everything from both sides, could do anything? He had demanded the truth after all. So what he was going to do with it, only time would tell. Is it really impossible to take out the darkness without first entering it? Perhaps that is just the way it is. In order to slay it, you must first become it. The blonde was panting slightly as the black lightning disappeared and his eyes returned to normal, his forehead and bangs drenched in sweat as his left hung limply to his side. Standing up with his guard lowered, Naruto shifted his eyes up to look directly into Itachi's. Red Sharingan eyes locked with blue ones as Itachi's narrowed in surprise at both the actions and the following words. I just want the truth, Kami, damn it. And there was a moment of silence. No words were said. And Naruto's eyes widened as Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, the tomos morphing into a shuriken with bent edges before his world went blank. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. His world disappeared only to reappear but in the colors of red and black. Just like Itachi's Sharingan. Looking around him, he noticed the entire world was like it had frozen in place. In the midst of his confusion, a flock of crows flew past him. Upon exiting his line of sight, Itachi was now standing there on the other side. You say you want the truth. The true question is whether or not you can handle it. Your mind is already fragile like shattered glass. Your newly discovered power should be clear evidence of that. Itachi's monotone voice echoed out throughout this odd domain, which was without a doubt some kind of creation due to the odd Sharingan he had just seen. Naruto scoffed at that, sitting down on the ground against the porch of the Uchiha estate as he threw his hands into the air before letting them drop to his sides. I've just seen the entire clan I had grown up among dead, one of my best friends accused of taking his own life. Whatever you got, I should be able to handle it. Itachi looked on for what seemed to be a couple of minutes. Very well then. In this world, 72 hours will pass, but only 3 seconds in the real world. I'll have more than enough time to tell you everything. The question is where to begin. This isn't something that is easily explained. A good place seems to be the beginning. If this, well, whatever this place is, really only lasts 3 seconds in the real world but 3 days in here, then go ahead. I'm all ears. Naruto sighed, still trying to figure out what the hell this place was. Knowing a bit about the Sharingan by now, he just assumed it was Genjutsu. There had been a word, Tsukuyami, as he had been brought here. That was the single clue he had. Itachi nodded his head and sat down with his legs crossed. The beginning of this goes beyond years back. All the way back, to the time of Uchiha Madara. Ever since the creation of the village, the Uchiha haven't been well liked. We have, since the start, been a clan of isolation, hidden away behind our compound walls. So our ties with the village had always been weak. However, it had never been a major problem until the night the Kyuubi attacked. It was the day everything started to crumble. Our compound had been lost in the destruction the fox left behind, and thus our new one was built in the outskirts of the village. It only worsened our situation, and our isolation was greater than before, and the clan felt like it was being mocked and shunned. It didn't help that people started to distrust the Uchiha. People thought we could have had something to do with the Kyuubi attack, due to the tales of Madara controlling it with his Sharingan. Something which seems to be the case yet again. Itachi paused, as Naruto's eyes widened at him. Wait, you can't possibly mean that the exact same Madara who fought the Shodaime was the one who made the Kyuubi attack the village and fought my father at the same time? Naruto asked with disbelief, but Itachi just nodded. The Ravenet's eyes lowered toward the ground. You've already met him twice, on the night of the Kyuubi, but also today. Madara is the man in the mask. He's the one who has been behind all of this from the beginning. Naruto flew up to his feet at that. No way in hell. That thing, that effortlessly mocked and taunted him, was Madara? The Uchiha Madara? No way, that couldn't be true. The man had to be a geezer, old enough to make the oldest man he knew, the Hokage, look like a youngster, but he moved so easily. It was like he wasn't a day over 20 at this point. I can sense your confusion. I don't know how he is alive, either, but he seems to be. Something must have happened when he fought Hashirama-sama back in the day. His efforts caused the Uchiha to grow ignorant, and felt like they were no longer part of the village. Due to this, they started to plan to overthrow the village, using the power of the Kyuubi, and replacing Sandaime-sama with my father. Itachi finished, letting it settle into Naruto's head. It all seemed to start piecing itself together. The reason the Uchiha had gradually changed ever since the fox had been broken out of the seal holding it. Why Fugaka had seemed more friendly. It had all been a plot. A plot to use the Kyuubi against the village. It made him wonder, with his eyes snapping inside the house to look at Mikoto and Sasuke, could she have been part of that plan too? It made his heart throb with pain. The one person he had trusted more than Hiruzen through the time he dealt with the pain and loss of his family, could she have used him too? All of this time, all the dinners, all the talks, all the hugs and whispers of comfort. Had it all been a lie? To deceive and use him for the power he held? He clutched his chest, his face falling with his eyes wide. The look of disbelief and betrayal as evident as the moonlight. She wasn't part of it, either was Sasuke. The sudden word made his head snap up, their gazes meeting as Naruto looked at him with confusion. What? Itachi shook his head, getting up from his sitting position to place a reassuring hand on the blonde's shoulder. Sasuke never knew about any of this. He's just a child after all. As for my Ka-san, she never agreed with the plan. She never wanted there to be a coup d'etat and voiced that opinion along with others until their voices were drowned in the sea of people rushing to follow my father and the Uchiha elders. She felt like it was dishonoring Kushina-san's memory among other things, and she would never go through with using you as a pawn in their play for power. Naruto still seemed beyond confused. What had been pieced together in his head started to fall apart. Nothing fitted together anymore. If there had been people against this, then why was everyone dead? Why would he kill his mother and brother if they had no part of it? In order for this to make sense, you'll have to see it for yourself. I have explained the roots of the story from before my time to the best of my abilities, but I can show you the rest. Itachi spoke gently, his Manjikyu Sharingan spinning around wildly, as Naruto's pupils dilating as Itachi and the world around him disappeared, and a whole rush of memories and emotions starting flowing through his head. As the memories faded from his mind, Naruto found himself back within the real world. In the midst of his line of thoughts, an umbrella had been opened above him. Turning his head, he could see Akari standing with Karen at his side, a sad frown on her face as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Groaning slightly, he lifted his hand up to cup his forehead. Reliving the memories he had gotten inside the world of Tsukuyomi always caused a terrible headache for him. It also just reminded him of a pair of simple worlds that always stuck with him. I have one request, which I hope you'll grant me. Please, look after my Ka-san and Aototo, protect them from Danzo. He can't be trusted. It wasn't like he needed to be told that. Ever since he had seen what Danzo had done to Shursui, Naruto wanted to tear off the seal on his stomach and release the Kyuubi with the sole purpose of erasing Danzo and all he stood for from existence. But there was a smarter way of doing things, because he knew everything now. Danzo would one day cease to exist, and everyone else like him. Since the start of this world, people with a quest for greed and power seemed to be left unattended by the nations unless it was close to home. He wouldn't let such boundaries stop him anymore. Even if he had to bend the rules and risk the chance of getting branded a traitor as Itachi had been, then he'd do it. It was a risk worth taking. One life was nothing compared to the countless he could save from misery. Speaking of misery and pain, Naruto gazed down to a sobbing Sasuke with a pained frown. The older teen placed his left hand on the boy's shoulder and tried to rub it reassuringly. He didn't have much experience with this. The last time he had been to a funeral of this size, it had been when his parents died. Back then, he was the one in need of comforting. He knew what Sasuke was going through, but considering he himself never really got over it, he didn't know what to do. Everyone was in pain, everyone that he had cared most about, Sasuke, Itachi, and Mikoto, they were all suffering in their own way. It made him feel hopeless, like he couldn't do anything. Because the mental sheet dedicated for answers was blank. He had flunked the test, and he didn't know what he could possibly do from here. Lifting his eyes up, he glanced over at Mikoto, who stood with her eyes lowered toward the ground. An umbrella was shielding her from the rain as well, but the look on her face just made his heart break. Throughout all of his life, he had known Mikoto as a strong and independent woman that was not to be messed with. So to see her with trembling lips, and desperate fighting of the tears that occasionally spilled from her eyes, made him feel terrible. He didn't know what to do, and as he had mentioned earlier, he never had much experience with this. Just what was he supposed to do? It was painful to watch her suffer like this, to see her fighting off the crying to maintain respect toward the dead. In a desperate attempt to help her, with the only real way he knew he could, he slowly reached over and took a gentle hold of her hand while lowering his gaze to the ground. Mikoto's eyes that had been shut tightly closed snapped open, letting a few more silent tears flow down her face as she looked down at her hand that was suddenly engulfed in warmth, and then up at the blonde Uzumaki who was looking down at the ground. The comfort it brought through her made her walls feel as if they were made out of ice. Slowly, but gradually, more and more tears fell from her eyes as her walls melted, and before knew it, she was leaning her face into the crook of his neck. Before long, she was openly crying beside him. The salty tears stained his clothes, not that he would ever mind in the slightest. She needed this, the strong front she had been putting up ever since that day in the hospital where he had given her a hug, needed to come down. She had to mourn and grieve for the family she had lost. So with a gentle squeeze to her hand, he leaned his head down to rest against hers, the feeling of her slightly damp raven hair meeting his cheek. It was all he could think of doing, and he just hoped it worked out in the way he had intended it to. She felt like she was in turmoil. Both nothing and everything made sense, and she had no idea how to even feel. She had refrained from grieving so far, both because of how unbelievable the situation was, but also because of how angry everything had made her, regarding the clan's actions, and the cards that Itachi was dealt with. She despised the fact that the clan had even felt that this was even necessary, but that was only the tip of the iceberg. More than anything, the one person she was livid at was herself. She was the wife of the clan head, yet she had done nothing to prevent everything from falling apart. If she was more active in protesting or even persuading the clan, maybe even finding ways to blackmail them into not being stupid, or maybe working on keeping everything from falling apart. Or maybe by working on repairing the ties between the clan and the village. Or maybe, if she had only had a stronger resolve. If she wasn't dissuaded so easily, if she hadn't adopted a sheep's mindset. Perhaps if she had stayed as an active ninja, her resolve wouldn't have been so weak. Maybe if she hadn't ignored everything that was going on since Kushina's death. Maybe if she was more proactive if ascertaining the situation. Anything really. If she wasn't so useless. If she wasn't so useless, would the clan have really fallen apart? Would Fugaka have felt that planning a coup d'etat be so necessary? Would Shursui kill himself after seeing the state of the clan? Would we be on the path of extinction, all because she was so damn useless? Are Itachi and Sasuke going to suffer, all because of her uselessness? Will Sasuke hate Itachi? Is everything only going to continue falling apart? Her eyes widened as the last few thoughts passed through her. Letting out a silent gasp, one which went unnoticed to everyone, save for the blonde that she was crying on, she brought a hand to her mouth as a new wave of tears fell down her eyes, and as her head began to throb in agony, one thought repeated in her mind. I failed both of my sons. You wanted to speak with me? Naruto asked as he entered the office after Hiruzen, both of them still clad in the funeral clothes they had been wearing during the ceremony for the fallen Uchiha around a half-hour earlier. Hiruzen nodded his head in affirmative, as he looked out over the rain falling across the village. Hi, I felt like this would be a time as good as any. I have something I want to show to you, or rather give you. Naruto raised a brow at that and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Instead of getting an answer though, Hiruzen just waved his hand, signaling for him to follow as he exited the office and walked down the corridor his office was placed in, not that long, but just until they got to the next door on the same side of the hallway. Pulling out a key from his pocket, he put it in the lock and turned until there could be heard an audible click, saying that the door was now unlocked. Reaching for the doorknob, Hiruzen twisted it and pushed the door open to reveal an office room, just slightly smaller than the one he was using for his own kage work. Entering the place, he looked around the empty room before turning around to face Naruto, who just looked about in confusion. Noticing the visible confusion on his student's face, Hiruzen sighed and decided to explain what they were doing here. The reason I brought you here is that this room is now yours. While Jiraiya is out of town, you're the main one responsible for looking after the important seals around the place, and I thought that it was about time you got a place where the various jobs and requests could be submitted. You can also use this as a study so that you have a bit of private space. The blonde's eyes widened slightly as he took another look at the room. It was true that it had been slightly annoying that every time he was at home, that an A and B you could just show up to summon him for a simple sealing job. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I suppose I could use a room to study in too, and it's quiet. What about furniture? Hiruzen pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, which he handed Naruto and explained. I didn't know what exactly you'd like in here. I assumed that a desk and a chair were a necessity along with some curtains, so I already wrote that down. Naruto nodded in agreement and started writing the first few things he could think of down on the paper. The first thing he had mentioned was 3 generously sized bookcases for the left wall in the room. He had picked this because he figured that he needed one to store everything that had to do with work, such as jobs and tasks, along with notes concerning progress. The next one would be for study material, notes on his personal seals, some notes on new jutsu and theories. And the last one was for actual books with already written down theories that you could borrow or buy from the library. The next thing on the list he added was a whiteboard for the right wall. This would allow him to work on sealing theory on a larger scale, where it wasn't just cramped down on a small piece of paper. He'd also be able to note down important appointments so that it would be easier to see and notice, in case he ever forgot about it. The last things he mentioned were a couch for the corner, 2 chairs he could set in front of his desk in case he got any visitors, and some hooks to put up beside the door to hang up clothes. That should be all. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Naruto sighed at last and handed back the piece of paper. The Hokage nodded and inspected the list. Yes, this should be doable. I'll make sure that all of this is set up and ready to utilize before next morning. We are a bit behind on some things that I'd like for you to start working on as soon as possible. I'll also make sure that you're supplied with a decent amount of scrolls and ink so that you won't lack anything. Naruto just nodded at this and watched as the Hokage prepared to leave, but there was one thing about all of this that was bugging him. Why now? Hiruzen raised a brow and turned away from the door to face his blonde student, who was looking toward him with a questioning gaze. I've been doing SEAL work for a couple of years now, but now of all times you decide to give me an office, a place to tie me down to. The Hokage sighed and rubbed his beard slightly. With the current situation, we need most of our strongest shinobi within the village in case an enemy force decides to try anything. Furthermore, you're needed here for the remaining 2 Uchiha. I know you wanted to leave, and I'm happy I managed to convince you to stay and not go on some training trip where you'd probably be gone for years. Even if you decided to stay in the village, I wanted to keep you away from most missions out of the village. I'm still an ANBU. I'm nominated to become one of the next captains. What good would it do to just keep me in here? I'm of no use this way. What's the point of training until I collapse if I'm just going to do paperwork? Naruto questioned while being utterly confused. He had just begun the most intense training of his life, and it seemingly had no meaning now. I didn't say you'd stop doing duties out of the village, trust me, that is not the case. I just need you around here for Mikoto-san and Sasuke-kun. The village is also in need of your sealing jutsu skills. Jiraiya is, as you know, a useless pervert that's never around. The point of what I'm trying to say is, we need you. The village, your family, and I all need you around this place until things have settled down. So don't worry, I have no plans of keeping you away from active duty. That would just be a waste of your talents. Hiruzen explained. Naruto's eyes widened at the explanation and sighed while lowering his head. I understand. The old man walked over with a small smile, placing a hand on his young apprentice's shoulder. I know this is a lot to take in, especially right after a funeral, but the wheels running the village mustn't stop for anything. We can't afford that. We're a clan down, one of the strongest clans in terms of military might, and we need our strength now more than ever. The circumstances around are just different in the way that means your strengths are needed in specific places. I get it, I really do. So where do we start? Or should I just wait until morning to figure out where I start? Naruto asked out of curiosity, trying to hide the pang of sadness he felt at the mention of the funeral. Patting the blonde's shoulder before moving his hand away, Hiruzen spoke. You'll get all the information you need in the morning. What I can tell you at the moment is that the hospital and the ANBU holding cells need some checkups. Alright, I'll get to that first thing in the morning. Naruto nodded, while Hiruzen just gave his head a shake. Take the morning off tomorrow. We might need to make sure everything runs around in the village. But you've just been attending your surrogate family's funeral. Take a bit of time to make sure everything is alright at home before you come here. Hiruzen finished and finally started to leave the room, but a slight smirk on his face stopped him. This will also make it easier to get the most out of our training. Instead of making an ANBU go to get you, I can just come here and we can leave for our training area. Naruto smirked in a similar way with a light chuckle. Yeah, to optimize my beatdown, I get ya. The sun had completely disappeared by the time Naruto got back home. He had taken his time getting home after Hiruzen had left his new office. Instead, he had stayed there for a little bit, trying to create a mental image of what the place would come to look like within the next few days. It was somewhat exciting. He had previously just used his old apartment to study in, but space had been a bit of a problem with scrolls and notes laying all over the place, which also made him think of something else he had completely forgotten. He could use this new room to hide his precious the books that Mikoto wasn't supposed to see, at least. He should hide them in there, in some kind of locked and sealed away drawer, so that she'd never see them. Aside from being in his office, he had also taken a small detour to go see the memorial stone. He had felt the need to go see Shiro's way, go say a few things to him wherever he was. It was the place that Kakashi used to go see his old teammates that had passed away long ago too. So he decided to take a page out of his older brother Figure's book, and go say a few things. Most importantly, he had sworn to avenge him. It was his plan, what he strived to do more than almost anything else. He felt torn a bit. He wanted to be there day in and day out for his family, but he also wanted to make sure the ones he lost could rest in peace. He also wanted to figure out a way to get Itachi back. It just wasn't fair to him. Itachi had stopped a civil war, along with the possibility of the next great war breaking out by killing his family. And he was getting shunned for it. He was now known as a criminal, while in reality, He made the biggest sacrifice for this village. It made him both angry and sad at the same time. Sighing lightly, he put his sandals in the hallway and stretched with a yawn as he entered the kitchen. Like the last time he came home late, he could see the dishes in the sink from today's dinner, but with a missing plate that was probably Mikoto's. Which made him remember that the last time he came home late, she sat up and waited for him at the dining table, but the chairs were empty today. Had she already gone to bed? Not that he would blame her if she did. She had, after all, had a long day and was probably too exhausted, mentally, to even try and lecture him for being a fool. He held on to that thought until he heard a few light sounds from inside the living room. Guess I wasn't off the hook that easily, he thought to himself with a light sigh while walking toward the living room doorway. Even if he'd probably get an earful for being late, again, he still wanted to check in on her if she, indeed, was the one awake. As he entered the living room, there wasn't much to see except for a lamp turned on beside the couch, a bottle of sake along with a small cup on the coffee table, and a mop of jet black hair sticking up from the couch's backrest. Mikoto Bazin? He called out carefully, slowly walking around the couch. The woman in question blinked a bit as she heard a voice from beside her. She had been drinking a bit of sake, but not that much. Her lack of awareness from her surroundings had been mostly due to the train of thoughts that had been rampaging through her mind, that she had subtly tried to calm down when the kids had been put to bed, by drinking a bit of sake. Lifting up her face, she came face to face with the one person she had expected it to be. You missed dinner? Again. She sighed out loud, a small frown on her face as she leaned back into the couch and faced down at the coffee table and away from him. Naruto gulped a bit at that, and took a seat down next to her. Are you okay? You look a bit off. I'm sorry I'm home so late, I just had to go do a couple of things. Aji-san had some things he wanted to talk about and show me, so that took some time. The raven-haired woman fell into a fit of giggles, holding her hands to her face. Though even as she seemed to be laughing, she looked anything but happy. It didn't look like she was having fun, but instead looked like she was trying to conceal the need of crying with overbearing laughter. If I'm okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine, nothing there at all. It's not like my entire family, my husband, is just laying in the ground rotting away at all. She laughed louder with this, seemingly forgetting that there were people sleeping in the house. Even as she laughed, there were still visible tears rolling down her cheeks from the corner of her eyes. Those she couldn't hide. Naruto frowned visibly at that, and looked over at her with a concerned look in his eyes. He slowly raised his hands to slowly guide hers away from hiding her face. You don't have to pretend to be okay, I can see that you aren't. It'll only hurt more if you do, trust me. He spoke out softly, trying to be the most comforting version of himself that he could be, but he had always questioned his way with words. Then what was the point of even asking me in the first place? If you can clearly see that it hurts, why did you have to go ahead and point it out? She sniffled and let her hands fall down, the sound of fake laughing dying down in a second as anything that had resembled the fakey happiness disappeared and left nothing but a hurting woman who did her best to put up a strong front. The blonde's eyes widened as he let go of her hands and looked away. I'm sorry, that was stupid of me. Just as he was finishing his sentence, he had lifted himself up from the couch, but felt something stopping him from going any further. And no, don't leave, she said softly with her eyes digging into couch cushions beside her, but the tone of which she used felt so much more desperate, even if the words themselves weren't. As her fingers gently caught his wrist and kept him from walking away, she lifted her face up to look him in the eye. I really don't want to be alone, would you stay, please? It made him stop right in his tracks. She had never really asked anything of him before. Well, there had been that hug once, but could that even count? And then of course some requests that weren't selfish, but meant just as much for others as they were for herself. Like when they had talked about him being home more often, instead of constantly overdoing it with work. This was the first time he had really seen this side of her since that day in the hospital. She watched him closely, with a small relieved smile as he settled for dumbly nodding as he sat down again, her fingers still holding onto his wrist before moving down to hold onto his hand. It's just so surreal. They were here, not even a week ago. The Uchiha district was filled with life. There were people everywhere, and the police force was patrolling the streets, merchants in the district selling their goods, and now it's all empty. All of the clan is gone except for their blood staining the compound walls. Naruto just sat and listened to her words with a frown on his face, which only increased as she, at the end of her sentence, squeezed his hand even tighter, and he could see fresh tears running down her face. I know how it feels. I felt the same way when my parents died. An emptiness that had come to stay. He chuckled sourly. It was then her mood seemed to get worse, like the sadness was replaced by a wave of burning anger. Not an anger aimed at him, but more toward herself. The mention of emptiness led to thoughts of being alone, being surrounded by nothing and no one. Just like her son would be. From that day onward, he would be alone, because of how useless she had been. Because of her weakness and that she hadn't been able to do anything whatsoever. Her grip on his hand became painful, her teeth grit tightly together, as she stared down into the couch with the images of her two sons flashing before her eyes, mental pictures from when they both had been small, and all the way up to the day before everything had crashed down around her. On the last day that they both had been smiling together. The last time they had actually been a family, and not some ripped-apart picture like they were now. At least you won't have to live with the failure of raising a cold-blooded killer. Not only did I fail as an Uchiha, but I failed as a parent. The clan's death is all on me. I might as well have wielded the blade myself, since all their blood is on my hands. Her words managed to strike something within Naruto as well, but then he realized something quite quickly. She didn't know that he knew all of it, and the truths behind it at all. He wasn't entirely sure whether or not he was allowed to tell her that he knew it, but he honestly had other things to worry about. And he wasn't going to let her put herself down like this, and insult both herself and her son. That wouldn't be fair at all. They had both tried, but the two of them along with Shursui was no match against the will of 100 Uchiha ready to tip the power in their favor through revolution. Maybe not, but you won't either. Since you'll be living with the honor of raising the one guy that was willing to sacrifice everything for those he loved. Which makes you an incredible mother and an amazing woman. And I won't ever let you think otherwise, am I understood? He whispered out to her, looking down at her from the corner of his eyes with a serious look in the depths of his eyes, a fire that had been long gone sparking. It took a bit before the words really settled within her, as if they bounced back and forth in her mind before finally coming to a stop. The words being put together formed a sentence with a meaning that caused her to let out a gasp, as her head flew up a few inches away from his. Her red puffy eyes had widened to the point it seemed like they were about to bulge out of her head. Her mouth dropping open, as the realization hit her. A very specific line of words in his sentence was the one that triggered it all. You'll be living with the honor of raising the one guy that was willing to sacrifice everything for those he loved. He knew. She looked around, trying to see if she could spot Itachi hiding anywhere, but when she deemed that the coast was clear, she looked back to where the two teens had been fighting. Her eyes widened with worry as she watched what her son had done to his best friend. Sprawled up against the porch, Naruto laid with his head hanging down with his chin resting against his chest. His eyes shut as a line of dried salvia trailed down from the corner of his mouth. In his shoulder, a kunai was firmly lodged in. Warm blood spilled down his ANBU vest from his impaled skin. Naruto, she called out, and dropped to her knees beside him, Sasuke firmly placed against her, as she used her free hand to check his pulse. He was still alive. She sighed with relief as he placed a hand on his cheek, looking him over with worry. He's out of it, but the only damage he suffered was to his shoulder. Did Itachi use genjutsu on him? It was like a puzzle started coming together before her eyes. She had never understood why Itachi had left her, Sasuke, and Naruto alive. Well, Naruto wasn't that questionable. He hadn't had anything to do with the things the Uchiha had been planning, but he had gotten in the way of the massacre. With her jaw dropping open, she scooted a bit away on the couch, her deep onyx eyes locked onto his blue ones as she pulled her hands to herself again. Yukino, he showed it to you, didn't he? She whispered out the question, as she lowered her gaze in shame, her hands that had been clutching onto his, falling into her lap as her mind ran a mile a minute, trying to figure out whether or not Itachi had left some pieces out, or just told him about everything. Naruto sighed and turned his gaze down to the coffee table. Yeah. He showed me everything. down to every last detail, from when it started, to why he had to do what he did. He explained in a soft tone, reliving a few of the memories once again. It seemed to be like this every time he thought about something he had learned while inside this Tsukuyami world Itachi had created with his new weird Sharingan. He would relive certain memories. It didn't always have to be the same ones, but they always left him with a headache. Fighting the urge to grasp his forehead in an attempt to relieve the pain, he instead reached his hand over to take both of hers in his. He so desperately wanted to help her, to give her someone to vent to, and let out all her pain against if she needed to. If he could, he'd take it all and shoulder it himself, because that would be the least he could do. Especially when it was her who had done the exact same thing for him when he had been a kid, someone he cared so deeply about, a person which was painful for him to see hurting the same way she did. The person in question was having trouble trying to figure out what to do or say. Her head felt like it was about to explode as her eyes darted all over her lap and hands. Naruto, he knew it all. Every single little detail, Itachi had shown it to him. How the Uchiha had acted, how they had cursed the village for shunning and pushing their clan away, how they had been planning on overthrowing the village by killing Sarutobi and replacing him with Fugaku as the new Hokage. And that they would do all of this, with the help of the Kyuubi. With a sudden move, she lashed out and quickly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and held him in place, her arms trembling as he mumbled out desperately, "I would never have let them do that. I would die before letting them use you. I would never hurt you, please believe me. I would never ever do anything to hurt you." It felt like she was clinging to him for years, using all of her strength so that he wouldn't go away while believing she had been like everyone else. She wouldn't be able to handle that. That would be too much pain to endure, and she had no doubt that it would make every last bit of resolve she had left shatter like ice. She sat there, clinging for dear life until a very short sentence met her ears. "I know." It immediately made her head pull back, her face staring directly into his, half expecting to see some kind of cunning scowl of a face that had only said that to lure her away from her tight grasp so he could escape, but there wasn't anything resembling that at all. Instead, the only thing she saw was a pair of caring blue eyes and a comforting smile as she felt a pair of arms wrap around her, a palm against the back of her head that dragged her entire form into the warm embrace again. "I've always trusted you with my life, and I always will. That will never change because when I had no one and I felt like I was nothing, you took me in and hit me on the head while telling me to stop spouting such nonsense. You mean a lot to me, and it would kill me if they had hurt you just because they were selfish and arrogant," she whispered sorrowfully, clutching her arms around him again, seemingly melting into the warm, comforting, and most importantly, accepting embrace of her lovable blonde idiot, who apparently hadn't ever doubted her, even for a second. Even if Itachi had shown everything, Naruto had still had faith in her. It made her shed tears softly against him, but they were not just sad ones, but a mix of pain and relief. Naruto sat there patiently holding her, listening with a heavy heart to her sobbing. Even if she needed to let the grief out, it was still a very painful sound to endure. He'd much rather hear her laugh and giggle as she had before, see a smile on her face as she shook her head at his antics, hear her hum a soft tune to one of her favorite songs as she cooked dinner. But he would still be here through it all the ups and downs. Not just because it was the right thing to do, but because he wanted to. As he held her there while time passed, rubbing the back of her head soothingly, he started feeling the weight against his chest increasing, so he looked down, curiously, only to see the woman's eyes shut, dry tear stains on her cheek. As the increase of weight met him, it didn't last long before he heard the sound of heavy breathing, turning into very light snoring. It made him blush softly, as the realization hit him that she had fallen asleep against him. The blush disappeared a bit after that, as he settled for smiling slightly at the sight. At least she didn't look sad in her sleep. She actually looked more content than anything. He wondered why that was. Oh well, let's just. With the plan in mind of moving her up to her bedroom so she could sleep, he tried to stand up and out of her grasp, but found himself unable to. The reason being, he found himself locked into place. The lock being made out of chakra metal locking him in place, and he was thus unable to lift himself off the couch. Or at least, that's what it felt like, as he was completely unable to escape her grasp. With a nervous sweat drop, he chuckled quietly to himself. Oh,